Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Remember, the package has a limited time. It must be used before it expires, which means a lot of people will just throw it into the lane to kill the minions, but they go on Nuke Duck.
Now Nuke Duck gets caught, gets rooted, gets knocked back, gets charmed. Nuke Duck's down for first blood.
Vitality playing the tower game in the early game very well. Now Cabo is to defend the bottom side, neutralizes anything, but hang on, you just use your TP in the face of the enemy. Misfits want to engage.
Vitality did not back away. It's a 3-on-4. Alfari puts down the Dominus, and Maxlaw's got Let's Bounce, ready to scoop up any victims. Here comes Power of Evil from the mid lane. Vitality, that was shocking.
But Vitality, that was sloppy to TP that early into a situation where you didn't need to go so quick.
Not back away.
Yeah.
You know, kudos now to Misfits. Let's take nothing away from them. They reacted very well. Power of Evil dodges a lot of the volley from Nuke Duck, puts down the package and knocks Nuke Duck backwards. His spell shield gets popped. The exhaust is down on Cabo. PoE was running that one. Power of Evil has his 4th kill already.
Misfits didn't have the same vision control on the top side.
Gets entered onto Hans Summer, but Vander doesn't follow it through. The quickness into the entrance, and Power of Evil's unstoppable. Instant reply as Vitality were not close enough to respond.
Steelback is running away in fights, and there really is no middle ground. This was the pick onto Joko that started it all. It's an easy pick this time.
Good. I really want to see what Ignor decides to build. He's got that Aegis of the Legion. And Aegis has got a number of different build paths. Look at the damage on Nuke Duck. Power of Evil and Hans Summer get the double team. Vitality are stuck inside Vander's box. Power of Evil gets his 7th, looking for his 8th, but won't be able to secure it.
Pitfire Cannon gets charged, energized, and a hit at that tower. It's probably going to be enough to deal in the damage to kill it on its own. Like, look, there you go, 2 autos from Power, and in Misfits go.
All right, where's Let's Bounce? Still on cooldown. Alfari is flashed forward. The Equalizer gets dropped down. Power of Evil gets his 8th. Power of Evil gets his 9th. That's a triple. Looking for the quadra.
Can he get it?
There's a pentakill on the horizon.
They left it.
Nobody from Misfits is
he's
trying
dead.
to take it because he's down. The quadra from Power of Evil will not result in another pentakill.
No! No, Penta! Oh, you're fucking trolling! I'm dead!
Nuke Duck is running for his life, gets caught by everything from Misfits. The ace secures the base, and Misfits obliterate Vitality. It is a crushing defeat. And the Nexus falls, Misfits 1-0. It's game 2, cross-group play. Misfits taking on Vitality.
And no real information gained by Vitality, and Misfits are going back to the mid lane.
Nuke Duck just wanted to walk. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Maxlaw finds first blood.
If Ignite can get there fast enough.
There's a package.
There's a package, hang on.
There's a package. Here comes Power of Evil. Oh, he's done it again. Another kill, this time comboed with Maxlaw. Come on, Shockwave, not available for Nuke Duck. The Equalizer burns Maxlaw. Power of Evil forced to flash away. Rift Herald was helping out Vitality. That's 2 kills for Vitality. Ignor delivers a gigantic crocodile to Vitality's back in. And the Fate Call knocks Cabo in the air. Steelback is the man that suffers the exhaust. Shockwave onto Alfari. Alfari dips and dives and ducks and dodges and survives. The Pierce onto Nuke Duck. He's running for his life. A liquid dash, a stick, and Hans Summer gets a triple.
Misfits, I was going to say, looking for a play. There was a lot of chatter going on in the studio here. Oh, Nuke Duck's caught.
Well, Nuke Duck's dead.
That was...
That just looked really good. Power of Evil has guaranteed a death. Baron will be secured really easily here by Misfits. And the Shockwave not pulled yet. Hans Summer gets caught and is shut down. A solo kill. As Misfits unable to get away.
I am glad I can't prove it, but what I can prove is Ignor knows how to play Tahm Kench.
All right, Steelback is currently invisible. Will get spotted out, sidestepped everything. And that spray and pray means Steelback turns it around. Ignor takes a lot of damage. Joko and PoE go toe-to-toe. The package is used, and look at that crit! Okay, another proactive play. Misfits have been bitten in the butt before. Death sentence between the uprights. Not going to be a call. Maxwell will find a Chili Bandit. It's onto Bandit. That's not one of the carries. Fate's call will buy some time, and Alfari is being burned alive. Alfari is roasted alive. It's Steel back. That poisons him. Now Nukeduck's the target. The shockwave's available. Spatulas to the face. Take him down. Hans Summer is leaping, hopping, using that martial cadence. The red and Pierce take down Steel back. When we've seen those Tom Kenshin get using kicks, and then we've also seen how bad they can be. Flash away from the shockwave, but Steelback almost 2 shots. The Misfits backline. Hans Summer takes down Steelback at the cost of Maxor and maybe Alfari. Joko tastes his fear and sends him to the fountain. It's a 1 for 2, and that's what we're talking about. Because Misfits have been counter-engaged multiple times. Alfari's actually flashed in for the stun. Fate's call as well. Steelback is exhausted. He's the target. The death sentence catches onto Ignor. The Devour allows them to kill Steelback. But Power of Evil goes down. Nukeduck gets another onto Ignor. Where is Hans Summer? He has to be the carry. He has to be the damage. Misfits are running for their lives. Another 1 for 2 in favor of Vitality.
Look, Twitch will show in the bottom lane, and that's going to be enough for a blast going over the back. Misfits know they have the positioning. Vitality are making a critical error, and it is all on Joko for a smite steal against Kalista. Likely not going to happen.
No, it's not. Joko not going to be enough. Oh no! He's taken down.
Well, they did just secure some. Now Misfits are looking to go for the aggressive play here. Tom Kenshin from behind.
All right, Ignor's coming from behind with Power of Evil. Joko's on the front line. All 5 members of Vitality are grouped up. Power of Evil's down. It's a 5-on-4. Joko's the target as Maxlaw has found Steelback. Look at the damage to Shockwave. The Shockwave connects, but Hans Summer does not care. Misfits have got 3. Nukeduck's running for his life, and Joko is just left alone in the river.
The difficulty for Ignor is that ultimate may not always be used.
Look at Steelback. Look at Steelback. He's stunned and caught up. He's got no GA, but Maxlaw's down. Misfits may have lost the fight. Alfari's trying to do what he can. Hans Summer's on the front line. That's a double kill for Steelback. He's looking for the triple. Ignor is the target, and Cabochard takes him down. Misfits may have lost the game. Power of Evil not going to find Nukeduck, and Hans Summer will get just the GA from Joko. Look at the mini-map. There is a minion wave of Misfits down in that bottom lane. Hans Summer's down. There's no one left to defend but Power of Evil. He's got a Guardian Angel. He's going to find Vander. The Nexus turret starts to fall. Power of Evil looks for Joko. He's using the exhaust. The Nexus is the target, and Vitality force a game 3.
Elise is already making her way up into that lane.
All right, this is going to be a 2v2. The flag and drag's already caught out. Cabochard is holding on to the flash. Flashes away from the cocoon. Here comes Joko. Alfari gets first blood. Joko responds, and Maxwell's forced to run away.
We'll make him tankier, a little bit more utility-based. We'll see how that actually works out for him, because right now he's going to need Maxwell's help.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-3. The equalizer's been used. Maxwell tried to deliver the shockwave. That's at least a kill onto Nukeduck. Now Maxwell's being run down. Alfari's looking for the cataclysm. He's locked Joko in. Joko can't get across the wall. Ignor finds the rocket punch and the grab onto Cabochard. Now Alfari's running for his life. Asharo comes down, flies wide. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of Misfits. They're starting to surround Vitality, and could be up to another team fight. Blue buff says no, this belongs to Misfits. Remember I talked earlier, Joko has stolen 7 buffs this series already. Looking to make it number 8. Blue buff secured onto Maxlaw. Flashes used to dodge the Ash Arrow. Nukeduck is going to dash over the wall. Ignor will pick up a kill. There's a hook onto Cabo. He's under the tower, and Power of Evil gets another. Nukeduck's culling does nothing, and it's 2 kills to Misfits. Sharo is available and could come from mid lane. Flash forward. Means Nukeduck is forced to flash himself. Asharo from Steelback, still not fired, still not fired. Power of Evil.
On up again.
It's another one. Alfari's locked Joko into the pit. Shockwave picks up a double kill for Power of Evil, and my fantasy is ecstatic.
The theory is that you get a lot of extra AP onto those auto attacks. I still feel... Oh, as Cabochard gets grabbed.
We may not be able to answer that question. Shockwave on 3! Rachel Fisher comes down, and the baby cage locks in Vitality. They can't escape. It's a double kill for Power of Evil.
Lucian no flash.
Nice low.
Oh! I was so bad,
Nice!
That's it! Ignor
Are you getting ready for Rift Rivals?
Hold on. I have here I said earlier. Let's see what happens. Joko's Ragnarocking. He's not going to get caught by the rocket grab. Ends up being caught out. Alfari's going to put the Cataclysm down into 3. Summer and Nukeduck going toes for toe. The Shockwave not going to be enough as Nukeduck is able to flash away from it. Nukeduck will get caught up by Maxlaw here. Running for his life.
Spider.
Maxlaw takes a volley to the face. He's already used Repel Cocoon. Steelback underneath the tower. The Steelback sidestep gets out of range. Now Ignor's in trouble. Nukeduck takes another tower shot. How on earth has Vitality done this? They've won the fight.
They fractured Misfits throughout the entire fight, and Power of Evil, look at him, he's still so high in health, but hasn't got damage. Get the autos, where is it?
Go Nash's Tooth, go! Get those autos down!
That was underwhelming.
It's just this macro, these team-based decisions that we continue seeing them fall apart. Vander's caught out. Look at all that CC, by the way. Cocoon, Chain of Corruption, Rocket Grab.
Java arrives.
Down on Fari. It's just going to flag and drag out to safety, and a full channel on the culling. Drops Ignor. Missing arrow comes down. You don't really want to hook Vander as long as he's got the wall up. Ash arrow goes wide. Steelback not having the greatest accuracy. Steelback is locked in. The hot pocket equalizer. Shockwave is dodged by a few, but not by Steelback. Cabo shot is just dropped down. It's a double kill for Summer, and Misfits are pouring down the mid lane. Look at the flag drag knockup flash from Alfari. 3 kills, and Misfits use their lead. Misfits with the minions are knocking over the Nexus turrets, and Ignor's Blitzcrank was a game changer, but Misfits' confidence in game 3 take down Vitality for the win.
A long series, a fun series, and honestly, at the end of it, Misfits, with the result that after game 1 looked all but certain.
Will rise back into meta. He's just so safe in that mid lane.
We don't have time to talk about that, because have a look at the top lane.
Here comes Broxer. Odo's going to get taunted up with the shield of Durant. Does still have the flash if he wants to get away. The Winds of War comes out as well. Broxer looking for his fate. Jump away, jump back in. Odo is going to be first blood to Fnatic.
So they try and get themselves a kill so they can get themselves a little bit more control back in what is a losing lane. But unfortunately for them, they just don't have the damage to kill Nuclear. And with the arrival of Odo, they know that they're safe as Jankos wants to enter the bottom lane.
He's looking for the kill here. Will jump across the wall and actually going to get caught out by Reckless. Stunned up as well as Broxer jumps in. That's a dead Jankos. No escape for him. Fnatic secure their second kill of the game. Broxer's looking for more. Soas jumps forward with the Justice Punch. Gets the flash. Double taunt. Reckless there as well. Nuclear just about surviving, but not for long enough. Soas will fall as well. They're going to dive onto Che. Here comes Jesus, and here is the rest of Fnatic. 3 kills to 1 for them. And this is something we talked about a lot when we were discussing how this game was going to go, when we were hypothesizing that. Yes, we said single style superstars for Fnatic. They are playing the same style once again with not too many changes. And it's working for them thus far. Jez is going to jump in. Hexagon Automator onto Forbidden. Jankos misses the tubing. He's going to jump the wall. They're going in for caps. Exhaust down on Forbidden. Deathmark will prop. Soas joins the fray. Here's the TP in though. Odo caught out. Gets the equalizer down. Gets 1 kill for himself. Look at Soas now onto Che. Onto Jankos doing so much work. Nuclear's not here yet. Soas might continue to chase in. Winds of War. Jez is jumped. Wild Good comes out. Polymorph as well. H2K settled for the 1-for-1 trade, but Fnatic have not settled yet. Soas wants to stop the backs. Here comes the Justice Punch, and here comes the Justice for them. Slicing Maelstrom over all of H2K. Absolutely decimate them. Nuclear's atomized, and Che is the only one to run away.
Man, when trying to claim control, and without it, that means you lose your support, it means you lose your wards, and you could very well lose the Baron if you're H2K.
Jankos no longer the first blood king, might be looking for a smite, still gets caught up in the slicing. Maelstrom though kicks them away. Is he gonna jump the wall? Not today, save Fnatic. Equalizer does come down, but Broxer still has smite, should be an easy enough secure for him. There we go. Fnatic looking for a bit more of a chase. Nuclear's down to half, has to flash. Odo flashes the wall, but straight into Caps' face. Caps says, hello Odo, I want this fight. Looking for the clap. Odo goes golden, but not for long as Fnatic clean up the fight. Styles Forbidden is here trying to sway them. Che up as well as Jankos, but the Nexus Towers have just fallen. Fnatic say, what's the king to a god? They're going to reign supreme once again as they take game 1 over H2K.
happen. End up trading flashes though, so they could look for a return gank later on as Febiven and Caps.
Oh, Febiven's actually going to go quite low here. Caps actually getting traded back on one more.
Better heal, but in terms of actual value, getting points into a skill, W is the best because it makes it easier to lock down your targets and the attack speed that you get as well. Very, very valuable as an engage tries to happen in mid.
Jez's will get feared up with Pawn, rooted chain knocked back. That's a kill for Fnatic. First of the game for them. Odo comes in with a stand united, so it's here on the flank. Fnatic looking for the re-engage. There's the flash. Yanko's knocked down. Slicing Maelstrom slices him off the face of the Summoner's Rift. 2 kills, Fnatic.
Love the bait and switch there from Soaz. He looked like he was walking away. He had a quick sip of his drink to say, you know what, I'm fine, nothing to see here. Immediately turns around, gets the knock onto Yanko's jungler is gone. And only 3 members of H2K as Fnatic start the Baron.
Unleashed power still available. Nuclear has his flash. Odo's in the front line. Baron low, 1000 on it. Smited away. They get it. Fnatic now looking for Forbidden. What can Nuclear do? Not much. Caps gets the shutdown. He's looking for the chase onto Nuclear as Odo falls as well. The charm comes out. It's up to the bot lane of H2K. The hook just astray as H2K retreat with 2 members left alive. Actually, Yankos has respawned as well. So being destroyed and removed from the map by Fnatic. H2K looking for mid, but Reckless is on the flank as are the rest of Fnatic.
Fnatic continuing to look dominant as they try to force another fight in mid.
Soaz has flash, so does Jez. Is the hook onto Febby, the knockback! The Fnatic wombo combo strikes again! H2K just getting absolutely routed by Fnatic. It's an ace! 26 minutes in, Fnatic are unstoppable! This is last chance brigade for them. Yankos and Odo off towards one side, Nuclear and Che off towards the bottom. Fnatic are going to go in, so as with the engage, Jez is with the hook once again onto Febby, and Febby just gets isolated and taken down. Reckless on a killing spree. Fnatic looking for more, they'll get 2 at least as Yankos, Odo and Nuclear try to get away, but Yankos just cannot do it. Suppression comes out, but all it does is delay the game. That's the kill, so is teleporting in. Nuclear and Che are going to get caught by Caps and Jez's. Fnatic are going to clean up once again. It's stupendous, it's monumental, it's flawless, it's Fnatic.
Fnatic, 5 kills to 0 once again, 10-0 in the last 2 fights as they close out the series against H2K and sit atop the group.
Fnatic reign once more above the European LCS, 2-0 over H2K. We as players are not scared of any team.
This split means more than anything for me.
I know they're really strong teams, you know, but we can still beat them. We don't have like that mindset of being scared.
I can be also best support in EU if I beat him.
We could beat every team, you know.
Our goal in this split is to be able to beat anyone in Europe.
There's not enough shielding to keep alive, or is there? They're turning it back. There is still alive. What is happening?
How did I not die?
Baron is the focus. He's used the planted already. That's a stun down. He does it again! Again! Brightstalker gets the Baron.
The healing for the team, but now they're in the middle of it. Now they're feared up, and Samus is still alive, but he backs out, gets shut down, and Splyce, they take control.
And I actually don't really care too much about who's at the top right now because it doesn't really matter.
Welcome to Berlin for a new day in the EULCS Summer split. Later tonight, the Unicorns of Love and G2 face off in the rematch of last split's finals. But stepping up on stage right now, and first are Splyce and ROCCAT. The crowd is hyped, we are hyped, ROCCAT is hyped as always, although they look quite calm, which is probably better if you're about to take to the stage and play a very important match. They're trashy as well. He said he's wearing his lucky glasses today, so what could possibly go wrong for the side of Splyce? Good huddle there. Hello everyone, I'm Eva supporter following today's series along with Henning Eklund. Day 2 of 3 already had a lot of action yesterday, but today is well shaping up to be a very interesting one.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday was a spicy one with a Fnatic 2-0 just as to top off the day, but this one is going to be a close one for sure, I think, so definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm straight going to jump in that actually. Fnatic beating H2K yesterday, a dominant win, and I honestly hadn't expected it to be that straightforward out of Fnatic and that kind of meek out of H2K. Did you expect it to go that easily for the side of Fnatic?
No, I agree with you. I was expecting this to be a close one. Even though I thought Fnatic were the favorites, I thought H2K was going to put up a lot more of a fight. Fnatic played really well according to their style. We can see how well they're skirmishing. They're so good at these sort of split-up fights. We also saw players like Jesse and Soas really step up their game and go for like individual mechanical outplays, which I was very impressed by Fnatic.
Yeah, it must be cool for Fnatic also the fact that now Justice gets a player of the series and is kind of the playmaker in those series, that Soas has those outplays, that they know that they have several fronts that they can work off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you always know that you're going to have Reckless and Caps as like the big carries, and then you have Broxa like a solid jungler, and then you also have these other players stepping up, so everyone of Fnatic can take the carrying burden, so to speak.
And that is why they look so good on the side of H2K. What does it tell you? Does it worry you in general for their aspirations in the league? The fact that they've, in the playoffs a couple of months ago, weren't able to beat Fnatic, and now the same thing happens again.
Yeah, if I was an H2K fan, I wouldn't be too devastated, but I for sure would be worried because, I mean, they knew what they were going to go up against. They knew Fnatic would bring out this sort of style, but still they didn't really come prepared too well. They had sort of a plan with a risky set pick for Forbidden in the first game, kind of was about to work with opening up the map, with taking the first tower bottom lane, but then it just all fell apart from there. And I think like you're expecting the macro and the preparation to be one of H2K's strengths, but that just didn't come through at all.
No, it didn't. And Jankos also afterwards tweeted, we don't know what happens when we play Fnatic. It all falls apart. Well, you don't want that to happen. And in our first series of the day yesterday, Misfits Gaming, they continued their strong games. Well, the first one was very strong. The second one, not so much of that, was more to the praise of Vitality, because both teams actually had something to show yesterday.
Yeah, while I was expecting the other series to be very close, I was expecting this one to be just a confident win for Misfits, but they were challenged by the strong late-game team fighting of Vitality, and I think this is from Game 2, this footage. So Vitality, we can see here that they are against a team with triple Infernal and 5 Dragons, but they're still able to win the late-game team fights.
Steelback stepped up.
Yeah, Steelback stepped up for sure. Even though they lost in the end due to the strong pick comps that Misfits brought out with like the signature aggressive junglers for Maxlord, the signature Blitzcrank for Ignar. Vitality, I don't think you're too sad after that game. You did show some strengths that you can build off for the next following weeks.
But Henning, if you're Vitality, and yeah, you can't be too sad about that loss, but you know, you're not getting those wins, still not. And this isn't just in the context of the summer split, but also the spring split and last year's summer split. So I'd be a bit sad.
A bit sad maybe, but still, I mean, you can't let that loss affect you too much. And when you are starting to identify what strengths you have as a team, you can start to adapt your plans for the coming weeks and then change.
Yeah, together with Yamato. That's actually a great point. So we'll have to follow that up. But for now, it's reflected in the standings that it's not quite there yet for the side of Vitality. Only one win on the board. Fnatic leader in Group A. And G2 Esports and ROCCAT together in Group A, which is an interesting sight.
I think this just shows how competitive Group A is. G2 and ROCCAT on the same spot. I mean, if the stars align with today's games, we could have ROCCAT ahead of G2 in the standings, which no one, not including myself, was expecting before the split started.
Yeah, it could line up that way. We will see. We'll also see which picks the teams go for, because yesterday we saw the rise of the daring Bombardier in the EULCS. Corki is back, the Corkster, one of the most popular champions on 7.12. Both Caps and Power of Evil showed up tremendously on that pick, and it does seem to be kind of, the pick of the patch.
Absolutely. He's so versatile, he's so safe. You can blind picking him into pretty much every matchup. He has the safe wave clear to go from range. You have the Valkyrie to get away from popular champion in the meta like Jarvan, like Ashe, that likes to punish these immobile mid laners. Corki can stay safe there, so he's just such a versatile, safe pick that I'm definitely expecting to see more of him.
Yeah, when it comes to damage, when Corki's back, you can expect him to out-damage almost everyone on the team. Also, the change to his auto attacks with a more heavy reliance or more magic damage coming out of that, does that mean that it's easier to plug and play him into any composition because you're not as attack damage heavy?
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I definitely think that's the case. I mean, he's still a versatile pick beforehand, but now we can pretty much throw him in anywhere. If you had a full physical damage team come before, you maybe not want to pick up the Corki in the mid lane, but now that's not a factor. You can just pick Corki in pretty much any situation.
Yeah, incredibly strong. Well, today Group B, they get a chance to pick up Corki as well. Splyce and Unicorns of Love are going to go up against ROCCAT and G2. And obviously we're like, yes, G2 versus Unicorns of Love, super hype finals rematch. But Splyce versus ROCCAT, man, two teams that are on 2 series winning streak. And while I hadn't expected it to be such an interesting matchup coming into the split, but ROCCAT is making us look forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, after the first couple of weeks, well, I thought this matchup, do we really care that much about it? But now I'm really hyped for it, actually. I think Splyce and ROCCAT, two teams that have shown great potential, but not the the consistent performances. So can they step up in such an important game? Because these could be two teams that are contesting for...
Quick prediction round. Splyce or ROCCAT?
ROCCAT upsetting 2-1.
Unicorns of Love or G2?
G2.
All right, there we go. We'll see how that plays out, and we will follow up. But Splyce and ROCCAT are ready to hit the rift in our first series. Let's send it over to the casters and get to action.
Thank you, Shocks, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, bringing you this matchup alongside James Stress O'Leary.
Yeah, I'm glad to be casting with you. First game in the LCS, we'll be casting together. You know, Medic, you're always a caster that I look up to.
Let's run through the lineups. On the blue side, we have ROCCAT. In the top lane, it is Faxi. In the jungle, Pride Stalker. Their mid laner, Betsy. Their AD carry, Hyanan. Support, Wadded. And their coach, Grabs.
That is the ROCCAT lineup on the blue side. Their opponents on the red side in game number 1, it is Splyce. In the top lane, Wonder. In the jungle, Trashy. In the mid lane, Senkux. AD carry, Cobby. Support, Mickey. And the coach is Jeeves.
And two teams here, Stress, that are coming off superb performances last week, both of them with major upsets in their groups.
Yes, massive upsets. As we look at where Splyce really put the focus last week, I think that's where really we started to see some of their success from Summer 2016 re-emerge, putting Senkux in that mid lane on the Malzahar, the Kassadin, these picks that can then transition into the 1-3-1 setup, looked very clean for Splyce, and they actually beat the Unicorns at their own game. But with a week on, a couple of extra champions like the Corki in the mix for Senkux, I'm interested to see whether Splyce are going to double down on this kind of setup with the 1-3-1 and show us some more against ROCCAT.
It's definitely a possibility for them. Two other carries for these two teams that are often overlooked is their support. You've got Wadded on the side of ROCCAT and Mickey, of course, on the side of Splyce. And Wadded was actually saying he thinks that Mickey is the best support in EU at the moment. He's challenging for that spot. Both supports have great amount of impact for their teams.
Yeah, massive amount of impact, and a lot of them, these two at least have been playing a similar champion pool. The Rakans, the Thresh that everybody's been playing as well. I'm excited to see how these two pair off against each other, because a lot of ROCCAT's success has been built from Hyanan and Wadid in that bottom lane. So when you look now, going up against Mickey, I think that's an exciting duo in the bot lane to keep our eyes on.
Someone else we need to keep our eyes on is Pride Stalker. Coming up from the Challenger Series, really hasn't made the big impact he would have liked to make in this ROCCAT lineup. A lot of the time, just not quite ganking in the early game. I don't really think you can say much more. His damage overall just doesn't match up with some of the other junglers.
And a lot of it is his early game activity. Pre-level 6, not a whole lot of influence on the laning phase. Sure, he had a couple of Smite steals. Smite Stalker is certainly
Pride
a nickname.
Stealer, I like as well.
Pride Stealer, okay, that's an interesting one. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that Smite fight to see if he can actually have that impact as well. But I want to see more from him. However, it won't be on an Elise, because as we head into pick and bans, 2 junglers are gone already, with Elise and Zac removed from the champion pool.
Interestingly as well, Splyce did pick red side here, so they've decided that they want to be on that side of the Summoner's Rift to start us off. Fiora is the next ban coming out from ROCCAT. No real surprises there.
I expect to see Splyce pick red side more often than not, because it will give them at least one winning lane matchup when you look at top or mid. Then they typically will pick the last pick in rotation 1 as the other. And that's one of the reasons why we see this Fiora band, is they've actually been comfortable playing it into a lot of champions, with Twitch off the board here as well. It's another pick that worked out incredibly well for Cobby and Splyce last week.
Still a lot of possibilities for both of these teams, though. Of course, we are on 7.12, so a few changes that do affect champion pool. Rakan taken away by Splyce, as we said. The supports love him.
You got to look for Thresh first here, maybe as one pickup that ROCCAT could opt towards. Also looking at the jungle matchup, Lee Sin up in priority, with now Kha'Zix, Zac, Elise banned away. So all of this kind of is painting the picture of these early game priority champions coming from Splyce.
We did with 3 wins out of his 5 games on that Thresh. Senkuk, someone we mentioned a little bit earlier on. Interesting champion pool for him, something we don't see a lot of the other mid laners in Europe playing at the moment, the Malzahar, the Kassadins.
He's actually got the widest champion pool, and it includes everything that you would normally see out of mid lane, plus some more that we're showing you here on screen, the Kassadins, the Aurelion Souls, that Malzahar coming back into the fray. But Splyce may very well prioritize this as pick number 3 in their rotation if they end up looking towards Senkuk's. But looking at what they have picked up already, this Zyra early on, matchup into Thresh, you can spawn the plants to deny the hook as engage. It's tricky, and we're delving deep into the jungle pool. So deep, perhaps we're burrowing underground.
Oh, stress. We've already got 2 puns in. I need to catch up with you throughout this game. But yes, as you say, it's the Rek'Sai being picked up here for Trashy, something we used to see a lot of the time. Got changed on 7.12 as well.
Yeah, and the adjustments to Rek'Sai on previous patches. We're going to see an unorthodox jungle matchup here as the Warwick was picked up. We'll touch on some of the recent changes for both champions when we get into the game. But this is an exciting one. One of the first times we're seeing Rek'Sai here in Europe. Seen it a couple of times in LCK and LPL.
Not always had the best of impacts in LCK and LPL, so I'm sure Trashy will want to be playing slightly better as part of this team. Now, it's the Warwick for Pride Stalker and Betsy. It's locked in this Kalista for ROCCAT. A time-old combination, an age-old combination is that Kalista Thresh bottom lane.
Yeah, it's a great bottom lane duo, as is the Splyce bottom lane here. Varus, Zyra, a lot of push power. You can just push back the Kalista, the Thresh, but look at what Splyce and ROCCAT really have left to phase 2. We're going into the solo lanes now in phase 2, and with Kennen banned away for the side of Splyce, ROCCAT, you've got to look towards those Kassadins that we were talking about earlier. Maybe take them off the board and not allow Splyce to pick a matchup that favors Senkuk's as the last pick.
Especially since Betsy's pool is very different to a lot of mid laners in Europe. He tends to play the Swain or the Vladimir, things that you can kind of expect a little bit more. Splyce can leave that counter matchup up to last as well if they want to.
And the thing is, if Betsy were to go Vlad, that gives Kassadin such an easy matchup, because you just wait. You just wait alongside the Vlad, and suddenly you get to the late game and you go, okay, well, I'm Kassadin in the late game, and if I picked up any gold or kills, I'm going to destroy everybody. But this whole second phase, apart from Galio being a flex, has been all around that top lane. Now, Kled is a massive pick for Splyce, but we haven't seen much out of Faxi. Likely to be the Gnar, if anything, being played into the Rumble. It's a matchup we've seen Faxi take time and time again, and it's a pick that he does very well on, typically.
That he does is the Rumble, as you say, for Splyce. Still seeing him picked in the top lane, even though he had some alterations, perhaps nerfs on 7.12. ROCCAT now have their mid laner and their top laner to pick. Syndra, a very safe mid, and something we've seen Betsy play 3 times already this split.
With that Gnar picked up alongside it, now we look to where Senkuk's wants to go. This is not a 1-3-1 setup around the top lane anymore, but with Corki available, we may very well just see that side lane push and move Talia, very similar style champion. I almost feel like Corki may be able to do a little better than Talia, but we've seen Senkuk's put up some massive numbers on Talia in the series here in the summer split already. So I think either way, they actually have that advantageous matchup. One thing that Talia will prevent in a team fight, Kalista suddenly becomes a lot less willing to jump around when that minefield gets laid out. So Splyce running around with the Rumble, the Talia, a little different from what we've seen out of them in previous weeks, whereas ROCCAT looking for that Gnar for the side lane control up against Wonder.
I'm really intrigued to see how Faxi plays this week as well, because last week, even though ROCCAT did win their series, he struggled a lot at points. I think that's a fair thing to say. Had the most deaths of any player in the European LCS since Cotton X in 2014, a long, long time ago. But ROCCAT still on a winning spree. They've started their winning spree early this split. 2 games into it, we'll be looking to extend that to 3 over Splyce here today. It's a testing series for both of these teams, and it's the time at which they have to prove their mettle as well, Stress.
Right, and that's where these cross-group matches have this weird, you know, properties of transit, whatever the word is, where somebody beats somebody, so that means they're better, right? So if ROCCAT beat Fnatic, who are the top of Group A,
Fnatic beat H2K.
And Fnatic beat H2K, but then Splyce beat Unicorns. Does that mean if ROCCAT win this, then Group A is definitely better?
Well, we'll have to find out to see if they are going to win it. We're going to get onto the Summoner's Rift for the first game between ROCCAT and Splyce. A battle for playoffs for ROCCAT, and perhaps the start of the road to Worlds for Splyce.
Yeah, you have to look at Splyce's position right now, especially with that H2K loss yesterday. A win here would put Splyce temporarily top of Group B, relying on the Unicorns series later today against G2. So Splyce could end up today top of Group B, undisputed.
And it is very much a return to form for them as well. A lot of people have been looking at them and saying, where's the Splyce of the olden days? Where's the Splyce that made it to Worlds? A little bit like H2K in that respect. And now, yesterday we saw H2K fall short at their hurdle against Fnatic. Today, perhaps we'll see Splyce be able to leap over the first hurdle on the race that is the road to Worlds for them.
Well, ROCCAT seem to be a big hurdle depending on how you are doing coming into this, because they tend to beat the teams at the top. So if Splyce are challenging for it, maybe that's enough. But as we head into the game, looking at particular matchups, I think the jungle matchup, no surprise, with Warwick versus RECCE is a very fun one here. So RECCE did have a couple of changes to the ultimate, and some of the damage moved around on the kit a little bit more when it comes to some of the earlier clears. So expect the same things we used to see out of the RECCE. Fast early clear, good ability to get into lane, and that's something that Warwick not quite so good until level 6. So we have to look at whether Trashy can utilize the ganking potential on RECCE earlier.
Especially Pride Stalker on Warwick as well. Actually has the lowest DPM of any Warwick player in the EULCS. 48 damage per minute. I think minions might do slightly more than that if I remember my calculations, but it's quite a substantial amount less. Now we need to see him really stepping up to the plate. He has to be a member of ROCCAT that facilitates the carry, because up until now for ROCCAT, a lot of it has been in the hands of Hyanan and Wadid in that bottom lane, and if they fall behind, ROCCAT tend to struggle.
And the same can be said for when Betsy is not on the likes of a Vladimir. Looks very comfortable on a pick like that, but when you move him on to something a little bit earlier game, we saw a Lucian game come out, an Orianna game went well last week for him. You just have to kind of question, for a Syndra, is it going to have that later game impact that we know Betsy likes to have? And that's something we'll have to track here up against the Splyce boys.
Let's talk a little bit about compositions and what these teams are aiming to do here, Stress. When you look at ROCCAT's lineup, they've got a skirmishing jungler, they've got Faxi up in that top lane who, on the Gnar, can split, can join fights. What is the goal of this composition? What are they trying to do as we get into the later portion of the game?
So a lot of what they'll be looking to do, at least, is just utilize the strength of the Gnar over in the side lane and try and push back and win the 1v1 once the map opens up. It will somewhat deny Wonder's ability to have impact outside of team fights, but you can see how well it's worked for ROCCAT. For Faxi, 7 wins, 3 losses on this Gnar, and generally the performances that he has looked comfortable on are on this champion. That's why it's such a high priority when they can pick it, when it makes sense for ROCCAT to take.
That's across the entire year, of course, including Spring Split. Only played it twice thus far in Summer, 50% win rate on it. One of those games was against G2 though, so it's a a little bit harder to judge.
But it was G2 with subs.
Yes.
It was the
I was
G2
trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here, Stress. I have to admit, LULEX, Sendo, and Blank had a superb series in that first week of the LCS, so it's not putting anything past that G2 team. They were a strong roster even though they were playing with 3 subs.
A lot of names came out from that series that came from Challenger when you look at it, and of course PrideStalker, a player that was in Challenger in the previous split, and I think that's where a lot of the difficulty for him comes on, is early game activity. Mid lane and bot lane though, we see junglers going in.
PrideStalker's going to jump in onto Cobby, flash away the hook buttons, and Mick has already burned his flash. This is going to be first blood to ROCCAT.
ROCCAT having much better impact off their first blood here. You can see Betsy in the mid lane did utilize his flash as the Trashy tried to gank as well, but we were talking about how PrideStalker on this Warwick may not be able to have the same impact as Trashy. Well, you pair that with Wadid's ability to set up the play in the bottom lane. Lantern comes through, looked like a flash flay came out, and ROCCAT taking full control of this bottom lane. PrideStalker outside of vision, stalking his prey. Flash comes through, no flay yet for Wadid, but it was PrideStalker flashing forward that actually landed that fear. Hook looked like he was going towards Cobby, threw the decoy towards Mickey, gets the first blood, and that's what we wanted to see. We asked the question, what can PrideStalker do early? He's given us an answer already.
Now, his early game up until this week has not been amazing. That is exactly what we want to see from him. 10th in proximity to his teammates in the early game. 10th in kills and assists at 15 minutes. 4th in goal difference, but that's because he's just farming the entire time. Now he's had a bit more impact on his team. He's already got himself a Tiamat, and he's got ROCCAT an 800 gold lead.
Yeah, and this...
600 now. It's,
it's okay. The farming properties, it's a little bit of a fluid gold lead, but at the same time for ROCCAT, that is exactly what they need to continue doing at the same time, though, because this ROCCAT team, when you start pairing the hook with the stun from Betsy, they can really quickly take out any one member of Splyce, and then you have the numbers advantage before a team fight. Thing is, for ROCCAT, they do have a tendency at times to get a little bit sloppy. Betsy now with no flash, he needs to play around that. Keep that in mind, not get camped in the middle lane and lose a couple of kills while his flash isn't available. But they've done a good job so far. Trashy spotted out on the Callisto Wraith. We also saw PrideStalker spotting him out on a ward in response to some of this vision we're seeing out from Splyce.
And this is Splyce realizing that ROCCAT want to focus bot lane because there's no flashes for Cobby or Mickey, so they place 3 wards in that bot side jungle and they can track PrideStalker a lot easier.
Yeah, they can get the tracking for him down early on, but then you got to be careful. Once he's now past level 6, it's not the greatest range early, but you still can jump into the lane, get that Lantern through. If he comes through the lane, almost impossible to really track him before he arrives, or from the river, but this time they did have vision of when he came through from his own jungle.
But it also forces Cobby and Mickey to have to play so far back, and you can see a CS lead actually extending for Hyanan in this bottom lane. He's only about 11 up at the moment, but that will continue to pressure as PrideStalker spends time around the bottom side.
One of the things that ROCCAT have utilized very well is getting their support out of the lane, bringing him up towards mid lane. Wadid actually has success, but not as much as Mickey. This is where we have to look at the difference in playstyles. Wadid, you can see most of his success does come from the laning phase. Mickey likes to go mid lane, sit with Senkux for a while, ranked 3rd for the amount of time he spends up in that mid lane.
And we saw that last week as well. He was one of the ones that got Senkux ahead a lot of the time. Now, Faxi is going to get onto Trashy here. Betsy and PrideStalker joining in. Here comes the equalizer, but it's not going to be enough. And Faxi's looking for Mega. They might continue to chase onto Wonder. Flashes up for both of them. Wonder needs to flash away. Does it preemptively and escapes, but ROCCAT get themselves another kill.
And this is all going in ROCCAT's favor here. We talked a little bit about getting this PrideStalker Warwick going. He still didn't use his ultimate from that, and now Senkux, as he sat around on a ward, has to be careful for the same kind of response. One thing, as Trashy hasn't quite hit level 6, that is important to note. Anybody that hasn't played the reworked Rek'Sai, no longer is her ultimate that global dash over to one of the tunnels. It's now a little bit more like, funnily enough, the Warwick ult, where you jump towards a target, try and get on them, get some damage down, that type of thing. So don't expect Trashy to be playing out away from the team as much as you would have seen an old Rek'Sai do.
Now has hit level 6, will have that ultimate, can try and jump where PrideStalker's jumping or jump onto that back line. The ability to get damage down on Hyanan is great with the equalizer, of course, and as you say, the Marshall Poise jumping in that worked ground is very difficult for him. ROCCAT do have this early lead, though. 1,300 gold ahead, and a lot of that sits on Pridestalker's shoulders, with him getting these ganks off, performing so much better this week than we've seen him do in previous weeks, and he's actually got 1,400 gold just sitting in the bank at the moment. Kianan's sitting on 1,600 of his own, so he'll be wanting to spend that, because otherwise, he's not using that 700 gold lead he has over Kobe.
Yeah, it will end up going that way after the recall. You'll end up finishing off that Blade of the Ruined King, or at least getting very close to it. And that's where you can start to maybe have a little bit more presence from that bottom lane. Other itemization to look at as a hook does land.
Into box. Wadid tries to get the play back, but doesn't connect. Now Mickey, not yet 6. Kianan will just bring Wadid away with the Fate's Call.
Yeah, always got that safety, but look, Trashy was around the bottom lane, looking to try and get towards that ultimate point. And now that we've seen Pridestalker go back and buy again, he's picked up the Skirmisher Saber, already had the TM up from earlier. His counterpart, Trashy, what a lot of people are doing on Rek'Sai is building Warriors first into full tank. It gives you a little bit more skirmish power in the early game. Rek'Sai still has quite sharp claws to dig in. Some people do build full tank, but then you end up becoming almost just a crowd control bot, where you're looking for that knock-up, which isn't quite as good on Rek'Sai anymore. You only knock up the one target and knock back anybody else that you clip with it, so it's not quite as good as it used to be.
They have buffed the AD scaling off that in this patch. It's now double what it used to be, from 0.4 up to 0.8. Still not massive, especially when you're building sort of bruisery items on that Rek'Sai rather than full assassin. Would work a lot like Nocturne, I guess, if you had full assassin Rek'Sai. Pridestalker gonna go on the hunt for something, but unable to prowl his way around the river. Now, 10 minutes in, we have a 2,000 gold lead for ROCCAT. Those 2 kills sitting pretty in the bank for them, and they're starting to pick up bits and pieces of items. Pridestalker's going for the Skirmisher Saber here on the Warwick, and we've got a Hex Drinker first for Faxi as he trades onto Wonder in the top lane.
Yeah, and Faxi's build is based predominantly off just dominating out in that side lane and making sure you can get damage down. It's not a team fighting Gnar build where you might look towards Courage of the Colossus because you want to get that big Gnar and get a massive shield from it. This is further a battle. You try and build likely towards the Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet after the Hex Drinker. You end up just whittling down your opponent, and that's where this all comes from. Expecting to see Wonder concede a lot of this lane the later we go, but for now, Wonder is able to just farm it out with that Seeker's Arm Guard on and just make sure he can stay safe.
Has had to back behind his tier 2 now, as we see Faxi proxy farming up towards that top side. Many a Singed will be watching on in hope and anticipation that perhaps it becomes meta once again. Let's look across the board. Let's take a quick recap of how the key players are doing in this game. So we focused on Senkux in picks and bans. Hasn't really lost out too much. Did have to burn his flash there. Still ahead in CS over Betsy, about 15 farm or so ahead.
Yeah, and Betsy, of course, without that flash, had to concede some of the lane. Senkuk's able to transition back into the mid lane as soon as he's left to shop just that little bit faster. So to be expected, but nevertheless, that first blood does offset some of the gold difference between the two. But Splyce maintaining this bot side jungle control. Again, every time we look down there, wards heading towards Kianan and Wadid. And so far, it's Wadid that is getting the best of the support battle between the two with that first blood assist to his name.
I think the question now becomes for ROCCAT, though, how do they play from this position? They're not... Recently, they haven't really had such strong early games. They haven't really had Pridestalker facilitating this much.
Right, but they're just going to continue what they've done already. Pridestalker, I believe he has snuck down. He at least came to the lane early enough that if he waits around, Splyce will not assume he is there. It was so long ago that he's just waiting to try and get an ult, maybe the Lantern. Got to be careful he doesn't wait too long, though.
There's a ward here in the tri-bush.
Yeah, so it spotted him coming to the lane, and then he sat there for like 20 seconds. So Splyce may very well have moved up to the lane. They didn't in that case. Didn't get caught out.
And actually you can see Splyce reacting to it, saying, we know the jungler's on the bottom side, let's go top, let's clear out some vision, perhaps see if we can catch Faxi underneath his tower. We're unable to do it for the time being. And Kianan and Wadid have got a little bit of pressure on this turret down towards the bottom side, but Kallista's not the best at taking down these towers early on. Hook not quite going to connect from Wadid.
Yeah, just kind of a shot in the dark by Wadid, trying to just punish Kobe if he moves the wrong way under the tower. But you can see already the farm lead, the kill lead for Kianan is the right basis for ROCCAT. And this is the kind of performance that we like to see from them. They having the early game is certainly something that we can't say has happened in a lot of ROCCAT games. So this one starts out in their favor, and hopefully we can see how they can look to transition this into a mid-game lead.
And one thing ROCCAT have done really well as well is play around how strong Kobbe and Mickey are as a bot lane duo. In pure 2v2s in that bottom lane, Kobbe and Mickey have the highest damage in trades of any bottom lane when it's only 2 people versus 2 people. So what Woodid and Hjarnan did was bring Pridestalker down, say, we'll put them on the back foot, and then they won't want to go aggressive on us. With the Zyra, who has so much early damage, with the Varus, who has so much early damage, they won't want to try and pressure forward to us, and we can have a pretty easy farm lane after that first blood.
But what ROCCAT have to be very careful of is as soon as Wonder gets involved in this game for Splyce, if they bring Trashy, bring Senkux, bring Wonder, Senkux will be able to get out of his lane a lot faster than Betsy will. And if they end up in a 5 versus 4, ROCCAT cannot really afford that. You can see some damage went on to Betsy in the middle lane from a small trade from Trashy and Senkux, but it wasn't an all-in there. Didn't see anything like the Weaver's Wall come out. So still a bit quiet for Splyce, waiting for their first opportunity to utilize this composition. And it is a slightly different composition to what we've seen them be successful on. This isn't the 1-3-1. It's now a little bit more reliant on team fighting and grouping up with Wonder coming into the fight early.
And it's interesting you decide to draft that sort of composition against ROCCAT, who last week against Fnatic showed us that their team fighting is pretty A-OK, pretty on par with some of the best teams in Europe. At 15 minutes, ROCCAT tend not to be in the lead, but this game is their 16th across the EULCS in 2017, where they have a gold advantage. 2,000 as well, a substantial amount for the 15-minute mark, and they're slowly eking more and more out of this Splyce team.
And this is significant growth for ROCCAT over the last 6 months, realistically. This time last split, not even year, split, ROCCAT were without a win, heading into a series against an Origin team without a win that turned out to be a 70-minute game and was one of the most ridiculous, worst games we've ever had. Then the turnaround from that was a 6-series win streak, including beating the undefeated G2 lineup. And now last week, they beat Fnatic. They at least have a lead now against Splyce, who are challenging for the top of Group B. What a significant turnaround for this team. And a lot of it came from the introduction of like a sports psychologist they talked about. They've now adjusted players. They've got to try and be careful as the Splyce guys were heading down to the bottom lane, but even then, they hold their metal. They're able to just deny anything from happening.
No summoners burnt there as well. Faxi does still have TP if they want to come down. Wonder's going to get forced back by Pridestalker up towards the top side. Has to flash as Pridestalker jumps in. And coming back to your point, I especially think the sports psychologist has helped ROCCAT a huge amount, because a lot of people thought when Maxlaw left that they would actually fall down again, you know, lose once again. We're actually going to see the hook here. TP's coming in behind them. That tower's going to fall down. Fate's Call knocks him back. There's the Lantern. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Great escape from ROCCAT. Fate's Call back. Lantern away. Tower for tower. Didn't quite see who got first blood in that trade.
Yeah, I actually wonder whether completing the TP was the correct choice from Wonder, as up top side, the continuing push from ROCCAT may very well take the inner tower from this. Wonder had an opportunity to stop his TP, and yeah, Warwick and Gnar are just going to be able to get this down. So it's a 2-tower equal trade, but you look at the amount of room this Gnar now will have on the top side of the map to punish Rumble. Going to be a tough couple of minutes here for Wonder before he can actually steady himself into that TP being available, the flash being available for the next fight.
It's such a long lane for them now. Splyce did actually get first tower blood there, which is why the gold evened out or didn't extend in favor of ROCCAT, but ROCCAT are going to look towards the Rift Herald as well. Should be an easy enough secure for them. Don't really see too much pressure coming out from Splyce.
Yeah, you can see Trashy heading over to his Wolves, not really assessing the fact that this is in progress. I'm a little surprised that Trashy didn't rush out towards that. Rek'Sai is one of the easier champions to get into the pit on. If there's no blast cone behind it, you just kind of burrow under, try and get the smite steal, and then if you have to, flash back out. But I mean, maybe that's nitpicking at that point, but I still think you should at least try and get a ward there, try and deny them, delay them. But the option for Splyce was get the Mountain Drake. That is obviously a benefit in its own right. Still think they could have contested ever so slightly.
I agree with you there, Stress. I think there's always a possibility of that. And you say it's a little bit nitpicky, but the way that both of these teams have played, and ROCCAT especially, has been so clean in this early game. There haven't really been any glaring errors where I say, well, they made a mistake there, their macro wasn't good there, they didn't trade effectively there. And this is the sort of game we would expect from playoff contenders, from second, first in the group teams. Splyce, of course, looking for that first spot, albeit temporarily today.
Yeah.
And ROCCAT challenging to go ahead of G2. Something a lot of people would have thought unthinkable.
Yeah, right now they are tied with G2 in series. So it's...
Gonna go in onto Senkus here in the top side, Wadded with the play back, tanking up the tower. Here comes the TP. Senkus knocked back, seismic shot on Janan as Trashy gets the damage down onto Wadid. Just about survives, but here comes the Void Rush. Trashy with a kill. Janan dies off towards the back of it as well. It's only Faxi up against 3 members of Splyce, and he's gonna get knocked up. Unburrow gets the kill. Double kill for Trashy. Splyce get 3.
Good flash knock up there from Trashy. Mid lane, the response is the Rift Herald was summoned. Now they go on to one.
Has unleashed power. That's wonderful for ROCCAT as they take down the Rumble. They'll look for the tower as well. Let's pause. It's all right, guys. All the action's finished.
For now, at least. Pause coming out from the Splyce side of things as the Rift Herald had pushed up towards the second tower. There was a lot to digest in that last 30 seconds of the game. Overall, ROCCAT extend their gold lead ever so slightly. The kills did go over to Splyce, most of them going to Trashy. Just a really intriguing set of plays.
So it ended up being a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Splyce in kills, but mid lane tower went to ROCCAT, and they're looking for a second tower as well. So there's a possibility that ROCCAT actually get the favorable end of the trade. And I want to come back to that as well, because we just talked about how ROCCAT are playing so cleanly. And even here, this was relatively clean for a bit of a botched dive down towards bottom lane.
Yeah, it starts out well for ROCCAT in the sense that they get onto Senkux. Senkux is not expecting this amount of damage from Hyanan, but you can see Wadid actually misses a lot in this exchange. It's only
just
the
too tanky stress.
The Flay finally catches Senkux out before the rest of the fight. Then in comes the Rek'Sai ultimate to take out Wadid. Kobe is able to pick up one in response. And then we had the flash play come forward. So that was the bottom lane exchange that Splyce were able to turn around. And that's what that composition can do. Between the teleport and the Senkux ultimate, when they do get to use it, they can actually get on top of people quite quickly to turn around situations into their numbers.
I want to talk about the groups as well here, Stress, for a little bit as we still have this pause going on. Because up until we came into group play, it looked very much like the groups were even. You know, you had standout members, Unicorns and H2K, Fnatic and G2. But after seeing Fnatic demolish H2K yesterday, and now seeing Splyce on the losing side to ROCCAT thus far in this game, can you say that Group A is actually more stacked or stronger than Group B?
Oh, that's always a loaded question.
Yes, it is.
It feels like it currently. Is, I think, what you can say on that. I don't think it's definitely the case because there's so many questions I have for G2. Like, everybody just takes G2 and they're like, okay, these are the best guys in Europe. This is the best team. Everybody else is, you know, supposedly a step down, but that's not the case right now. So you got to look at, like, the ROCCATs, the G2s of the world. Maybe they are closer to where the top of Group A is, but what about Unicorns Fnatic? That's a matchup I want to see. What about Unicorns G2? Is
Unicorns
that closer?
G2 is a match I want to see, and that's coming up straight after this series as well. But we still have at least 2 games of action, or 1.5 games at least, Stress.
Yeah.
And these teams look very, very close. I think if you take away the early kills in the bottom lane from ROCCAT, that first blood, this game would be very much more on a knife edge and not erring towards ROCCAT's favor. We do have some information about the pause. Wonder pause because of an issue with the damage from Rumble's equalizer. The league officials are reviewing the play and we'll get you more information as soon as we can. I know the officials work very hard on making sure that all aspects of the play are covered when this sort of thing goes on.
Yeah, we, of course, as you said, we're waiting for league officials' review of the play. There was a significant amount of damage, but we'll see how that all pans out. As honestly, we talked a little bit about that play from Splyce in the bottom lane, turning it back around against ROCCAT. I feel like some of that play could have been neutralized, the Rift Herald having this potency in the middle lane. We talked about maybe contesting it a little, pushing away Pridestalker from that area. It feels like Splyce are playing a very reactive game here up against ROCCAT, rather than being proactive on their own exchange. And that's something I think they're going to have to adjust here. It works well when you have scaling side laners, but right now the Rumble only going to have impact in team fights. The Taliyah, most of the impact is going to come when you cross over to the rest of the team. So I kind of want to see them start forcing plays, utilizing some of these ultimates.
It feels more like the Splyce of a few weeks ago who had these 1-3-1 compositions, who had the split push possibility, rather than Splyce with a team that really wants to team fight. There were times, Stress, when they tried to make plays up towards that top side. We saw Faxi have to back away as it was Trashy and Senkux who went up there looking for the ult to cut Faxi off by the tower, but they've never really been able to pull that trigger, and it felt time and time again like ROCCAT are just half a step or a step ahead of them across the course of this game.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it, and a lot of that came from their young jungler, Pride Stalker. Actually, the impact he had was way more than we've seen in the previous weeks.
Exactly, and Pride Stalker in Challenger Series took a while to wake up as well. It probably took him about 4 weeks to wake up, and we are now into week 4 of the LCS as well. League officials are still investigating the issue reported by Wonder. In the meantime, let's send it to Shox for a look at the early game.
Thank you very much indeed. Wonder pausing because of an issue with the damage from Rumble's equalizer is what he reported to league officials, and they are right now investigating and reviewing the play. So we're going to review a bit of the game as well. And Henning, they were talking about Group A being stronger or weaker, and you just think, well, hey, Group A is clearly stronger.
I mean, before yesterday, I think you could make the argument for either side. And now Fnatic just 2-0 to K like it's no thing, and now I think you've got to go with Group A.
And especially now that ROCCAT is putting up such a good performance in this game so far, and very interesting to me. Obviously, Pride Stalker, we had so many question marks for him, and I can't help but wonder that the fact that he stole away some of the buffs which netted ROCCAT a lot of advantages in the games they ended up winning might have been kind of a mental de-blockage for him, because in this game, he seemed to have all the reins of the Rift.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the issue that people have been having with Pride Stalker has been the mechanics of the game knowledge, just like the confidence to go for the place. And right now he's like ganking bottom lane level 4 as Warwick just fear flash right into the back line together with the good setup from Wadid. So I think that Pride Stalker is definitely playing well this game. I think Warwick is a pick that fits him.
Yeah, if we take a look at the picks and men's in just a second, I was very interested to see the new Rek'Sai, and Rek'Sai has always been a favorite of Trash together with Graga's champion that can be quite tanky, can go into the middle of the team and engage. But when it comes to the early game, do you think the changes made in 7.11 and then 7.12 would be a reason why he got put behind a bit in pressure by Warwick, or is that champion inherent, or what was going on there?
I think the thing about Rek'Sai right now is that she's not necessarily...
Queen of Desert.
You got to keep track of that. But she's not necessarily weaker than before. I think that she can put up at least as good of a jungle clear and early game skirmishes. So I don't think that the rework of the champion is a reason that Trashy has not been able to keep up early game with Pride Stalker. I think it's just Pride Stalker communicating better with his lanes, and I think there's better gank setup for Pride Stalker compared to Trashy.
Yeah, it must have been much more proactive than he has been. Something that you were speaking about as well when Kennen was left open and we looked at the picks for Wonder.
Yeah.
You really thought he was going to go for that. Why in the end do you think he didn't and opted for the other pick?
I think that's Splyce's style. They really like to have Wonder on a winning matchup in the top lane, because then you can have Senkux on these supportive mid laners like the Talia, like the Aurelion Sol that can roam to the side lanes and help him out, and just have Wonder winning the side lane and then keeping up with the split push. This game, though, they did not go for the Kennen when it was available to them. They went for the Rumble instead and got sort of soft counter-picked by a Gnar, which means that in the extended trades in a long lane in a 1v1, Gnar is going to be able to out-pressure the Rumble. So even though Wonder will be able to contribute more to a team fight, in the extended 1v1, Faxi is going to have the pressure, and I think that's not really going with the style that Splyce have been playing with before. Yeah,
that has worked for them in the past. So you think here they're banking more on the team fight and maybe, the new ultimate by Rek'Sai going in there, focusing up one target, getting the Rumble ultimate to zone off the rest. Might that be the plan?
Yeah, I mean, last week they were able to out-team fight the Unicorns of Love, which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
So I think that they might have adapted their style from last week and go from these more sort of a team fight-focused comp. This is like a team fight comp with a strong early game, and I think that's something that could fit Splyce after what we saw from them last week. Right now, not doing too well in the early game, though, and that's where they should be somewhat strong in the early game, and it's not working out for them.
Yeah, I do have an update, so I have to interrupt you for just a second. League officials, they have determined that there was indeed an issue where Rumble's equalizer did not do damage to caster minions, and officials are now meeting with the teams to discuss further action to take. So we will be updating you as we go on, as we were speaking about Splyce, their team composition and the plan in this game, because we haven't been seeing much of a plan, sadly, and I don't think that's too much to the detriment of Splyce, because ROCCAT has just been playing extremely well, and not just in making early moves, but also capitalizing on it and taking objectives, which is a huge leap for them.
Yeah, I mean, taking these towers are very important, especially when you get the split pusher in the Gnar versus the Rumble. So having the Gnar like in just a normal 1-versus-1 lane with the Rumble, you're not going to really be able to punish him. But if you have the extended lanes, if the towers are down, especially if you got like a frozen mallet on the Gnar, you can just chase down that Rumble, and there's nothing that Wonder can do against that Afaxi. So I think that trading the towers in the side lanes here is beneficial for ROCCAT. We also got to see that on the map right now. As the pass is coming in, the mid lane tower tier 2 is actually getting sieged down for ROCCAT. So if ROCCAT would be able to get both tier 2s on the top side of the map, that would just give them such an immense control over the top side jungle.
Yeah, I do believe we have a replay of that we can pull up where there was a skirmish in the bottom lane, and in the end, both teams are able to capitalize and focus more on the map and get some towers off it.
So Shox, tell me, what does Kalista and Thresh do? This duo,
they hook and they shoot people.
They are so good at saving each other. Look at this. They're able to like get from tier 1 to tier 2 tower in like 1 second because you got the Fate's Call and the Lantern. If you're Splyce, you should know this. You should know that they will be so good at just getting away from the gank, and Rumble TP completes towards the bottom lane. I'm not sure if that's the correct choice. They are able to trade tier 1 bot and tier 1 mid for 2 towers top. But as we see after this, ROCCAT also are able to pick up the Rift Herald, which allow them to break open mid lane. So in the end, I'd say this is a beneficial trade for ROCCAT, and I think that after this, they have about a 1.5k gold advantage against the team comp from Splyce that should be decently strong in the early game.
Right, they also take the Rift Herald, because in the end that would have been advantageous for both teams, or kind of even, but they take the Rift Herald, so they have a card in their back pocket for later if they get a bit of pressure in each of the lanes. Where do you think they'll want to put that pressure, or where do you want to put the push the advantage out? Is mid lane now the priority for them?
Yeah, for sure. I think we actually saw them use Rift Herald in the mid lane before before the pause went down. I definitely think that's the right choice. I mean, if you can choose any lane to bust open, it's going to be the mid lane for the jungle control, and especially when you already got 2 towers on the top side. I mean, when it comes to the Baron setups later in the game, ROCCAT can just go into the enemy jungle and find the picks, and there's not going to be any towers for Splyce to run away to.
Yeah, I think that's crucial here, because they do have Foxy, and maybe it's also a bit of Foxy did not have the hottest games maybe recently, and Gnar is kind of his favorite pick, or one that he has been doing really, really well historically, and it fits now, and especially now that the top half of the map is entirely open for ROCCAT, they'll be able to utilize that to their advantage. And what can Splyce come up now with a plan? They have the team fighting comp. Where can they push an advantage? Because it's not so easy when you're being pushed back, and maybe in vision also to just pull the trigger anywhere.
You do not I think my problem with the team comp from Splyce is that you don't really have the clear engage tools. When you have the team fighting comp, you really want a way to open up the fight, and I don't really see that here. Sure, you can maybe get the Rek'Sai flank in with a tunnel, or you can have like a Rumble ulti or a Varus ulti to catch someone from range, but they don't have the way of forcing a team fight. If they're able to get a team fight, though, for example, if ROCCAT takes an objective and they're able to come and interrupt them, if ROCCAT comes at them and tries to engage, they have so many great tools to do this. They have the Chain of Corruption, they have the Strangled Thorns, they have the Equalizer, they have everything to just lay down the AoE damage and punish ROCCAT.
Nice to see that the crowd is also still enjoying. They're all dressed up as well. And Grabs is like, oh my god, I'm finally winning another game. Can we play? I don't know if you can hear it. Hi, guys. All right. Well, I also hope that we can get into game in just a bit as well. And looking forward, maybe something we haven't touched on is a mid lane. Betsy, we've said, well, he's good on these control mages and that he doesn't really have to do the all-in all too much. And Syndra is a champion that he is going to have to make the plays later. And Senkux, on the other hand, was also someone that we were looking at that had been having a big champion pool. He pulled out the Aurelion Soul. He's been having a bit more influence. How do you think the influence of both Talia in this game and then on the other side of Betsy on Syndra is going to evolve?
I was a bit surprised to see these picks in towards the mid lane, because these are 2 mid laners that have very peculiar champion pools. Like, they really have their own style. Betsy's most played champion is the Vladimir. The most played champion for Senkux is the Aurelion Sol.
Yeah.
So both of them really have this like kind of weird way of playing the game, and now they're going towards Syndra and Talia, 2 of the like standard go-to mid laners. Mid lane so far, actually, it looks like Senkux did have the pressure on towards Betsy, and that Talia versus Syndra matchup was able to get a lot of tower damage, which ended up being very valuable when Splyce was able to come mid and get the tower.
Right. Well, we've been talking for a bit. I am going to reiterate that League officials are still investigating the possible bug reported by Wonder about Rumble damage not being done on the minions, and they are now deliberating what the next steps are in this process specifically. And, well, I kind of feel like we've exhausted the theorizing over the game specifically, so let's go a bit beside the game and maybe look at a bigger scale things, because Splyce is a team that we'd expected, or for them to go back to the higher regions. Martin's always saying, or Martin Linge, the physio, is always saying, this is Summer Split Splyce, so this is where it's going to come all online for them. But it does seem that ROCCAT seems to have the upper hand in the slower macro game, which is surprising to me.
It is a bit surprising to me. I mean, the strong laners that Splyce was able to draft, I think that's just a testament to that they fear falling behind in lane, so they really want the strong laners so they don't fall behind, and then they're confident in their team fighting capabilities. But as you said, right now, ROCCAT seems to be getting more towers, getting more objectives, and I think this is due to Trashy not being able to keep up with PrideStalker, and PrideStalker getting that early advantage in the bottom side. I think he's just going to be able to keep punishing Trashy unless the Danish jungler is able with the Lucky Glasses, was it?
Yeah, he tweeted that he was undefeated on the glasses he's wearing right now. So anything you can get to help. Well, we'll see how it evolves in this game. And in the context of the group for Splyce, obviously, they definitely want to win this game. They showed that they can beat the Unicorns of Love, so it would only be odd if they took another step down now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're contesting for that top spot with the likes of Unicorns of Love and H2K. And with H2K losing yesterday in like a pretty convincing fashion, like it's definitely like the initiative could be there for Splyce to take that first spot in the group, and especially since the Unicorns have a tough matchup later on today as well, going up against U2. A lot of it's going to be up to the Splyce to, I mean, they could run away with the group at this point.
All right, well, I think it's time for us to move on. Luckily so, to catch you guys up, League officials have investigated a bug with Rumble's equalizer, but have determined that the issue does not warrant a remake, and the teams will be playing through. So let's send it back to Medic and Stress to get back on the Rift.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back to the Summoner's Rift. Stress is here. Just hiding behind me for the time being.
And we're getting ready to head back into the game. Okay,
there we are.
So at this point, we need to reset some of the game for you. Just, you know, remember where we are here. So we just had the play on the bottom side coming the Splyce turnaround. And we're currently in a situation where Wonder was trying to hold mid against the Rift Herald push. Had a Warwick jump right onto him, and ROCCAT looked to try and get further on in that mid lane push. That's where we ended up going, and we are back into the game. You can see Rift Herald just about to expire in that middle lane. Didn't achieve the second tower.
Still did get one, of course, so it's still an equal trade. 3 kills to Splyce, 2 kills to ROCCAT. ROCCAT get that tower in the mid lane and a bit of a chunk off the next tower as well. A 2,000 gold lead for them, 20 minutes in.
Yep.
And they're starting to pick up items across the board. You see double items completed onto Hyanan, Morello Nomicon, and almost that Neandries as well for Betsy.
Yeah, and of course, ROCCAT have been ahead for the majority of this game. If you are just joining us, it comes from a set of early plays that ROCCAT made in the bottom lane, getting PrideStalker into the lane, utilizing the Thresh Lantern gank on this Warwick, and they managed to put Trashy behind as well for the majority of the early game. But right now, ROCCAT looking to continue some of their aggressive play. Bottom tower is finally going to go down to the hands of Hyanan, and Wadid has been very mobile on the Rift, getting between the lanes, making sure he has impact.
And that's something Wadid has just done so well throughout the split. His Thresh as well, one of his most common picks throughout this summer split, has been absolutely devastating. His hooks, reminiscent of Jez's yesterday with all of those flash hooks he landed for Fnatic. Kobe's actually gone for second item QSS as well. PrideStalker's going to get caught out by Trashy. Kobe's here as well. No chains to come down yet, but Senkux will get a tower for Splyce. And that means it's 4-3 on the tower score and 4-3 on the scoreline.
Yeah, very quick demolition game here out from ROCCAT and Splyce. And of course, Mountain Drake, first of all, did go over to Splyce early on. The Rift Herald went to ROCCAT. Ooh, just a split-second difference there as Senkux was recalling out of the top side before Hyanan and Wadid actually put a ward in that bush. Managed to just get out in time, but you have to feel like this favors ROCCAT. A composition that can very easily take one member of Splyce out. With this Syndra, with this Thresh, the Warwick is going to be very difficult to deal with the longer we go.
However, Splyce can try and find ways to deal with it. Banshees was the first item for Senkux, the QSS, as we said, for Kobe. Mickey can always get a McHale's, although that's slightly out of build for the Zyma. Can dodge, can flash away if you want to. And if ROCCAT go for that aggressive play, try and pick someone out and aren't able to connect onto anyone, then perhaps we'll see Splyce be able to turn it around. They've got great zone control with their composition.
And this is where one of the dangerous areas come from, is the fact that ROCCAT are pushing forward with wards behind them. Senkux is trying to come down
Here we
towards the
go.
middle lane. Yeah, here comes the Weaver's Wall. Where's the teleport?
Yarnan gets knocked back and he has no way to escape. The hook onto Trashy into the box. His Pride Stalker as well, though. Yarnan is going to get knocked up. It's a 1-for-1 trade as ROCCAT retreat. The equalizer comes out. Splits were did off from the rest of the team, but Senkux is unable to chase any further. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Faxi continues to push.
Yeah, once again, Faxi having the impact outside of the team fight here. Didn't choose to teleport down, but is able to push.
Camera here, by the way. Can see Faxi here. That was Mega Gnar on the big screen and Mini Gnar on the small screen.
Just able
to
yeah.
Get it stressed?
It's two Ronnies joke at this point with you and I. Although if you're the big Ronnie, that means I'm the funny one. So I don't think that's completely true.
No, I'll take that. Your pun game has been on point.
A lot of people not from the UK really confused about that, but just...
Well, my real name's Airman as well, so it's a Ron.
Ah.
A Ronnie. Yeah. Anyway, ROCCAT now 5 kills to 4 up still, only with that 3,000 gold lead. Have some vision control in the river, but if you look at Splyce's vision as well, they've got good control wards on their red side, and they are spotting out any aggressive plays from ROCCAT. Yeah,
and ROCCAT have been more of the active team. We talked about this a little bit before we headed to the analyst desk, where it seems like Splyce are trying to be reactive, and this was the first play utilizing the Taliyah ultimate that we've really seen this game, and that's what Splyce were doing very well against the Unicorns, is making the plays, taking the team fights to them. And that was why that win over the Unicorns was quite surprising, because usually nobody beats the Unicorns at team fighting and skirmishing.
Exactly.
Everybody just falls to them, and Splyce said, nope, we're going to win this game, and 2-1 on the series. Really impressive.
Unicorns obviously just didn't have the right anti-venom for the day. Splyce spitting that poison towards the cats that are ROCCAT, but ROCCAT at the moment seem to be immune. They're setting up vision around this Baron. Radid can clear out that ward if he wants. Don't need to. It's a control ward there anyway, so it's no vision granted for the Splyce lineup. ROCCAT are going to go down towards this Mountain Drake. Of course, Splyce picked one up for themselves earlier on, and because the map is so open now, it actually can make it harder for ROCCAT to find a pick, because Splyce have a lot more opportunity to roam around without having to stand near their towers.
Talk about having the right anti-venom and that. I thought Harry Potter taught us that like unicorn blood gave like life properties and you should be stronger from it.
You have to drink it,
I mean,
though.
Oh, okay, I guess Splyce didn't figure that bit out last week.
that was the problem.
That's why
none of them look like Voldemort.
That's true. They've got to a point where they're not taking the lead in the game. They clearly didn't listen to Professor Quirrell and Philosopher's Stone, but something you've got to listen to in this is at least the way ROCCAT move towards that Baron. With the Callista, with the Gnar, you'll be able to take that down quite quickly. So if ROCCAT do end up going over there, taking control of the Baron pit, then Splyce will be in a little bit of trouble. That's why they're putting so much focus around it right now with those wards.
Actually, something we've seen so well from both these teams this game is trading of objectives. So there we saw ROCCAT go for the Mountain, and Splyce said, okay, we'll get vision around the Baron. We'll make sure you can't sneak that one away from us later on. Even with Faxi continuing to push up towards that bottom side, Splyce have been able to react a lot of the time, and it would have been very easy for them just to fall behind here and lose out because of ROCCAT's strong early game, but they've kept it within this 3,000 gold marker, and it means that they always have a chance in the game. Trashy's going to jump in, Bessie gets knocked back, rooted down, that's a shutdown for Splyce.
Couldn't even trade for Mickey's life, but here comes Wadid and Yarnan.
This is brave. This is so brave from Wadid and Yarnan. Fate's call comes out, knock up onto Trashy. Here come the rest of ROCCAT. They're trying to catch Splyce between ROCCAT and a hard place, but Trashy does so much work in the front line. That's a kill for him. Faxi, the last man standing for ROCCAT, as Splyce absolutely destroy ROCCAT.
2 fractured fights in Splyce's favor. Good flash from Senkux.
Faxi's still going in, though, does get the stun. The barrier comes out, Seismic Shove comes back, but Faxi's not knocked away, and Senkux is gonna fall. Faxi bringing some hope back for ROCCAT.
Yeah, Senkux is sticking around a little bit too long. That will be a detriment. No side lane Baron buff for now, at least in one of the lanes here. Wonder will have teleport available, so he can go out towards the side lane. Faxi can match it and try and play the 1 versus 1 now that he's got the Frozen Mallet. But this fight all started with that catch onto Betsy. Flash knockup didn't quite land as Betsy flashed it out initially, but Trashy was able to at least get the knock back by the looks of things and was able to at least continue that fight. Then Senkux cuts off Yarnan and Wadid from the long escape from this, and Trashy just takes up a lot of the ROCCAT time here. Good Zyra ultimate. Again, zoning back ROCCAT, splitting the fight in half, and from there, Faxi, he's built for side lane split pushing, but that doesn't mean he won't deal with a pesky Taliyah. His flash came out already. Senkuk still wanted to fight. I think that's the problem, is once you've already got away from this situation, just let the Mega Gnar go. You're going to lose that fight. Oh, Senkuk's no flash.
Senkuk's going to get jumped on, no flash, as you say. Here they come, all of ROCCAT. Just appear from thin air, and Senkuk's is dead once again.
That's a great response, and I'd love to have seen the setup on that a little bit more out of ROCCAT, see how they got into that position without Splyce actually figuring them out, because, of course, Splyce should have had those empowered recalls.
Faxi does have another flash away from Mickey. This is so good from Faxi.
And this is why it's one of his picks. I mean, it doesn't look all that flashy, but Faxi comes in, just walks up to someone, gets a flash twice in a row now. That has translated into kills and tower kills, because look, bottom lane, very low. Mid lane, low from the Rift Herald push earlier. Means ROCCAT have a lot of gold just waiting to go in their favor.
And Splyce have the Baron here.
Yeah.
Splyce are the team that won the last fight, and they are the ones on the back foot. As ROCCAT make a great pick down towards that bottom lane. As you say, superb setup by them to do that. The gold basically even between these two teams now, and this is such a close fray between these two guys.
So this was the setup. Thank you very much to our observers for getting this in our view. The lane was pushed up far enough that Senkuk didn't see anybody come up. Faxi jumps the lane first. Senkuk thinks he's just about safe, and it's an easy pickup for ROCCAT to get that first kill in that bottom lane since the Baron buff was picked up.
Yanan and Wadid standing still outside of the bush, because obviously Trashy can't see them anyway, so it doesn't matter if you're in the bush or outside of the bush. Just looks really odd when you see it. Faxi's going to jump in onto Mickey. Here's the base corner as well. They know there's no flash for the Zyber, but the equalizer is going to come down, and that's going to burn straight through with it. ROCCAT lose one. Splyce have had one taken down as well as Trashy gets onto the back line, but Yanan's doing work. Cobby chasing up against Betsy. Betsy wins that one. Senkuk's the last man standing once again for Splyce.
And it's 1 versus 4 remaining in favor of ROCCAT here. They've already got themselves a team fight win. Now they move towards the mid lane, and up against the Baron buff. ROCCAT have completely neutralized Splyce's pushing power because of the lead that accrued earlier on.
Look at how well ROCCAT have played this anti-Baron buff. They're going to get an inhibitor tower out of it, actually extend the gold lead. They'll get the inhibitor as well, and Splyce, after coming back into the game and looking like they were on the front foot, have been absolutely rocked by ROCCAT.
And Pride Stalker, he's on for a personal best. Previously, he had accrued
50 damage a minute.
He had accrued total 3,500 damage on Warwick across all of his games. Because of fights like this, he's broken it in one game alone on his Warwick. And you can see ROCCAT just in full control. Cobby taken down on the side. Betsy had an easy route into that fight. And ROCCAT have broken the Baron buff of Splyce and pushed them all the way back to having a gold lead again.
3,000 ahead for ROCCAT now, and I think the story of Pride Stalker in this game and in this series thus far is one of the key turning points for ROCCAT. He has had such an impact in this game. He has been devastating from basically minute 3, and Splyce just haven't been able to deal with him. Trashy, you know, has had some good plays, but Pride Stalker has always seemed to be that one step ahead, that one move ahead of this Splyce lineup.
And the interesting thing is, while there was the Zac ban, the Elise ban, the Kha'Zix ban, we saw Trashy have good performances on Lee Sin. We questioned whether he could play the Lee Sin a couple of weeks back, and he actually showed up, looked very strong, opting for this Rek'Sai. And Rek'Sai is by no means a bad pick, but it just doesn't have the same impact, especially from behind. It is so difficult, because Rek'Sai is a 50-50 champion, and you're dead.
Not really 50-50, there's no smite on the enemy team. Wadid's going to land the hook onto Mickey. Yanan has to use the QSS. They get the Dragon, it's an Infernal. Splyce going to retreat.
And what I mean by 50-50 is Rek'Sai is neither a carry nor a tank.
But Pride Stalker's carrying this ROCCAT lineup now. Cobby's going to try and trade back onto him, but just does not have enough damage. And actually, ROCCAT just looking for the push down mid here. Is this a little bit too brave? There are still 3 members of Splyce left alive. Senkuk has to flash the hook. They're looking for the Nexus Towers, but here comes Cobby, and here comes Wonder. What can they do to wall in ROCCAT?
Thing is, Pride Stalker's around now as well. ROCCAT have their whole team strong. ROCCAT are going to back themselves away, and you can see just how easily Trashy got taken down. You're not tanky until you've got 3-4 items on Rek'Sai. It's not like you get this massive boost of health early on, and it just means you can get bursted down after going this warrior build. This is where ROCCAT go for it. Trashy must have died incredibly quickly, barely 2,000 health to his name here, and down he goes. That's a lot of damage first, and then ROCCAT were indeed able to get the hook over the wall. The only thing that maybe makes this fight less so in ROCCAT's favor early on is the fact that Hyanan got chunked early on, and they weren't able to continue into the same way. Hyanan was moving towards the mid lane, and ROCCAT decided to splinter off.
They do get another kill.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, it goes their favor. Like, you can't argue that.
I think the call to go for the Nexus probably was a little bit greedy from them, with 3 members of Splyce still alive and the 3 damage dealers still alive as well. The wave clear from Varus, from Talia is just a little bit too strong. Faxi's gone back to his split push, though. Has the teleport if he wants to join this fight around the Baron in about 40 seconds' time. Splyce setting up there. Look at that gold swing just for a minute. Or 2, Splyce were back in the lead, but ROCCAT have just slowly worked their way up this mountain, and the mountain seems to be reaching its peak.
That is astonishing that ROCCAT have been in control for so long of this game, but it has been quite collected for the most part. Just those couple of fights that went in Splyce's favor earlier, managing to get the Baron for themselves. Well, the next Baron's up in 10 seconds. In fact, he is already pushing back Wonder on the bottom side. This is the side lane control we were expecting. 2 levels up. Faxi is level capped right now. No more experience to go in his favor, and that means he's just crushing through Wonder right now.
That he is, and come back to how clean and how methodical this has been from ROCCAT. Even when they went behind, they didn't look anxious. They didn't look like they were going to make mistakes. And I think a lot of that comes down to the sports psychologist that they picked up at the end of last split. Mental strength from them has been incredible throughout this first game. And when they beat Fnatic, it was the same. They fell quite far behind in that second game with Faxi totaling a lot of deaths.
And that was something that ROCCAT themselves talked about, talking about how it helped them settle as a team. Of course, the changes with Maxwell coming out, we don't know, or at least going to the Misfits lineup, don't really know how that impacted the team behind the scenes, but it looks like they're playing some of the best we've seen all year, at least here up against Splyce.
And Betsy was saying when Price Stalker came on, he said, I think he's mechanically better than Max Law. He just doesn't quite have that shot calling yet. And it seems like in this game they found, I don't know if it's Price Stalker, but they found a shot caller, found someone who can make them make those plays in the early game, make Pride Stalker be that little bit more aggressive, be that bit more on the front foot. And now actually Trashy is caught out behind Faxi here. The Narm into the wall, the suppression. Trashy just locked up for days. Will try and jump away, but he jumps straight back into the ROCCAT team. What did is low, though. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as ROCCAT do just have to back away. Can't take anything more against Splyce for the time being.
Yeah, ROCCAT used a couple of their big ultimates there with the box. Hyanan's ultimate as well, Faxi's ultimate. They can't really look for round 2 on this fight. That means Splyce get a moment here to at least secure some vision control around the Baron, because ROCCAT did just all recall away. And this Trashy going around underground vision, not exactly the easiest.
Trashy was free to get caught out by the ROCCAT lineup.
I don't really know whether the Womble
was the
Womble to Denmark.
Possibly not. The Ronnies probably didn't make it either,
no,
but we're
not.
going with as many English references as we can today. British references, sorry. We're going to go for the Baron once again.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll just chunk that one down. I've had Vedius on.
I've had enough of my co-casters making fun of the Welsh for enough of a split.
Well, at the moment, ROCCAT are going to secure the Baron. No contest from Splyce as Trashy was all the way back in base. And now ROCCAT with a Baron buff. Will it be their undoing like it was Splyce's earlier?
You have to figure that with this Gnar built for the side lane, able to just continue to push, ROCCAT having the strength they already have from their gold lead when it comes to fighting power, plus they got an Infernal Drake on top of that, they should be able to kind of walk this one in, almost. Although, we've talked about damage, that's quite a lot of damage just in itself coming from Mickey.
Typical Zyra support player there.
Yeah, well, you know,
most damage in the game.
We were looking at supports to build Locket, maybe a Redemption. Knight's Vow. No, Mickey still got Leandries and Sword Boots because he's Zyra, so why not?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, that makes sense.
Also, you're not focused in a lot of fights. Actually, Faxi's being focused up towards the top side, and ROCCAT are unable to react to this. Faxi will burn down as Wonder gets the Flame Spitter out, but he manages to jump across the minions and across the wall. Here comes Price Stalker. Wonder has to flash. ROCCAT with 3 members in the mid will look towards the inhibitor. TP in from Faxi as well towards topside.
Faxi just absorbed both carries from Splyce for a while, just enough that they could get the mid inhibitor and now the top inhibitor tower as well. Baron buff still remains for 2 minutes longer. And with the Elder Drake coming up, it should be easy for Yanan and Wadid to take this, even with the Rift Scuttler vision there. This is a Rend Callista, remember? So there's no real way of Smite stealing through.
Splyce are making a beeline for it, though. They're going to see if they can contest, but already 3,000 HP on that Baron is going to be a pretty easy Rend for Yanan, and there it goes.
The opportunity there, though, is if they wanted to fight. Faxi, of course, didn't have teleport available, but he was out of vision in the top side jungle. So it means Splyce didn't have full information that that was, in fact, a fight they could take. But recalls all come through. 1 minute 30 on the Baron buff left. Means that Splyce still have a lot of work to do to defend here.
Have a huge amount of work to do. Elder Drake with an Infernal and a Mountain. Baron buff as you stay with still a minute and a half. And a 7,000 gold lead for ROCCAT. Look at these items. Betsy has a Rabadon's Death Cap completed. You've got completed item build basically on Faxi in the top lane. AD carry only half an item away.
Yeah.
ROCCAT are sitting very, very comfortably in this game.
Banner of command for Wadid as well.
Oh, baby.
Just making sure he's got the full push here.
No longer gives AP, of course, on 7-12, so makes a lot more sense on a Thresh than it used to.
Yeah, and still has the viability of everything you're looking at when you look at Rumble wave clear, Talia wave clear. You deny a lot of that still. It's didn't really change, but Splyce want to engage. They cut off two.
Two members on the wrong side. There comes the equalizer. Price is going to get death. Lanterns away, and now there comes the fight. Trash is just dead again. Like he just disappears in the middle of the fight. Tries to use the void. Just the hook onto Wonder. He gets pulled back. He's going to try and turn this one around as Mickey puts the damage down onto Pride Stalker. Wonder's dead. ROCCAT still have 5 members left alive. Make that 4. As one gets shoved back. Faxi looking for the Nexus towers as the rest of ROCCAT will push down in the bottom lane. That will be the first Nexus tower falling just about. How does that go to Wadid? it's the banner of minion. Bob doing work there for ROCCAT. They're looking for the Nexus. They want to go 1-0 up. Senkux knocks back. Cobby flashes in. Is it too little too late? I think it is. ROCCAT clean up the fight. They get all 5 members of Splyce. And they will get the Nexus as well. 1-0 to ROCCAT.
And they did it, winning a 4 versus 5 in the bottom lane as Faxi with an took the taxi all the way to the Nexus. Yep. Make sure they got the win on this one. And that is a very different ROCCAT than the ROCCAT that beat Fnatic. Even so, they won against Fnatic, now winning game 1 against Splyce. That was a 3-1-10 game out of Faxi. Dominant performance out in that side lane, coming a lot from the draft, of course, but ROCCAT playing very well around things that typically we don't expect out of ROCCAT. Syndra for Betsy, good pick for him here as well.
And I think we have to come back to who we focused on in picks and bans. We said it's on Wadid, it's on Pride Stalker. They're the ones that really need to step up to be able to carry this ROCCAT lineup. Wadid played incredibly well. 14 kills out of 19 he was involved in. Very strong roaming. And then Pride Stalker as well. 13 kills out of 19. Early game focus from him. Great damage across the board. As you say, in this one game, he's done more damage than his entire Warwick career in the LCS. It was just so much cleaner and so much more macro-orientated and so much better strategically from ROCCAT.
It was, and we have to look at that ROCCAT playstyle and how Splyce played a different playstyle that they have succeeded with as well. I see where Splyce were going with the draft. It does make sense, but at the same time, this hasn't been what we know Splyce can do, right? It didn't encompass the 1-3-1 setup effectively because they were running like a teamfight pick with a Rumble. The Rek'Sai isn't necessarily a split push that sometimes we would previously see out of the jungle as well. No more since they changed Rek'Sai. And I just felt like a little underwhelmed from Splyce. I think ROCCAT did very well. I think Splyce didn't really live up to what we've seen from them.
Well, ROCCAT did get the win to start off the series. Shox and Henning are ready to tell you more.
Well, thank you, Medic. And I actually think, the hanging, is he going to get a fist bump? Yes, smooth. All right, I was going to say that Medic and Stress's height difference is kind of an allegory for how the match went. And then Medic is ROCCAT and Splyce is Stress. And, well, what I wanted to highlight especially is that ROCCAT impressed me so much in this game because they did everything right. And no matter how good, of course, if Splyce was more on the ball, they could have offered more counterweight. But if you look at everything, the goal difference over time, except for that little dip, the kills that we can't see here, but on every single one of the carries, Betsy having a huge game, Pride Stalker having consistently a lot of kills and engages, Foxy rather, doing his job, also racking up some kills, but especially with the key on that split push and then the bottom lane, which always delivers, and the objectives. Man, it was just all good for ROCCAT.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm impressed by ROCCAT. This is a textbook split pushing like play style. Like if you're playing like Gnar and Tryndamere and stuff in solo queue, go watch this game. This is how you're supposed to do it. Not like my solo queue top laners, it just like runs it down top and tries to hit the tower. No, you have to ward the jungle, you have to wait until you have pressure on the other side of the map, you have to get all these things ready, and then you can go to the sideline. And that patience is what impressed me the most about ROCCAT. I mean, they got the bottom lane tower really low like early on in the game, and then Foxy did not like sacrifice himself to get the tower. He waited, and then he got it.
Systematic.
Yeah.
And we saw there in the goal that there was a dip for ROCCAT and a tiny resurgence for Splyce. It is where you pointed out they'll be looking for some team fights. They'll be looking for some picks because they do have a good composition for that. And our first replay is we're going to take a look at that one moment where Splyce said, hey, we are still here. And they managed to get a pick on Betsy.
They gets a good pick on towards Betsy right here, and this is what they want to do. I mean, they pick a losing matchup for Wunder in the top lane just to get the stronger team fights, and this is going to be the team fight afterwards. And this is where Splyce is really strong. This is exactly the kind of fight that they want to take, and like just having a 5 versus 4, that's just icing on the cake at this point. So fighting with like Siren, Rumble in these sort of tight corridors in the jungle, it's exactly what Splyce wants to do before this fight, before the pick onto Betsy. ROCCAT had a 3k gold lead afterwards. Splyce gets Baron and equalizes the gold count, even though Syncox gets caught out by Foxy.
That's so frustrating. You're a tank, well, an off tank, but you still tank.
Yeah, doing a lot of that AD damage, and I think this is just... I'm not sure if the Rumble pick was worth it, honestly, for Splyce. They pick it to force the team fights. They were able to do it like once in the entire game, and just losing out in the top side matchup. It's not what you want.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, especially seeing that in that fight, it did come down to kind of pressing the Zhonya's at the right moment, engaging at the right moment, positioning, because even though it was a 4 versus 5, ROCCAT was very far ahead. So Splyce shows that they are very good at skirmishing, and they kind of have a resurgence, but it wasn't long. ROCCAT immediately right after get another fight, or a bit later, they get another fight, they get a couple of kills, they turn on to Baron afterwards, they turn on to Elder Dragon afterwards, and they just play it out super correctly.
Yeah, for sure, ROCCAT just knows what to do on the map with this sort of split-pushing composition. They also have a lot of pick potential with the Syndra and the Thresh. As soon as someone on the side of Splyce missteps, they're going to be caught out. You can't say the same for the side of Splyce, though, as they really didn't have any way of forcing the fights with this sort of team-fighting composition, which is really something that you do want.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of those team fights for ROCCAT, then the ones that they... Well, they had a couple of very well-placed ones. Combined with the split push, it was absolutely detrimental, and combined with Kalista, who obviously can net you the objective the minute you get an advantage in a team fight after.
Yeah, such a decisive shot calling from ROCCAT. They just know exactly what to do. Everyone goes at the same time, and Foxy just from being able to split push on the side, and absolutely huge. Betsy also makes so quick work onto copy there.
I don't really notice it in fights like this, but Pride Stalker, we say he's done good throughout the entire game. What is his job as Warwick in a messy fight like this?
He's the big front line that's just supposed to be disruptive. He's getting in there and everyone has to deal with him. They have to do something about him. He's not a huge damage dealer, but he's something that...
He's in your face.
He's in your face, he has to be dealt with, and with the damage reduction on the E, that's going to be very hard to do.
Yeah, I was also impressed by Betsy. I said it before in the... It's not a brief pause. In the pause, that Syndra is a pick that usually I wouldn't associate with Betsy too much in terms of carrying, but he stepped up. He did fantastically, as did the entire team. And, well, they net themselves a win. They could be on a way to 3 straight series wins if they can win that next game. So what is it going to come down to? Splyce wasn't able to play their game. Is there a change here? You don't want to see the Rumble, I don't think. Is the Rek'Sai part of the problem? What would you change, Henning?
I think Splyce has to change up the draft. They cannot be happy with what happened in the first game, so either get a winning matchup for Wunder in the top lane, maybe get the cannon as they could have gotten this game, or if you really want to go for this team fight heavy style, which could also work out, you have to get some sort of an initiate or a big engage. Like, you can't rely on Trashy landing the flash on Burrow on the Rek'Sai, because that just didn't... I don't think that happened like once throughout the entire game.
All right, well, they are discussing it right now. Splyce, we'll see what happens. ROCCAT, they look to stay on the winning track against Splyce. Game 2 is right around the corner. Stick around.
Mid lane and bot lane though, we see junglers going in. Stalker's gonna jump in onto Copy, flash away the hold hands, and Nick is already put his flash. This is gonna be first blood to ROCCAT. Yarn, Bates call comes out, knock him onto Trashy. Here come the rest of ROCCAT, they're trying to catch. Splyce between ROCCAT in a hard place, but Trashy does so much work in the front line. That's a kill for him. Back to the last man standing for ROCCAT as Splyce absolutely destroyed. Onto Mickey, here's the base call as well. They know there's no flash for the Zyber, but the equalizer is going to come down, and that's going to burn straight through with it. ROCCAT lose one. Splyce have had one taken down as well as Trashy gets onto the back door, but Yana's doing work. Kobe chasing up against Betsy. Betsy wins that one.
It is so difficult because Rek'Sai is a 50-50 champion. Oh, and you're dead.
Want to go 1-0 up. Senkook's knocked back. Kobe flashes in. Is it too little, too late? I think it is. ROCCAT clean up the fight. They get all 5 members of Splyce, and they will get the Nexus as well. 1-0 to ROCCAT. Welcome back to Game 2 between ROCCAT and Splyce. ROCCAT have a 1-0 lead and look to seal the deal with a win here. They are also on the blue side for this game. Just what was that?
Senkook's was like this. I was like, maybe we do that every time now. Trevor and I did that yesterday.
If you told me, that would have been great.
It's okay. Look, sometimes we just got to go, like, follow the flow. It's okay, Medic. Don't worry. It's fine.
I just feel left out now. I feel like Trevor is in this sort of in club and I'm on the outside, just standing here in the rain. You even locked me outside yesterday in that storm. That was very rude.
Isn't that what our country voted for? I mean, let's be real. But I want to talk more League of Legends at this point because, wow, I actually killed him. He's really laughing so hard he had to hit his mute button. But what is not a laughing matter here, Medic, is the fact that Pride Stalker Game 1 looked superb. It's the best performance perhaps we've seen this split out of him. With this Warwick making it work, with Wadid in the bottom lane, Lantern Gank comes through, and from there, Pride Stalker was just always active. And I think that was the thing. He didn't get first blood and just do nothing. Constantly looking to get aggressive, get fights going, and that's what ROCCAT need, really.
Incredibly strong play by him. Actually doubled his usual kills and assists at 15 minutes as well. And it wasn't even that he was always ganking. It's that he took the ganks he needed to take. Got that first blood in the bottom lane, and then from there was willing to farm up, actually out-farmed Trashy by quite a bit in the early game, and just continued to harass and pressure where he needed to be. And I really like him on this Warwick pick as well, because it seems to suit his style. Played a lot of Kha'Zix in CS and in the playoffs as well. Those sort of skirmish-heavy junglers that have high damage output when they need to.
Yeah, and the other pick he was known for was Rengar, which fell obviously out of the meta. Rengar not really often picked anymore. But with this Warwick maybe being a pick for him, we criticized him heavily in the previous games. Low damage, didn't really have impact. Well, seems like he found his groove utilizing that jungle support synergy, and I think that's something Splyce have to be very aware of now going into Game 2. ROCCAT are going to likely play around the same thing again.
So if you're General Jeeves and you're standing there and you're managing your troops and you're deciding how you want to place them on the battlefield, what do you change? Because the Lee Sin was free for them if they wanted it. We could have gone for a different AD carry instead of the Varus. There were a lot of different variables for them.
There were so many options coming out of Phase 2 bans, where you look at it like they could have looked to have picked a matchup for a Kled in the top lane. If you wanted Talia, you could have locked that in as the first pick, knowing it would likely be a Syndra, and then look for a Kled matchup in the top lane. Don't really know whether that was what Splyce were particularly wanting with the rest of their draft, since it seemed like with the Rec side, perhaps they weren't wanting a disengaged mid-style and play out on the side lanes, but still, it's kind of curious that Splyce went so far away from what has worked for them. And I want to see them come back and just say, okay, we're going to win the side lanes, we're going to try and win the game through that way, because that's why Splyce have looked so effective.
And if you're ROCCAT, on the other hand, you just stick with what works. It was worked for them here, worked for them against Fnatic last week. They consistently seem to be able to topple these giants that they meet up against. And although Splyce maybe not in the same league as Fnatic or G2 yet, ROCCAT was still the underdogs coming into this week. And they seem to just have really stepped up their game whenever they meet a challenge.
And Splyce as an organization, we have to keep in mind, came in spring last year, in summer, had a great performance, went to Worlds through the gauntlet, and ended up being one of the teams that started taking wins. They kind of got crushed by RNG at times, but then I think got a win against RNG as well. But it worked better for Splyce throughout the summer split, and I want to see whether they can make it back to Worlds again.
And we are hearing from league officials that Trashy is not feeling well at the moment. The team have been given a grace period for him, and hopefully he'll be able to return to the stage shortly to get back on into the action. Of course, we want all of our players feeling as well as they can when they come into these games. You don't want to have someone who's not feeling well on stage or having to try and step up. And I think a lot of that Game 1 just comes down to how clean ROCCAT were as well. And that's such a step up for them. And it's the progression we wanted to see out of them as a team, because for a long time they were kind of hovering at the bottom of playoff spots, to be kind to them. In all honesty, when they were coming into Group A this split, a lot of people were saying, are they or NIP better? Who's last place?
And so many people were looking at that saying, well, NIP, they've got Profit, they've got all of these things. Whereas,
they've got Nognan.
And I think a lot of people, you'd kind of put that up against each other and say, Faxi or Profit? And a lot of people would be like, Profit. But Faxi has had more success than Profit had when you look at it. And that for ROCCAT has been a good thing, is they have kind of come together in certain games and put on good performances that have started earning ROCCAT a few more fans, a few more wins. Everything seems to be going their way for the most part, and they've gone from an organization that a lot of people were like, oh, they're at the bottom of the standings in Spring Split. I don't think they're going to be around after relegations, because Schalke and PSG are coming for them. They turned their fortune around, and now they truly are at least a middle-of-the-pack team here in Europe.
That they are. Trashy has confirmed he's going to play, and here he comes back onto the stage to take up arms with his Splyce brethren. against this ROCCAT lineup. We are going to get into picks and bans as quickly as we can. Of course, just need to give Trashy the time to set himself up. If you're ROCCAT here, we said, do you change things around? Don't think you need to, but is there anything that you think will change for them here? Do you think that they have the opportunity to draft slightly differently? Do they maybe not give something away? Maybe not give away a secret trick they have? Maybe not play the same composition too many times so teams can't read them too easily?
For ROCCAT, we're looking at here? Yeah. For ROCCAT, I think the problem is if they start playing those mind games with themselves and say, oh, we don't want to give away this because it's secret, I think you might end up not utilizing some of your strength here. And I don't think they're the kind of team that is in a position to do that. It seemed like Fnatic, maybe who are already sitting at the top of the table and looking very strong in multiple areas, can afford to do that. Not the same for ROCCAT, but we are into picks and bans for game number 2. Side selection is the same as you alluded to. Bans so far are the same as game 1 as well. Elise, Zach, Fiora now gone. Kha'Zix's likely to follow with Twitch and Rakan as the last 2 from our first game.
Actually going to be a Warwick ban here instead of the Kha'Zix, so a little bit of adaptation there from Splyce. ROCCAT did choose blue side here as well, so Splyce had been forced over to red once again. And ROCCAT last game banned out the Twitch as their final pick, but maybe want to change things up a little bit here with that Warwick coming from Splyce.
I think you have to... Ooh. Well, Blitzcrank has been seeing a lot more priority and presence, and if the Twitch does get through, you don't want Twitch Blitzcrank or Twitch Thresh to be picked together. Interestingly, Xayah went through the entire pick and ban phase last game and didn't get picked up.
Has really fallen down.
Rakan is here, and Xayah are both available for this draft, so ROCCAT may very well be one of the teams to get Xayah and Rakan multiple times. I believe this would be game number 3 for them to have the duo together.
It's pretty spicy if you can get those together. The lovers leaping in that bottom lane. Splyce looking for their support to start it off. It is going to be the Braum, and now have a wealth of options. Galio still on the cards if they want to go there. So the Renekton and Jace banned out in the second rotation last time. Still strong junglers with the Lee Sin.
Interesting to go Braum here. Only from the perspective that Thresh is very, very strong champion, can be played into Rakan, is a decent matchup. Tahm Kench is a matchup that we're seeing very commonly, but I guess it makes a little bit sense now when you pair the Kalista alongside it. But you've just given Xayah over alongside Rakan should ROCCAT want to pick it.
And they do, alongside the Lee Sin as well for Pride Stalker. So it is a all-bird bottom lane for the time being.
Braum's a pretty funny bird, but I guess
all
you're
bird
talking only on
ROCCAT,
yeah.
Snakes are known to eat birds, though, so perhaps Splyce have something in the works, some strategy that they have prepared to reveal to us here.
And it's the Splyce flex. Could be Gragas in the top lane, of course, nerfs to Doran's Blade. Probably mean this is, not Doran's Blade, Doran's Ring.
You got some interesting Gragases in your games.
I know, right? Likely going in the jungle for Trashy. We've seen him have great impact on this pick.
That we have, and we saw Soaz play it incredibly well yesterday as well for Fnatic. Some game changes moments for them against H2K. Now, Galio ban, Kennen ban as well from ROCCAT. No surprises too much here, and next rotation, a lot of top lane focus, so we might actually see the Gragas flexed up towards Wonder just to fill out that top lane role.
Likely Splyce will leave their last pick in that case to be top lane. Could go for the Talia or something again in the middle lane blind. It's not the kind of pick that gets instantly countered by a lot of things, can do badly against assassins. Another one, Corki, was available in the last game that we saw Splyce opt not to pick. That I think is a safe blind pick.
Oh, definitely.
For the majority, you can just take that and say, okay, well, you can play almost anything into this.
It's going to be Rumble again
same thing
for
again.
Splyce up towards that top side. So it is the Gragas in the jungle, and they took the Gnar away from him. It's not going to be Heimerdinger. Don't, oh, come on.
But you can play Shen into this, which has side lane presence. Looking at other matchups, you can run into Rumble. It's likely going to be... Well, everybody's just booing at the fact it's not Heimerdinger. You really thought Heimerdinger was getting picked up?
Could be Camille here as well, though, in the top lane. Was buffed in this patch, 7-12, and a very strong split pusher. Does the same job as Fiora in a lot of cases. Splyce have mid lane pick last here, unless they're doing some weird wonder flex that we just haven't.
No, I think it's likely, as you said, to be mid lane here. We saw Camille yesterday come out of Fnatic in the support role. That's not what it's going to be for ROCCAT. It will be that top lane against Faxi. I don't necessarily know how much I'm expecting out of Faxi on the Camille, but certainly a matchup that outside of the laning phase, the same kind of principle. You dominate out in the side lane, deny Wonder the ability to team fight with the team, and then you basically take the tower from behind him, and it can be difficult to deal with. But I think Splyce, again, running a composition that is not their flavor that we have come to know from them. This one a little bit more focused around team fighting once again with the Gragas, with the Rumble, with the Kalista.
I'm trying to look through Faxi's games because I think this might be his first Camille game this entire year. And it's not something that is incredibly easy to pick up. I'm sure he's practiced it, of course, but a lot of complexities to that champion that can be played around. And with the Rumble changes as well, that adds another degree of depth to that top lane. So I'm really interested to see how that lane does end up playing out. Across the board, relatively similar compositions from both these two teams, doing the same things as they did last time. ROCCAT have a split pusher up towards the top side. Guys, if you want to get involved, make sure you do join the conversation on Twitter at LOL Esports, hashtag SPYWin if you think Splyce are going to equalize the series, and hashtag ROCWin if you think ROCCAT are going to take it 2-0. We're going to get onto the Summoner's Rift in just a short second. But before we do, we're going to let the crowd roar just a little bit. Look at that.
So that's more than a little bit. Crowd's hyped. See what the extra minute or so of waiting for Trashy. I was worried there, Medic. I was worried.
I saw
like almost like Superman.
I've got scrubs on underneath.
I know, that's what I was going to say.
I've got my stethoscope in the back. I'd have Deficio run it out to me. Actually, probably have Dracos run it out to me.
More reliable. You'll probably find Deficio in the cast room, like trying it on himself for a while.
Taking selfies. ROCCAT 1-0 up against Splyce, looking for another clean game from them, and they have some power picks across the board. Camille in the top lane, Betsy with his Syndra once again, and then the birds of a feather flock together in the bottom lane as Hyanan and Woodid get the Xayah-Rakan duo.
30 seconds until minions.
I thought you were about to make another obscure British TV reference there with Birds of a Feather. I was like, I did not watch it. I can't follow this one. Yeah, I know. Right? I tried to make a Price is Right reference in the studio yesterday. Did not work. Apparently, Price is Right did not make it properly over to Germany. It was called Die Price is Heiß for a while, but nobody watched it, and that doesn't matter anyway. But look at the bottom lane. That's where we're going on this. The Winter's Bite does connect onto Hyanan.
Looking for the concussive blows, not going to be able to get out. Look at the deadly plumage into the junk. Mickey pushed back. Concussive blows comes out. The ignite is onto Mickey as well as ROCCAT.
Watch for the Rend.
For the first kill. The Rend is there. Woodid just about survives, and now Hyanan gets some pressure down onto Kobe as well. Both supports go low, but neither dies.
Ooh, the irony is Splyce actually played up against Xayah and Rakan and didn't, up against the Kalista and Rakan and didn't respect the Rend power that came, whereas ROCCAT this time able to kind of deny a lot of this early game presence. The ignite is down for Woodid. Woodid had a decent trade on that, and they will be able to push quite effectively early in this matchup. But this Braum does create a lot of trouble here. You kind of just run up, try and get the stun. Woodid saved himself.
Into exhaust. Hyanan has to use the heal and the flash. Ooh. Woodid with 100% record thus far on Rakan, but didn't look like it at all with that play.
That was Woodid saving himself only.
That's how you win the game as support. Just let your AD carry die time and time again.
And that was flash used by Hyanan. Of course, you've got to now look at the health potion that was used by Hyanan. Of course, now Doran's shield on 7.12. You only can get one health potion with it because that slight cost increase means that the survivability, the sustain is a little bit lower for this Xayah, but still that push pressure has given them the level 2 early on, and Kobe and Mickey only just reaching level 2 themselves.
Lucian pick as well for Senkux in the mid lane. He was someone we focused on early on in the first game, and now he needs to step up and actually pressure Betsy back in this lane.
Yeah, and he played Lucian in their first series. I believe it was against H2K and got ganked really early. Wonder has spotted Pride Stalker.
I think Pride Stalker realized that as well.
Yeah, Wonder backed away. But Senkux really didn't respect the early game of Jankos in that first series on this Lucian. As Senkux was pushing up, got ganked, died, and really did nothing. So I want to see him not make the same mistakes, because here in Europe, haven't really had the most success on the Lucian mid. Only Febiven has been able to successfully pull it off.
Senkux went 2-5-2 the last time he played this Lucian.
It was not an impressive
It was the only series that Splyce have lost as well, though, against H2K. So, still perhaps developed since then. I believe that was all the way back in week 1.
Yeah, it was the opening series of the split.
Oh, exciting time.
But it doesn't bode well that they're a game down and they picked the Lucian.
Pridestalker on his way up top here, and Wonder will have to flash away from Pridestalker if he plays this properly. Tempest Cripple misses the Sonic Wave, but does get the flash from Wonder.
Flash is already there, so unless Pridestalker was able to get past the minions, hit that Q, would have been a tough gank to pull off. But still, there's the impact that we're expecting, and so much of what Splyce has done has been built around Senkux and Wonder. And again, we're in a situation where Wonder is in a tough matchup. Senkux, there's still a lot of questions about this pick for him.
Mickey had an incredible game on that Zyra in game 1, or at least in terms of damage output. Second in the game, actually only 18 or so damage behind Senkux, who did the most across the course of the game. Just always boggles my mind that supports can do that much work from the bottom lane. Senkux gets caught out by Betsy, knocked back. Betsy, having already back, picked himself up some boots and a Dark Seal, where Senkux went for the Doran's Blade.
Yeah, and of course, some champions will now not go the Doran's Rings that we saw a whole bunch of. Of course, Lucian never would have anyway, but it's only the mana stacking that doesn't work anymore. Still get all the health, the AP, all that goodness coming from the Doran's Ring. So if Betsy does decide to pick up another, not expecting it, but that would be the reason for it.
Well, Soaz did it yesterday on both Galio and on the Gragas top, so it still gives you all of the tankiness you need.
It's kind of matchup dependent now. We saw in the LPL, Gragas running into, I believe it was Jax, went one Doran's Ring into double cloth armor, which kind of makes sense because you're looking just in that 1 versus 1 setup. Speaking of 1 versus 1, top lane, Faxy's going to want to trade against Wonder.
Wonder's going the wrong way here, but Trashy is on his way. Faxy does have his flash. Flashes away from Trashy. That's respect.
Yeah, Faxy knew he was out of range of Body Slam Flash, but maybe a Flash Q slow into a Rumble Electro Harpoon might have been enough to get that kill. So played around it, played it with respect, just like Wonder did earlier when it was Pridestalker ganking, but neither jungler having to expend a lot on these ganks. Just time that they really have put as an input.
Interestingly, we actually see a lead for Splyce's bottom lane this time. They are a few CS up at the 6-minute mark, and their 2v2 trade has been incredibly strong into Kiana and Wadid. We saw how aggressive they went at level 1. So something we've seen from Cobby and Mickey time and time again.
Yeah, and a lot of that is also a couple of the other aspects of sustain that ROCCAT don't necessarily have. This is a good trade now onto Cobby as he comes back into lane, but Hyunan's heal, Wadid's heal is kind of difficult to pull off. You land that Q, you then have to walk into your ally, but if the opponents aren't out available to be queued, Wadid can't exactly get a lot of health back. He doesn't provide a whole lot of health either without putting points in it.
Wadid with the knockup. Mickey puts the Unbreakable down. Wadid just continually trading in, but look at how far away he can dance with that battle dance, with the shield. Just jumps across the entire length of the lane.
Splyce looking to converge on this bottom side, but I think they're actually not really going to find much here as Trashy backs away. The interesting thing is Wadid has actually put 3 points now in his queue. Something we didn't see supports doing initially with Rakan. Seen it a little more frequently, especially when you're running the Frost Queen's claim route of items and that quest path. A little bit lower on the cooldown, and you can get a little more sustain from it. But once you complete that quest, remember when you hit the Q, you get the influx of gold. It also increases your movement speed. So Rakan synergizes quite well with that. The quickness goes active, and you can charm everybody up.
Something I'm pretty used to is charming everybody up. We did also going for the Wind Speaker's Blessing in that bottom lane, not courage of the Colossus. Wonder's going to get traded on by Faxy. Of course, that shield comes up a little bit quicker. The adaptive defensive passive from Camille, slightly buffed in 7-12, alongside the Q damage. Pridestalker looking for a little bit of a red steal here. Focus was on Pridestalker in game 1 because of his early ganks. This game, he's struggled a little bit more. Splyce have had the advantage down towards that bottom side.
I mean, it's been struggling in sense of ganks of getting kills, but he's done a good job getting into the top side, getting the first flash, farming up, now sealing a red buff away as well. So I think Pridestalker is been a much more farm-oriented game, which is the Lee Sin maybe isn't exactly optimal of what you're looking at, but still good. He hasn't done anything that's particularly bad out for ROCCAT so far, so I think he's in a decent spot. Looking to get topside, but Trashy is heading up there as well. Wonder now has his flash, Faxi does not. So this is more, I believe, of a counter gank than an actual aggressive approach coming out from Pride Stalker.
Wonder comes down to place a ward. Pride Stalker will get spotted by Trashy, jumps away onto the ward, puts the Sonic Wave down as well. Faxi will just back himself away underneath this tower, continually getting pushed in by this Rumble as expected. Relatively slow game for these two teams. ROCCAT not being able to extend that early lead we saw them have in the last game, and you have to think this plays into Splyce's favor, because even in the mid game when they were behind, they were able to win a couple of fights against ROCCAT. Yeah,
Splyce managing to kind of turn the tide at a couple of moments. For now, though, they're 10 CS up top lane, 10 CS up in the 80 carry role, and it's going to be a bit of a slow starter on this one. We have reached level 6, so Trashy can start to have some impact for bottom lane. It's just, ooh, I thought that was going to be defensive.
Mickey actually goes aggressive with it. As you said, I thought he was going to jump his way back. Kyonan continues to push forward. There's the Featherstorm, gets the Blade Caller back, and the root comes down onto Kobbe. Will it be enough? Not quite to get Kobbe down, but great harass from Kyonan and Wadid as they continue to push forward towards this tower. There's a TP in behind them. Wonder has the equalizer. Hyana's going to try and jump away, uses the flash, but here comes the equalizer. The stun used as well. Glacial Fisher and Splyce just absolutely destroy the ROCCAT bot lane. They're looking for more. Wadid has nowhere to go. That's another kill. Pride Stalker does come in and equalizes it 2 for 1. However, in the mid lane, two people are ganking onto Betsy as well. Trashy has used his flash, and Betsy had to use his across the wall.
Looked like Betsy got a very important double stun there on the middle lane before the explosive cask was thrown out from Trashy. That probably would have spelled his death, but Betsy managing to get away, so actually managing to outplay. Bottom lane, it looked like Faxi TP'd in and cancelled it. Either that or he TP'd into lane before, as Senkux tries to punish Betsy for having no flash. Barrier was still there, so there was no kill pressure realistically.
Let's have another look at this bot lane, because Hyanan and Wadid go aggressive.
Yeah, Hyanan and Wadid go in. Remember, Mickey gets pulled back out by Kobbe here. I thought it was going to be a defensive play. So Faxi starts recalling in the top side. That's who I'm keeping my eyes on. And Splyce caught out by the Featherstorm. It doesn't look good. Oh, Faxi channeled his TP up to the top lane right before Wonder backs away. Channels his TP to the ward in the bottom lane. And that's what made it so that Splyce could take that. Now we're back into live action. Mickey's in the mid lane. No flash, Betsy.
Double tap onto Betsy. He uses the barrier, tries to trade onto Senkux, but he flashes away from it. That's a kill. Syndra down in mid lane.
Doesn't matter whether it's bot lane or a mid laner and a support. Lucian Braum will always have great synergy. Double tap passive off that Winter's Bite means you can just lock Betsy down. And with no summoners available after that barrier was gone, Splyce now in control of this game. 1,000 gold up. This is the position that they were not in the previous game. But Pride Stalker wants to change that. Top side is where he's going.
Hextech ultimatum onto Wonder, puts the equalizer down. Pride Stalker misses the Q and can't get there in time. Faxi continues to trade, but they cannot dive the Rumble.
And Pride Stalker was no flash there, so it would have meant after the Q, he would have had to have followed up, tried to get the right angle on the kick. Wonder was still quite healthy. May have been enough damage, but at the same time, this isn't quite the same early game out of ROCCAT that we saw in game 1 of this series. And now you've got to look at how that benefits Splyce. They've got a Lucian that is ahead, a Kalista that is ahead.
A long way ahead. That's like 20 CS and a kill in that bottom lane, yeah.
This is as far ahead as Hyanan was ahead in game 1.
And the question then becomes, can Splyce do what ROCCAT did in game 1? Because ROCCAT methodically closed out the game. There were a few hiccups here and there, but across the course of it, they were very strategic and understood exactly what they wanted to do at each individual point. Now Splyce need to show us that they can do that if they want to be challenging for that top spot in Group B.
Well, that's one thing that I have a little bit more confidence in Splyce doing than ROCCAT doing. If you took a freeze frame at this point in this game and in the last game, and you say, okay, who do you think is more likely to just close this game out? Splyce would be the one from game 2 here that you look at that you'd think is the numbers favor them, but still, that's just from a wealth of history of Splyce being able to perform. ROCCAT only recently have you really been able to give them that credit over the last few months.
It has been consistent over the last few months.
It has.
Splyce sometimes have been a little bit more up and down. Some weeks great, some weeks not so good.
But it takes time for general consensus to solidify, to cement, and you know, have people truly believe that you can do that. It's the same reason why nobody's like, oh my god, G2, they're third in the rankings right now, they're awful, they're done, panic everybody. No, it's because for 3 splits they won the EULCS, and you have to expect that they will come back and win. Whereas ROCCAT, for a lot of splits, didn't perform. Now that they are performing, it's going to take some time. In games like this, while they're still quite even, you have to favor Splyce for pushing down through onto this first tower.
We get first tower blood, and at 13 minutes in, they will be 2,000 gold ahead. Splyce setting up down towards the bottom side as well as Shannon goes in, gets the charm, probably knocked up as well. Here's Pride Stalker. Fate's Call brings back Mickey. Splyce just disengaged, but here comes Faxi. He's looking for the fray as he jumps in with a Hexa ultimatum, and Mickey is the target. Look at how low he is. The Sonic Wave hits. Here's Betsy as well as Splyce might get routed underneath this tower. Tommy there. Equalizer comes down as Wonder TP's in behind him. It's all on Wonder. Can he turn and burn through this ROCCAT lineup? He's looking for Faxi, who tries to trade back into him. Wonder overheats. Faxi with the adapter defenses, but here's Trashy to stop it in its tracks. Meanwhile, the rest of ROCCAT somehow are in the top of the blue side jungle.
Yeah, they're trying to scatter because Senkux is heading through. No Scatter the Weak comes out first because ROCCAT right now are the ones on the retreat. They should get away from this. I don't believe Hyanan was clipped by Senkux all that much, so he's just going to be able to run out through the top side. Doesn't even look for that execute. So ROCCAT make a play onto the bottom lane. Splyce with somewhat of a reaction to punish ROCCAT, but here's how it all started. Splyce go aggressive, not really anticipating Pride Stalker to be here. They go in. Cobby gets locked down once again by the Featherstorm. Splyce are on the retreat. And as Faxi goes in, the flash out by Mickey keeps him alive for a moment longer, drags Faxi under the tower, but ooh, curving the Sonic Wave around the corner. And then Splyce have to try and hold on while Wonder comes through. It doesn't result in the tower, importantly. Remember, that's what Splyce got up on the top side of the map to begin this whole play.
Does result in 2 kills apiece, though, as Faxi did fall at the end of the fight, and the rest of ROCCAT were able to make their way away. I think Pride Stalker actually just backed up towards the top side.
He just got the recall off up here.
It's interesting because he was spotted, and Senkux could have tried to chase him down, but obviously respecting Lee Sin's mobility in the jungle.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling, when you E over the wall to catch a Lee Sin and he just ward jumps the other way. That's why he was maybe trying to just catch out Hyanan instead. Easier prey. Don't know how, like, lasers are against, like, birds, you know, like skeet shooting and all that kind of thing. Like clay pigeons, not real animals. No one condones that. Okay. I see you looking at me like that.
I just didn't quite know where the lasers were going. At the moment, they're going straight to Betsy's face. He flashes the wall. Laser's not effective against Syndra.
See, Lucian has laser guns.
That's true.
That's where they came from.
I didn't work out that. I'm sorry. I was too slow following your analogies.
You won't have good accuracy if you're slow on like clay pigeon shooting at that point. But at this point, Splyce slow on the retreat out of mid lane, but Wonder is around to be able to hold on.
Splyce are doing such a good job of out-macroing ROCCAT at the moment and out-rotating them. They've got top lane tower, they got the first turret blood there, now they're looking towards mid as well, but when ROCCAT react, they say, okay, we don't need it yet, we've chunked it down with 4,000 gold ahead, we can play a slower game, we can look towards the Rift Herald. And ROCCAT with this Xayah Rakan, which across this is across all teams for the EULCS Summer, is a 3-1 record. ROCCAT have one of those wins, I believe.
And I believe a loss to their name as well.
Quite possibly.
Yeah. They have had this Xayah and Rakan combination a couple of times now, and we're seeing it again out of them. This time it's on the losing end in the laning phase. They played it against the G2 substitute lineup against Sven and Mithy, who remained in the game for the first series of the split. And they did actually do well in the laning phase. Up against Sven and Mithy, the Xayah Rakan did very well, dominating the early game, but haven't really seen that all that much recently out of ROCCAT.
They're, like, Hyanan and Wadid have been stalwart members of ROCCAT, but they're the sort of lane that if they fall behind, you just don't really see them that much throughout the game. They're very much tied to each other. Wadid will spend his laning phase with Hyanan and just say, okay, guys, we'll sit down towards this bottom side. Whereas Splyce, if Cobby and Mickey fall behind, Mickey tends to be roaming around the map and looking for plays. And that's why in the first game we looked at his mid lane proximity, and he's actually one of the top supports for being near his mid laner in the early game.
And we know that Mickey has played the Bard, he's played a lot of Malzahar when it was the support champion, looking for that engage potential in other lanes. And that's why Braum isn't necessarily a surprising pick because it fits absolutely within the meta and in sense of this game. But for Mickey, it isn't synonymous.
Oh, engages all across the map here as Rajid uses the quickness. His Price Talker kick back. Tempered fake will come alive for the moment. Kobe manages to get out towards the backside. Hextech Ultimatum was used by Faxi in the top lane as well, but he got burnt down and had to flash away. Wonder's looking for the chaser. No equalizer for him, but decides he doesn't want to flash to try and take down Faxi.
And this is the kind of matchup that we were looking at Camille being able to dominate later on. Well, now we've got past that level 11 mark for Faxi, but couldn't quite take that trade, as you were alluding to. Doesn't have the Trinity Force quite available. I believe after that point, that should be the moment that it opens up.
Betsy dodges the explosive cast, but can he dodge the culling? Manages to get away from a lot of it. Trashy force back. The turret's not going to fall. The unleashed power is enough. And Pride Stalker comes in as well. Senkus has to flash. ROCCAT make a superb play in the mid lane. It was all on Betsy's shoulders, and he came up huge.
Yeah, Trashy came into the lane and just threw the cast out, expecting Betsy to move back and away from the tower. Did not connect, and now Splyce. Oh, Senkus this one in.
Oh, Wadid used all of his mobility to go in, though. The Glacial Fisher there. Betsy's been caught up with the Electro Harpoon, tries to get in a knockback, but burns down. Splyce will get the mid lane tower. There's 7 kills to 4 up, and they lead by 5,000 gold.
And this is way better out of Wonder on this Rumble than in game 1. This is just better overall out of Splyce. You look at how they were playing. We talked about it being a different playstyle. Well, now maybe we're starting to see why they're bringing this playstyle out. Wonder is being very active, moving lane to lane, appearing at the right time, moving into the fights and getting the damage down. And now it turns into a bottom tower as well for Splyce. They've cracked all of the outer towers so far without ROCCAT responding with any buildings of their own.
And there's an Infernal Drake for them as well. They didn't want the Rift Tower. They will want this Infernal Dragon. 3 towers, an Infernal Drake, the Baron on the cards as well, of course, because you have the Callista, you've got the Lucian. So quick, you can take that massive buff later on in the game. And Senkus, even just by himself, is forcing Pride Stalker away.
Yeah, Pride Stalker realized there was nothing more to gain from being around the dragon again. Callista, just with that rend damage, is so much more than a Smite can output here. So Betsy, maybe he was, you know, trying to draw in Trashy, fake that he was going back out, but Trashy with a very early cask. Didn't quite work out for him on this one, of course. That was the start of this fight. Splyce would end up bringing Wonder to the fight. You can see him running in from the base, but ROCCAT in the live picture did just even up a tower for themselves as we watch Splyce continue to close this out. We did not really respecting some of the mobility that was coming from Senkus himself.
Even there, though, even if you respect the mobility, you shouldn't use both of your shields and then go in. Use one, go in, so you can then jump back out, but just not on the best play from him, and you can see Betsy perhaps a little bit perturbed by that all round. As you say, ROCCAT have got a tower, still 5,000 gold lead for Splyce, and they're setting up vision around this river and around the Baron now.
Perturbed. I really need to work on my vocabulary. Otherwise, you're going to just show me up.
I just have a
all of these long
in all
words.
honesty, I've got a set of words that I've written on a Google document that I look at every now and again. And whenever I have a word that I can't think of stuff, I just look up Google synonyms for it. It's the bonus of having a second monitor that I can switch to anything on.
That's preparation for that. Maybe that needs to go.
Do you want me to give you some more? Huge,
what's a good...
massive, colossal, monumental, gargantuan, enormous, vast, immense, prodigious,
now
mammoth,
you give
tremendous,
it,
hefty, titanic.
That is a gross number of words.
Very nice. Now Splyce are going to go for the Baron. They've got a huge amount of damage to take this one down. They're absolutely decimating it, devastating it, dismantling it.
You just used all of your words.
ROCCAT are coming forward. Pride Stalker looking to dissuade them from it for the time being. And Splyce, distracted by ROCCAT, will just back away.
I thought ROCCAT were about to start the Baron there. I was like, okay, don't get tempted in by that. Wonder does have TP available, as does Faxi at this point, and it's Wonder that has the level advantage. 14 to Faxi's 12. Splyce still looking to go aggressive, but no flash on Trashy makes it a little more tricky in this middle lane. Betsy has his flash.
This is the thing, though, for ROCCAT. They can still harass down. They've got good poke from the Syndra, of course, and Faxi eventually will get to a point where he can split into this Rumble. At the moment, he's nowhere near that. Leandri's and Zhonya's completed onto Wonder. Only that Trinity Force on Faxi, but eventually, 40 minutes later, he will be able to split push. Camille, one of the best late-game split pushes there is.
And that's the thing, is that Camille was intended to be a champion that kind of was a bruiser, a little bit of a split pusher, a little bit of a team fight, but Turns out just really strong, at least pre-nerfs, when it comes to both team fighting and split pushing. So we have to now see, after some nerfs that took her out of competitive play and then a couple of tweaks now to bring her back into competitive play, just how strong Camille is. From the support role in a melee support meta, we saw effectiveness yesterday from Fnatic. For those of you wondering, they did then complete the duo recall.
I saw it.
As Kianan started, and then I think...
Would actually pinged himself, saying, please assist me, and Kianan realized it and went across and back with him. The first time I ever played the Rakan Xayah bot lane, my Xayah backed away before me. And
okay.
I went to try and back on him, but I didn't know how to do it.
Okay.
So I was just right-clicking on the Xayah, and then I question mark pinged her when she left. She's like, why didn't you help me? Why didn't you help me? And obviously, you have to press B. You have to actually initiate a back yourself on top of the Xayah. It's the reason I'm not in LCS, Stress, right there.
That's
mechanical
the one
misplays.
You know, G2, they were scouting, they saw that play and just thought, no.
Oh, here comes the equalizer. ROCCAT looking to try and get the mid lane tower. Here comes the Better as well. Great explosive cast to knock him back. The Price Stalker kicks him away as well. Now Splyce are fighting on two different fronts. Price Stalker tries to jump away, but he's not going to be able to escape from Splyce. Baxi jumps the wall. Price Stalker falls. So does Betsy, and Splyce take two.
One of the reasons why Splyce utilizes Gragas pick so much is once you get out of the early portion of the game, Trashy starts showing up very effective, utilizing explosive cask. Double cask manages to get ROCCAT 2 kills on that fight, and now with no smite for ROCCAT, Splyce turn towards the Baron. They have the Kalista. Faxi's going to execute. Doesn't even matter at this point. It's just soaking up time. There's a rend here for Kalista. There should be no way that Kianan and Wadid can actually steal this away.
They are just trying to harass down Splyce, but I think they will just retreat. There we are. Jumps away with the grand entrance into the battle dance. And this will be the Baron for Splyce. We saw it be their downfall in game one. Will it have the same bad omen for them here?
Well, this is ROCCAT not respecting equalizer from the side. Trashy body slam flash into the cask. Betsy even died going the opposite way in this fight because he tries to get further damage out. Stalker utilizes him as an escape route and unfortunately keeps him close enough to the fight that Splyce end up carrying through on the last 2 kills. Then up to Baron. We don't need to see that chase happen.
I actually want to look at what did in that last fight as well. He didn't do much damage. Senkos didn't actually do any damage in that last fight. It wasn't even needed because of that great equalizer. But we did try to jump onto Wonder and just mispositioned his grand entrance. Wasn't able to get the charm off, then had to flash back into Mickey to try and charm him up. With a champion he's got 100% win rate on thus far, he's actually really struggling in this game to make the plays that he needs to help ROCCAT get ahead.
And you have to look at a lot of that must come from the early game sense that ROCCAT have been playing from behind, but now he wants to go.
There's the double charm. Senkos going to jump the wall. Featherstall comes out. Kianan isolated in the back line. Pricetalker's going to jump away as well. Cobby gets Wadid down. Faxi's in the middle of them all. That's a double for Cobby. Pricetalker's not going to be able to escape from Senkos. 4 kills to none in favor of Splyce, and they're looking for one more. Trashy with the barrel. Oh, quite get close enough. Mickey won't be able to get there either. Betsy does escape.
This time with the Baron buff, Splyce very effective in the fight, and then now with the Baron buff to push down the towers. Mid inhibitor likely to fall from this. 20 seconds remaining on Pride Stalker and Faxi, and that means that Splyce have a lot of time to make sure they can secure as much as they want here. They've just been ahead for the last 10 to 15 minutes of this game, and it means that ROCCAT have tried to make plays, tried to make fights happen, but unfortunately, Splyce have been ready and able to fight much better than in game one.
All comes back to that early game as well. Both teams, when they have had a lead, have been able to close out incredibly effectively. This was ROCCAT getting slightly caught out and then looking to make the play. Senkos with great positioning.
Well, we did, looking for the aggressive play onto Trashy and the rest of Splyce, but unfortunately, there was no damage to follow him. Faxi came in, but Faxi was then isolated himself. 1 versus 3. Senkok's able to take down Pride Stalker. Betsy manages to get away just because of the stun on the tail end here. Otherwise, Trashy would have been hammering that Q, try to get that slow. It wasn't quite enough. But unfortunately, 1 minute left of the hammering that Splyce are going to put on the base for ROCCAT right now. It's just about an 11,000 gold lead for the Splyce team.
It's pretty devastating, and Splyce can look towards Mountain Drake as well if they want. Faxi pushing up in this bottom lane, will get collapsed on by Splyce. Eventually he realizes he shouldn't be in that position anymore. Wonder's actually going to get caught out. There's the charm, there's the unleashed power, there's the shutdown forward in.
Good shutdown. There was no Zhonya's available on Wonder, so that gold now getting split amongst the ROCCAT team will slow down the last minute that we were talking about on this Baron buff for Splyce. They will need an advantageous fight for themselves in order to realistically take it to ROCCAT further. You can see Jeeves, General Jeeves.
I didn't tell my droid to be there. Get the droidicus. That's a thing, right, in Star Wars?
Yeah.
Your Star
Wars.
Wars
It was closer
knowledge
to like Phantom Menace than anything with the droidicus, if I'm being honest.
Misa.
Honestly, it like when it was Clone Wars and that, you started having those super battle droids, the big ones that...
Oh, yeah.
The ones that looked like less cool, but shot better.
I don't think the Empire's really ever had anything that shoots in a straight line.
No,
because Stormtroopers, at the moment, the only thing shooting in a straight line is Senkux on this Lucian. 3-0-2, very much a carry for his team this game alongside Kobe. Both of them have played exceptionally well, and they were the members we said needed to step up for Splyce if they were going to take this victory, and they've done exactly that. 10,000 gold lead at the 30-minute mark, and ROCCAT are looking absolutely rocked to their very core.
Although Shannon and Wadida finding the time to be cute in the bottom lane, apparently.
You've got to
there were a couple
make
of
time
ahs coming out from our audience.
You've got to make time for this sort of stuff. It's like when I was working in hospitals and we did night shifts, they'd say, our lecturers would say to us, before a night shift starts, you should empty your bucket. So it means you should actually Wonder's going to get jumped on in the bottom lane.
I don't even know whether I want to hear the end of that.
That's a kill for Betsy. They emptied a huge amount of damage onto him. Betsy's actually caught off towards the top side of this. It isn't anything bad. It's a good little story. We'll get to it after this fight. Betsy's actually going to try and execute up here as Senkux does come in. Wonder gets the kill.
Yeah, hadn't lasted long enough. Of course, that Leandri's ticked after just... So is it a metaphorical
It's
bucket?
a metaphorical thing. So
okay.
You have this bucket of stresses and worries that are built up on you throughout the day.
Please don't put me in a bucket.
Okay, Alan's going to get jumped on as well. Featherstorm does come out. Mickey's going to try and get the concussive blows onto Pridestalker, who jumps his way away as well. They just don't want me to tell this story.
No, it's too late now. Okay. We're just never going to know what's in the mystery bucket at this point. Well, Splyce are desperately trying to collect themselves enough of a lead here. It's a significant one for now. 10,000 gold. They're waiting on Baron to spawn in like 1 minute 30, so maybe you do have the time.
Okay, basically it means you need to reset. Okay. So what you do is you've got this bucket of stresses and worries, and you say, okay, I need to reset. So you eat some food. You make sure you've relieved yourself. You have a quick sit down for 5 minutes. You text your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your significant other that you love them. And that's what I was saying. Like, even in the midst of a war on Summoner's Rift, Hjarnan and Wadid found time to tell each other that they love them down in that bottom lane. Thank you all. It was a magical journey for me as well. Hjarnan and Wadid will get that red buff.
This audience is nice. Last week they booed me.
Well, yeah, that's because you never watched Dragon Ball Z.
But neither of you, and you told me that
I know all about Goku. I know everything about Goku.
That's the one with the trading cards, right?
Yes,
and the Shadow Realm.
It's the Beyblades.
And they digivolve.
They use the Beyblades.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, we're going to get so much blame for that.
There's going to be so many mad tweets.
Might as well just do Game of Thrones spoilers in there as well.
No.
Okay, Hjarnan's going to jump over to empty your bucket, go back towards the bottom lane. You get there quicker, helps you reset for the next game, and that's what ROCCAT need to do because they are 10,000 gold behind. They are looking to try and find a way back into this game. They are scaling up. You've got crit build out of Hjarnan. That's one of the most effective Zaya builds of them all, and Callista falls off the later you get into the game.
Right, and that build that you're talking about, effective in the late game, because of the additional cooldown reduction you've got the crit chance in there as well. So it means you get multiple stuns in the fight. You can blow people up very quickly and multiple times, and that really is where a lot of that danger comes from. Holding even on CS as well, down in kills and assists, but when you look at that power level... I'm just teasing. I'm not going to
do it. We saw ROCCAT be quite far behind last week against Fnatic and be able to take out a win. Now they're going to try and contest this Baron as Splyce started up. Here comes Pridestalker, jumps in, the charm comes out. Hjarnan doing work, having to jump back with it. Pridestalker's going to fall first. Here comes Faxi as well, though. Hexagon evading this, blocked by the Zhonya's. Great play by Wonder, and now Mickey joins the fray. Trashy jumps in. Senkux doing absolute work on the back line of this fight. Betsy takes one, but he's going to fall as well. Splyce with a 4-for-1.
around the Baron.
And that's got to be enough for Splyce to take the game right here, because that was a clean fight. Equalizer hit just about every member of ROCCAT that came through. Second Baron will now go over to Splyce, and this is exactly what they were looking for in the second game here. It was a rough game one out of Splyce. They tried a similar composition again. This time it's worked out way better for them.
12,000 gold ahead, 18 kills to 7, and with fights like this, Splyce are looking to take game 2 of this series.
Yeah, Wonder, look at this equalizer. Pretty much down the line of ROCCAT players at that point. Fight Soka dies. Splyce not even focusing on the Baron anymore because they know that the fight is theirs. They've won it already. Trashy once again. Body slam flash. Woodid tried to jump onto Hyanan to save maybe a little bit more damage coming through, but it wasn't enough. Senkuk's able to clean up alongside Kobe, and Splyce take the Baron.
Trashy's been very on point throughout this game as well. Look at that damage coming out from Kobe, really stepping up to the mark. Betsy, you would expect Syndra to do a lot of damage if she gets the Unleashed power down. Just very, very strong play by Splyce. And actually, you can see Faxi there. Wasn't really involved in the fight. He's been pushing down towards this bottom lane. And there comes the equalizer. That's not going to save you. Senkuk's is dominating. 6-0-3 on this Lucian. In picks and bans, we doubted him. We said he's only gone 2-5-2. Well, he has proven us entirely wrong with this scoreline.
Yeah, this has been a lot better out of Senkuk. Was able to get the early game to go in his favor. Had a lot of help from Trashy, from Mickey, the rest of the team coming towards that middle lane, as we talked about Splyce doing very frequently. And now Faxi for ROCCAT has been caught out multiple times by multiple members of Splyce as well. Splyce have grouped on the side lane and mid lane very effectively, and ROCCAT haven't been able to deal with that.
Still 2 minutes on this Baron buff, and ROCCAT just do not want to fight outside of their base. Will they defend the inhibitor tower? That is the big question, or will they just back away? Still 1 man down for the next 9 seconds as Splyce looks to push forward towards this first inhibitor tower. The wave is cleared relatively quickly by Betsy and by Hyanan. And Splyce will not defend it for too long as Wonder splits up to top.
Yeah, Wonder's going to be able to get that tower quite quickly here with no Baron buff on Wonder, as he must have dropped in that exchange. Faxi wants to try and trade against him.
Level 16 to level 18 in favor of Wonder here. There's the Zhonya's, but Betsy joins it. Inhibitor tower's fallen in the bottom lane. They're going to lose the inhibit anyway, so they say, let's take a fight. They get the kill on Wonder. They get 1 trade for a tower and an inhibitor.
So this time, Splyce, I mean, they'll be happy with the fact they get an inhibitor just at the cost of Wonder's life. Wonder does have his TP up, but it's not necessarily that integral right now. 44 seconds is just under the duration of the Baron buff remaining for the rest of Splyce. So Splyce, if they get a pick here on ROCCAT, that would basically open the base back up, but it is tough without 5 members to know that you're going into a fight with the numbers advantage for Splyce.
ROCCAT have struggled so much this game to actually get waves pushing towards towers and be able to take down these neutral objectives. This is only their 2nd tower of the game. They are 13,000 gold behind. And Splyce have just been absolutely dominating. They're actually going to look to catch Faxi out once again as he continues just to push. There's Mickey. Concussive blows blocks him up. That's just a dead Camille.
Yeah, that's just an easy pick. Mickey knowing exactly the route that Faxi's going to take out of that lane once he tries to escape. And just gets an easy block.
All of the Splyce boys just gathered in the top lane and said to Faxi, stop right there. Thank you very much. We'll take this kill. And what we really, really want is that Nexus as well to equalize this series.
When you look at it, though, it's easy to tell. Kobe right now is definitely the scary Splyce. Outputting out a lot of damage in these fights, able to take so much to the ROCCAT lineup. From champion profile pictures, we get to see the Trashy is Ginger Splyce.
Yep, that's true.
Playing the Gragas. It's an easy one.
Who would you say is Sporty Splyce?
I don't know on this one. Yeah.
Usually he has the soccer skin, of course. So
that's true.
Striker Lucian. At the moment, Splyce are doing a very good job of just closing out this game, taking their time about it. A positive Baron power play, a lot better than their one in game 1, of course. Where
way better than that one in game 1 where they got literally nothing other than the Baron.
And they are looking for their 2nd inhibitor of the game. Faxi's down towards the bottom side. All 5 members of Splyce are here. Trashy takes a dark spear to the face. There's the charm on towards Wonder. That's another kill. ROCCAT with the Featherstorm, perhaps looking for a little bit more here as Faxi's coming up to join the fight. Trashy gets hit with the Sonic Wave. Pride Stalker, you're going to feel it in your heart. The call of the Q was not strong enough as ROCCAT retreat for the time being.
Once again, though, this does slow Splyce down. And ROCCAT are no strangers to playing from behind. I remind you, game 2 of ROCCAT versus Fnatic. At one point, they were down 11,000 gold. And Faxi was at one point 0 and, well, at least had 12 deaths. He's only at 5. That means
yeah,
so much more. Yeah, I know, but the 13th death was the one that won them the game.
That's
because,
true. Okay.
see, that's why that was a good death. He managed to absorb Soaz and Reckless out on the side lane, and ROCCAT won the rest of the game. Splyce are giving opportunities back now over to ROCCAT to kind of edge their way back into the game.
That they are. That they are. Splyce still 20 kills to 9 up, 15,000 gold in the lead, and they have broken the base of ROCCAT. That bottom lane is going to continue to push in. There's a minute on the next Baron, which you have to assume Splyce are waiting for. I want to bring attention to the support matchup once again. It's something we talked about in Picks and Bans in Game 1. We did say perhaps I can challenge against one of the best supports in Europe at the moment in the form of Mickey, and at the moment it's Mickey who is looking like the better player. You say, hey Mickey, playing so fine this game.
That's not a Spice Girls song.
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I thought you were still on that one.
No,
No, it's fine. I know.
I don't know that many Spice Girls songs.
What
I'm sorry. I know. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. And I want, if you want to be my lover.
Isn't that the same song?
Probably. I can't remember it. It was 15 years ago.
Okay, that's fair.
Splyce are going to push down
You're
from
just a wannabe right now at this point. And the key thing that I thought you were taking us to, I thought we were getting there with Mickey, is nearly got Stoneplate finished as well on this Braum, alongside the Locket of the Iron Solari. Here's the fight.
Gets the knock-up onto Wibdid, who tried to jump in. Great play. They're going to get the root on the back line, though. Senkos goes godlike. There's the equalizer as well. Betsy gets knocked up twice and taken down once. Double kill for Senkos. Splyce are looking to close this one out. They've had enough of this waiting game. Yarnan's dead. Kobe dominating. Kobe, not Kobe, he's in the NALCS. They're looking for that mid lane inhibitor tower alongside the inhibitor and perhaps the game.
Yeah, it should be the game here with 3 members of ROCCAT being dead. Baron does spawn, but that doesn't really matter right now. Splyce will be able to take down both Nexus towers, take down the Nexus. They're taking us to game number 3.
Splyce look like they've been able to put all the pieces together in this game. They've worked out the combination that works best for them, and they are going to take us to a game 3, 1-on-1 between ROCCAT and Splyce.
That was better out of Splyce. The early game presence that we saw, their carries were enabled through Senkux, Kobe, and Wonder a lot better than we saw in the first game of this series. And I think even though it was that departure of style than we've seen from Splyce in recent times, it was quite convincing. As soon as Wonder started being able to show up to these fights where the Camille wasn't necessarily keeping him lane like the Gnar was, I think that's where Splyce actually looked very effective.
Very convincing from them. That's the sort of performance we expect from a top-level team in the group, and at the moment they are playing like first or second in Group B, like a team that can challenge for those world spots. I actually am very impressed from both of the teams in these first 2 games. Like Splyce in game 2, ROCCAT in game 1. You were smirking a little bit there.
I wasn't ready for the...
Oh, you weren't?
I was like starting my tie.
Well, in the break, we should look up some more Spice Girls songs to make sure we're ready for the next game. Splyce have answered back with a win. Let's send it to our analysts for a closer look.
Thank you very much, well, the host and the analyst. But I'm going to attempt. I'm going to do my best. But I do agree with you, Medic, the fact that both teams have actually left a very good impression in these games. But obviously, Splyce, they came out on top in this one. And if we look at Picks and Bans, you said not a fan of the Rumble in the first game, obviously, because it didn't yield that many results and maybe a change in the jungle. Trashy opted for Gragas in this one, and the Rumble stayed. So how did the game or the other picks influence the dynamic of what that Rumble could do in the lane?
Yeah, I think what happened in the first game was that you had a losing matchup in the top lane, and then you had no engage for the rest of your team fighting comp. So you just have Faxi putting down pressure in the side lane, and then there's nothing you can do with the rest of your team, because what you really want to do is to force a 5 versus 4 with the rest of your team when Faxi's in a side lane. Well, this time they drafted all the engage in the world. Well, not all of it, but they had a Gragas and they had a Braum together with a Kalista, so you have all the tools to start off a fight when you want to, and that's the key to unlocking this game.
How does the mid pressure come into play? Lucian can obviously do a lot more up against the Syndra in terms of pressure than Talia in the last matchup.
yeah, Taliyah is more of the supportive pick that wants to help out your side laners, and when you already have a losing matchup in the top lane and somewhat of a even matchup in bottom lane, I think the Lucian is a stronger pick because Taliyah wants to facilitate your other lanes to get them rolling, and when you don't have a lanes that's already snowballing, I think Lucian is a stronger pick because you can just put down so much pressure in mid, which is exactly what we saw.
Yeah, Sankooks, he went absolutely off in that game. We also are looking very intently at the bottom lane, knowing that we have Xayah and Rakan, and especially what Didu has shown that he is incredibly proficient on that Rakan, but they weren't able to create all the openings there. Was it the Braum and the Kalista on the other side, or what happened that they couldn't get the upper hand?
I had very high expectations for this duo lane of ROCCAT. We did see, though, that the Braum came out immediately as soon as the Rakan was locked in for ROCCAT, so that meant that Splyce had a plan, which showed it throughout this game. The bottom lane fight here in this beginning looks like it's going in the favor of ROCCAT, but here comes Wunder having TP'd from behind as the Rumble, and they're able to turn this fight as well as with Sankooks coming in on the Lucian. And after this fight, there's a 2.5k gold advantage for Splyce, and they just keep out-rotating ROCCAT, get more and more towers, and a really big goal advantage just from controlling towers.
Yeah, we talked about the Rumble compared to Game 1 and Game 2. This time around, also just teleport timings, the engages, the equalizer landing in the exact spot at the exact same time proved to be so valuable for Splyce.
Yeah, for sure. Wunder shows that he can definitely play the Rumble. It's not his ability to play the champion that went wrong in game number 1. And against this Camille, which is a matchup where Camille will eventually be able to outscale the Rumble and win the 1v1 later on, especially with the buffs that she's been receiving on 7.12. It's just so crucial for Splyce to get rolling in the early game, and that's exactly what happened, because their comp did fall. It was going to fall off later on in the game. Like if we go to like 40-45 minutes, their team comp is going to be not as strong with like the Kalista, with the Lucian, with the Gragas, but still they were able to finish it off before that.
Yes, they did. Let's take a look at another fight, because I like that you mentioned that there was kind of that worry of, ooh, if it goes 45 minutes, Camille will be stronger, but Splyce are able to get engages like this, which they love.
Yeah, this is the big power spikes coming in from Splyce. Right now you have a 2-item Kalista, you have a 2-item Lucian, you have a 2-item Rumble, and this is where these sort of champions really spike, so that's why ROCCAT are not supposed to be besieging that mid tower. They try to abuse Sankooks being up in the top lane, but Splyce just shows that even though it's a 4 versus 5, they can win this because of how strong the team fighting comp is at this point in the game with the power spikes coming in.
And then Fax is trying to escape. I can't even remember if he makes in the end.
I think he gets executed, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's so close. He actually gets executed. Wow.
Right on it. And then after that, Splyce turns straight on the Baron. ROCCAT tried to disrupt a little bit, but they know that they won't have what it takes. They're only 2 against 5 in the end.
Yeah, Kalista is such a strong champion, not only because of the pressure that he can provide in the bottom lane, but also just because of the Baron. There's no way he can contest this objective when Kalista's been hitting that up. So I like the adaptation from Splyce. It's a similar sort of team comp with a strong early game and the team fighting, but this time just a much more refined draft. Yeah,
we have seen it in pick and ban trends overall in Europe. Xayah has gone down, Rakan has gone up a bit. Now the duo is, well, also pretty easily was beaten in this game specifically. And it seems that Kalista seems to be for AD carries a very important pick again. But obviously the Rent stacks that she's always had to bring down objectives always been there. But it seems like a lot of lane matchups she's a good fit in now. Again.
Yeah, doesn't really have that like super. She can't really get hard countered out early on in the laning phase. This game also was picked into the Xayah, which was a good matchup for her together with the Braum. So I like the adaptation there from Splyce, and I think that you're not really supposed to leave the Rakan open for Modid, but if you do, you should have a plan prepared, and that's exactly what we saw Splyce immediately lock in the Braum, get that extra safety with the Kalista, and Kalista also contributes so much to the team fighting as you give the engage to your team with the Braum.
Absolutely, so you can just pull the trigger for the rest of your team. I asked you in the beginning of the day quick predictions, and you said Splyce 2-1, I believe.
No, I said ROCCAT.
Oh, there we go. So you did say ROCCAT.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to put words in your mouth. I just didn't really remember. But are you going to stick to your guns?
Yes, I think ROCCAT's going to take this. I think the 3 bans going towards Pridestalker in this game kind of shut him down. I think if Pridestalker can get his hands on a champion that he's more confident with, I think he can outplay Trash, who's not feeling as well. So I think ROCCAT's going to take this.
That's a bit mean. He's not feeling too well. Let's target him and get him out there.
Yeah. It's what you got to do. I mean,
why not? All is fair
LCS
in love and war. Yeah, we are just minutes away from the final game between Splyce and ROCCAT. Go grab yourself some popcorn. We will be right back.
Try and jump away, uses the flash, but here comes the equalizer, the stun used as well, Glacial Fisher, and Splyce just absolutely destroyed The ROCCAT bot lane, here comes Faxi. He's looking for the fate as he jumps in with a hex to go to main, and Mickey is the target. Look at how low he is. The Sonic Boom hits. Here's Faxi as well as Splyce. Might get routed underneath this tower. Coming there. It's a cast, but can he dodge the culling? Manages to get away from a lot of it. Trashy falls back. The turret's not going to fall. The unleashed power is enough. And Brightstalker comes in as well.
Fine.
And now Mickey joins the fray. Trashy jumps in. Senkix doing absolute work on the back line of this fight. Betsy takes one, and he's going to fall as well. Splyce with a 4-for-1. Great play. They're going to get the root on the back line though. Senkix goes godlike. There's the equalizer as well. Betsy gets knocked up twice and taken down once. Double kill for Senkix.
Are going to take us to a game 3, 1-on-1 between ROCCAT and Splyce.
Welcome back to the European LCS and the deciding game between Splyce and ROCCAT. After a close series, the players are ready for one last fight to settle the score.
Slow motion.
It builds tension. It
builds to an EULCS near you. That's awful. Never hire me. Never hire me for voiceovers for an advert.
That would have been cool in slow motion. It's like a fidget spinner, but not. No. It's like the budget fidget spinner.
No.
No?
Not cool.
Okay.
What is cool, though, Again, third game in a row, though. Splyce, red side, is the side selection here. So we'll get to see whether they can set up the 1-3-1 for themselves. And, you know, we're going to go in there lightning quick. We're getting into Champ Select already.
They don't even need to set up the 1-3-1, though, because their composition in the second game was very much not a 1-3-1, and it still worked for them. So we'll have to see what changes. ROCCAT are going to stick with the same band. Is Elise and Fiora getting taken away by them? Zach from Splyce. And the question is as well, both these teams have won with a relatively similar draft over both the games.
Yeah.
Who changes what? The Warwick ban is going to be stuck with there by Splyce, but apart from that, everything looking pretty much the same.
Well, here comes the Xayah ban. Now, in Game 2, it was Blitzcrank that was banned out from ROCCAT. Wasn't played in Game 1. In Game 1, they banned the Twitch. So now we get to see Kha'Zix. Thresh you have to look at. Likely to be the high priority here. Unless ROCCAT, ooh, okay. They basically are daring Splyce to take the Rakan away. Because ROCCAT in this situation know they have either Thresh or Rakan to pair with that Kalista. Both are good lanes.
And that's the reason you ban out the Xayah as well, because if you didn't, you pick the Kalista and then you give Xayah Rakan away to Splyce.
But the danger here is if Splyce go Thresh and their jungle pick here, maybe it's the Flex Gragas, and then on the last pick in this rotation go Twitch, you have yourself a very deadly lane in its own right. So ROCCAT will likely take the Rakan in this rotation and the Lee Sin for the jungle matchup. Same thing we saw in the last game. And suddenly Splyce are actually kind of okay coming out of the initial trade.
It looks like a very even first set of picks for these two teams.
And a lot of people will be confused at why we would say that Gragas would be coming out okay. Typically people think Gragas can get pushed back in the early game. Well, that is the case, but Trashy does such a fantastic job outside of just the laning phase, and it wasn't the Twitch that we saw last week.
Caitlyn instead, still a very strong carry later on in the game, does a lot of work, scales up well, good for anti-siege as well. Splyce going to look towards the Galio ban, we've seen that from them every single game thus far. And Lucian getting taken away by ROCCAT, so they really feared Senkux's Lucian in that last game.
Yeah, he was able to output a lot of damage against Betsy in the early parts of the laning phase, then transitioned it into a winning matchup. To touch on this, Caitlyn, of course, good matchup into Kalista. You have the range advantage. With the Thresh, you have a lot of both safety and catch potential alongside it. But looking back at the ban phase here, Syndra gets taken away. Kennen has been banned in every single game. That means we have a couple of picks that are left up still that we have seen banned out previously. The Renekton is there. We've seen Splyce pick Rumble here in every single game of this series so far. And it did work out for them in the last game.
Give them the mid lane counter pick last as well. Gonna look to be the Rumble once more for Splyce. They really value his teamfight presence and his ability to push in that top lane. ROCCAT do have a top lane counter in the Gnar. That worked out incredibly well for them in the first game.
And that was banned out in the second game. That is what was denied. Now with the Orianna alongside, there's a scaling proponent without a solid matchup with like the Lucian, but Talia is up for should Splyce want to pick it. Aurelion Sol is up should Splyce want to pick it, or they could go with the Corki, the Kassadin, these picks that can do the similar thing alongside it. There's a lot of options for Splyce depending on where Senkux wants to go.
It's going to be the Corki for them. Saw that played a lot yesterday with to great effect. And once again, we're going to see the deadly Bombardier on the Summoner's Rift.
Deadly Bombardier.
I think
also quite daring at the same time.
Bombardier.
It's all good. It's okay.
You can have many adjectives for a Bombardier.
Well, look at what this comp does very well. Stepping up towards the tower does great things for Splyce here. You've got the Equalizer, you've got the Rocket Barrage, the poke damage coming from Corki, the ability to siege with Corki, with Caitlyn, the package, the Thresh to save anybody. That's what Splyce are looking to do. However, ROCCAT are looking to turn things upside down a little bit with this team fight composition. Kalista, Rakan, Gnar, Orianna. You pair it all together, maybe you get that big team fight win. You've got a little bit of side presence there with that Gnar that we saw in Game 1 work so well for Faxi too.
And how much can Bridestalk do on this Lee Sin in the early game as well? That is a big question that rattles around my brain. And if it rattles around yours as well, make sure you join in the conversation on Twitter at LOL Esports. If you think ROCCAT are going to take it 2-1 and continue their winning spree, it's hashtag ROC win. And if you think Splyce are going to take it 2-1 and take the top spot in Group B, it's hashtag SPY win. Oh, for a second I thought I said B there instead of P, which is why
It's okay. SPY win for Splyce. I spy with my little eye.
A third game of a series.
Yeah, exactly.
Onto the Summoner's Rift we go as ROCCAT take on Splyce for the final time today.
This has been a fun series so far. We've had a lot of explosive action around that last game in the middle lane. A lot of emphasis on Wonder being able to arrive. Now we've got the equalizer, the package, everything going in the way of Splyce. I want to see whether they can actually get that lead in the early game to allow them to team fight effectively.
Whichever team gets the lead in the early game seems to be the team that takes the win. That's how it has gone thus far in this series. Both of them very good at extending a gold lead and maintaining a gold lead. And both these teams actually scale relatively well up into the later game as well. We've seen already from ROCCAT today how strong that Gnar can be. We've seen how good Trashy is on the Grag. There's a lot of comfort picks across the board for these two teams. And this is the proving point, Stress. This is the point at which these teams have to stand up and be counted, each player individually and as a full 5-man unit.
And I want to talk about something that I was talking with Maxlaw last week about. He was on the analyst desk watching the ROCCAT series, and he was talking about how when he was on ROCCAT with Betsy in the spring split, the Orianna was never that big pick for Betsy that was looking great. It was always the likes of the Kassadin, the Vladimir, the Swain, that kind of thing that worked out well. He wasn't one of those mid laners that would just pick the Orianna and look great. But last week, we actually saw a good Orianna performance out of Betsy in that series against Fnatic in what was quite a surprising turn of events. So I want to see whether he can replicate that now against Splyce. It's not exactly the easiest matchup against Corki. You can trade back and forth with the auto attacks, but Corki will scale as effectively into the game, will have harass in the laning phase, will have AoE damage, and is likely to be able to push Orianna in. As soon as you use that phosphorus bomb a little bit on the wave, if you can clip Betsy at the same time, you can get a big amount of damage with the Thunderlord's proc to come through.
Question is, does Betsy go Rod of Ages, Nash's Tooth to this build? Power of Evil championed it yesterday. Pridestalker actually getting a steal off here. Was pinged out, I believe, as Trashy goes for the counter steal.
Yeah, Trashy is aware of this. There was a ward that was placed in the river that spotted out Pridestalker. And Trashy, his jungle path allows him to be in the top side as well. That's why Corki is playing up towards the top half of the river, just to block Betsy. With this push, trying to just push Betsy under tower, deny him the ability to roam out. There's a ward in the jungle just next to Trashy as well, in case Pridestalker is doing anything tricky himself.
Faxi will step down into the river to make sure he's not going to get ganked by Trashy. Trashy does have the opportunity to blast cone into the bush and then look for a gank up towards the top side. Would not be surprised at all if that is the path he decides to take. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Senkux is pushed back a little bit. Pridestalker is just going to farm up his Razor Beaks, and both junglers will have a relatively even start.
And they saw enough out of Wadid coming out of lane, going up towards Pridestalker to ward together, to know that Trashy can just take out the entire top side jungle of ROCCAT. You can see Pridestalker didn't necessarily stick around and clear the wolves fully. He didn't actually take any of the wolf camps, so it means that Pridestalker will be a little behind when it comes to that jungle experience. Blast Cone gets used, Pridestalker spotted out on the wards. Pridestalker knows that his blue's already gone.
Realizes his entire topside jungle is missing.
That's painful.
Yeah. Because he's wasted the time of going over there as well.
Yeah. And now he's going to have to recall out. The only thing available for him is his own Krugs, whereas Trashy still safely has his red, his Krugs, his wolves. You know, Gromp will be back up soon as well. The Raptors will be back up. The hook in the bottom lane is what's going to cause the action.
Onto Wadid. Look at the damage. The headshot comes out. Mickey jumps forward. Wadid first blood to Splyce.
Mickey with the Ignite gets the first blood. Headshot came through from Cobby, and it was enough to get the damage down. We talked about how this Rakan pairs well with the Kalista. Well, that's a little bit later on in the game. Still, Caitlyn Thresh, you've got to respect the damage that comes from that duo. And that means Splyce get first blood.
And Trash is looking up towards the top side, perhaps for a little bit more. Won't be able to get anything out of it, but continuing just to put the pressure on different areas of the map here for Splyce. Actually, here comes Trashy, flashes in. Faxi's going to try and flash his way away into the Mega. The wallop comes down, but so does Faxi. No, yes! Electro Harpoon.
Electro Harpoon for the kill. The ward was there, Faxi. You knew Trashy was in the top lane. Why did you stick around? I want to see his decision-making on that one again. because that's a weird one to die on. When you have the whole river warded, that's rough. He's going to TP to lane here. I think Splyce will finish this recall. They won't stick around for him.
There's such a vast difference between junglers as well. PrideStalker game 1 was the one taking the impetus. He's the one making the plays. And here, what's he done in this time? He took some wolves away. He's taken the Gromp away. Trashy's been able to get a gank up towards the top lane. We've already seen a kill in the bot lane for Splyce. They've extended this gold lead to 1,000, only 5 minutes in. And PrideStalker's actually going to get this challenged by Mickey as well as the hook comes down. Doesn't quite steal it, but...
Close to that steal, but Splyce, as you're alluding to, full control on this matchup from the 2 kills initially. Even in CS in the mid lane, up in CS in the top lane by quite a significant amount. And I think it's an important factor that Splyce, in this matchup, came topside, get Wonder ahead, because Wonder really struggled in the Nah versus Rumble matchup in game 1. Did not have any time to really hold his own.
Wonder's going to continue to trade onto Faxi here, harasses him down. Actually, Faxi can turn this one around, does have the Mega coming up in a second, jumps to the side with a hop, and the leap will be able to continue to harass Wonder. Here comes the Mega Knight out. We saw there for a second, Tianan plays incredibly well on this Kalista, averages about 1,000 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark. Will need a massive comeback if that's to be the case in this game, or perhaps some pressure from his jungler, who once again has been spotted out by Trashy. Faxi does not have flash. There are minions there.
Was level 6 just as that engage came under.
Shockwave into Senkux. The exhaust comes down, and Betsy will just have to back his way away.
Senkux didn't even flash there, held his nerve. But that was a good Shockwave. Oh, really? Oh, okay, it's for the honey fruit. I thought they were going for a bot lane roam there, but that's...
that would have been incredibly brave.
Yeah, I was going to say brave or stupid at that point.
It's brave if it works, it's stupid if it doesn't.
But that's just to deny or to prevent Senkux from losing out on experience in this middle lane now. We'll be able to collect the minions under the tower as Betsy roams out to try and clear up some of the vision. Nice little use of Thresh to get that honey fruit.
And I actually want to talk a little bit about Mickey's play for that first blood. I know it was a while ago, but his flay onto Wadid is what made that first blood happen, because Wadid was trying to get the shields off. And it comes back to something Mithy was talking about last week on the desk when he said, yes, Rakan is a very strong support, but mostly it's because people don't know how to play against him yet. Mickey seems to have started to get a read on Wadid's Rakan, and it's absolutely devastating this bottom lane. Now, Wadid will jump in, but look at the damage onto Sharna. Grab the Ignite as well. A great play from Mickey. He's making all the plays. And Wadid gets harassed down as well. They may even just go for the dive. Ace in the hole to Wadid. Not quite enough damage, but Splyce are dominating this bottom lane.
Yeah, we heard Wadid talk about how Mickey is, in his opinion, one of the best supports in Europe. Well, Mickey's starting to show it in this game. 2 kills to his name already off that Ignite being available. And as you said, it's been Mickey making the majority of these plays. Cobby gets engaged on, has the knowledge and the trust that Mickey is going to keep him safe. And this is Tianan playing a little bit riskily here. Steps out from behind the minion wave right after, locks himself into an animation with the Ren. Hook into the trap, into the double flay, and Wadid, the only one left alive for ROCCAT in that bottom lane.
Just such great play by Mickey. It's actually blowing my mind how well he's playing this Thresh at the moment. And now with that advantage still in the bottom lane, a 12 CS lead alongside those 2 assists. Cobby's got his BF sword, building up towards the Zeal as well, and he'll be able to continually use that range advantage we talked about in picks and bans to harass down Tianan and Wadid. Wadid has the Ignite. He's looking for kills in this bottom lane, but Trashy and Mickey want to stop him in his tracks. They're going to be able to get the flank off here. They're going in, the TP used as well. There's the Lantern for Cobby, the route onto Tianan. He's trying to dodge his way around, but you cannot dodge away from the autos, and you cannot dodge away from the equalizer. 5-0. To Splyce.
Splyce with a clean play. Bot side didn't even utilize the Gragas ultimate. They even had the package on Senkux, but he was heading towards the mid lane. I mean, everything is going in Splyce's favor right now. This composition has worked so well for them. Bottom lane, the Caitlyn, the Thresh, they said, okay, you take the Kalista, you take the Rakan, we'll outplay you in the laning phase. Get first tower, get 5 kills to 0. Everything looking great.
Splyce have just been so precise in this bottom lane. Twice we have seen them set up these superb ganks, and they have just been able to take a slice out of the ROCCAT composition. Wonder's going to get jumped on here by Wadid and Tianan, has got his flash. Will look to jump over the wall, doesn't need to do it because they don't know where the rest of Splyce are. There's no vision for ROCCAT on this bottom side.
None at all, and that meant that Wonder was able to just walk away from a, normally fatal situation. And this was the engage that just came through. Keep in mind, Trashy has his ult just as this play starts. Flay hits Woodid again. Oh, wow, the trap got body slam into the trap, into the hook, everything landing.
It's just paradise.
Splyce. Yeah, it absolutely is. Easy setup, or at least they make it look easy.
You can see the unicorns there preparing. Were you wondering what was happening? It's the unicorns preparing for their big series against G2
last
next.
week, what is Romain doing next? And this is the answer. This is not in the pool this week.
That's true. That's
Although it's
true.
probably full after the thunderstorm last night here in Berlin.
I have to admit, I'm always impressed by the new ways that Romain can advertise and get toys for the unicorns, because I don't know how I'd find that amount of different unicorn-related toys. I haven't done that many unicorn searches.
I mean, unicorns are in right now, right? Like, there's like everybody's using the emoji.
I didn't realize they were like.
There's like frappuccinos that are being made.
Frappuccinos?
Yeah, did you not? Oh, you didn't hit social media in that week. That was
same as that jump onto Betsy here. The exhaust comes down. The shockwave used as well. Mickey looking for a hook. Is it gonna land? Not quite, but it forces Betsy back straight into the arms of the play. And Betsy has nowhere to go. Splyce are 6-0. They'll get a Rift Herald for themselves as well. And ROCCAT are looking down the barrel of a very scary gun.
Yeah, it's normally when the Orianna's standing in lane that you worry about, oh, the Rift Herald might break through what is normally such a strong mid laner to break. Well, it doesn't matter, because Orianna's dead right now. And Trashy summons the Rift Herald. Incoming charge into the middle lane, and it's likely going to be full health when she hits the second tower as well, so this could be the 2-tower play.
Boy! Go on, cheer with me, Stress. Oh, look at that. That's a bit of a chunk. They actually might get the second tower, as you say, Stress. Yeah. Pricetalker trying to jump in, knocked back by Trashy. He couldn't get to the eye because of Senkux and Trashy's great play. That's 2 towers and a play. Acing the hole onto Betsy. Tries to put the orb into the midst of them. The charm onto 3 with Did. Trying to make the plays to keep his team alive. Baxy's going to jump onto Wonder here, but the equalizer comes down. Baxy's going to go mega. Nah, doesn't get the stun. Wonder flashes away from the wallop, but can he flash away from the building? The flame spitter comes back up. Wonder trying to do what he can. No flashes. Baxy jumps in. He misses again. The building and the minions are there. Baxy, you're going to burn down, my friend. Wonder with the outplays.
Mickey, as the spectator, was there just in case of assistance, but the 1v1 rites of passage go to Wonder in this game. Sure, he had 2 kills up before that trade even started,
CS.
and a significant lead, but still, you know, flashy outplays on the little mechanics. We get it so good, we're gonna get to see it again. It's so good, I forgot how to talk.
So it's a very balanced trade for a lot of it. Meganar is huge in this fight.
You're breaking down this one?
Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna. All I was gonna say is this: that he flashes out and avoids a W, and that's basically it. And then Wonder, dodges the Q. That's a bad miss.
Oh, that's a bad miss. You can see. Not the nicest of feelings when you have your signature champion. Oh, shucks indeed. Now, Splyce are looking very pretty in this game. They have accelerated this gold lead a lot quicker than we've seen them do in the last couple of matchups. ROCCAT trying to get vision around that Baron pit, but it's still 7 minutes before that's up, so more just a vision in the river than anything else.
I think that's the crazy thing, is it's only 13:45 at this point in the game. Like, this feels like the kind of point that Splyce come alive when the Baron's up, like 25 minutes in, Splyce start fighting. This game has been so much faster out of Splyce. They've already got 4 towers to the 1 of ROCCAT, as you said, 7 kills up to 0, and they've been way faster to the punch on every single fight.
And look at all the spikes they're going to hit as well. You've almost got Static Shiv on Kobe, you've got Trinity Force finished onto Senkux, almost got the Leandries onto Wonder. They are in such a strong position comparatively when Betsy only has Sorcerer's Shoes and parts of a Morello Nomicon.
And that's the really frustrating thing about playing against Corki, is there's almost no point in the game where he's...
Oh, baby! The hook comes down, Yanan will heal and flash away. And Mickey just... You can't miss a hook. I didn't realize Q had been coded as a skill shot this patch, but apparently for Threshers this week it is.
Wonder's going to try the 1v1 again.
Vexy does have Mega now. Going to look up towards the top lane for the time being. The charm comes in. They do get the knock of the shockwave onto 3 as well. The hook's going to connect. Mickey with the box down. Splyce managing to survive as Prize Stalker's the first to fall. Kianan and Betsy did there as well underneath the tower. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Wonder and Faxi continued to trade, but no one really took the advantage.
And we're so early on in the game that with only the Fiendish Codex and the Sword Boots, that Orianna ult doesn't do a whole lot. You saw it catch basically 3 people and Splyce just walk away without any real threat coming to them. And when you're talking about Corki, well, you know, when he gets Trinity Force in his boots, that's one good spike for him. Then he gets another Infinity Edge, and that's a great spike for him. And then he gets Static Shiv or Rapid Fire, and that's a great spike for him. Gets a Void Staff. Whew. Every single item has significant impact for this guy in the middle lane. And then you put into the siege, the poke potential. Woodid looks for that engage. Great start. Shockwave hits, but no damage to follow up to get these kills. Maybe it would have been enough for ROCCAT, but remember, Kianan had been hooked already. He was already such low health, there was no way of him getting into the fight. And basically, that's the end of that one.
If the gold's even at that point, that Shockwave kills Kobe.
Yeah?
Probably kills Senkux as well. It did a huge amount, Trashy as well. It did a huge amount of damage, but without the Morello Nomicon, without Luden's Echo or Leandri's on top of that, Betsy just isn't putting out the DPS he would like to be at the moment. 8 kills to 0 up for Splyce, a 7,000 gold lead. 16 minutes in. It's the largest gold lead they had at the 15-minute mark this entire year. And Splyce are looking very much on the road to Worlds.
And consider game 1, where ROCCAT were in control almost the entire game. There was a small portion where Splyce managed to fire back. Now Splyce are in complete domination mode here. It's a far cry, considering this has been a particularly tough series for both teams.
Senkux has to Valkyrie away.
Some awkward drafts, some extended pauses. You know, the news we had through about Trashy. This has been quite the series for both teams, and ROCCAT, unfortunately, not able to continue in game 3.
He just doesn't care about a Shockwave. That's not back. Goodbye, Orianna. Splyce, 9-0 up.
That's the problem now, is ROCCAT are pretty much into what in other sports would be called like the championship rounds, right? Is you're into game 3 where everything counts. It's a best of 1 again. Now Woody goes in.
Chan comes in onto 2. Prydstoker tries to get onto the backline. Does take out Senkux. Mickey there as well. Wonder's joined the fray though. The equalizer comes down. That's 1 dead. They're looking for Woodid and Kianan as well. Kianan dead. Kalista gone. Woodid pulled away as well. Splyce absolutely devastating ROCCAT at the moment. Fax is there by himself, but there's not much he can do against 4 members of the Splyce boys.
Diving under the inhibitor tower at 17.5 minutes. There's not even a Baron to pick up. The Drake is a Cloud Drake, and nobody wants that at this point when you can get kills under the tower. Splyce may take it on the way out as they clear out the bottom side jungle, but they've got so few options of what to actually do that they may as well just try and continue to fight. They'll recall, go and spend some of that gold, and now reset themselves, because look at how clean this is. They're so far ahead that Woodid tries desperately to get another one of these engages, but from behind, it's just not happening. First kill of the game for ROCCAT goes on to Senkux, but Splyce managed to really punish ROCCAT from the tail end of that fight.
It doesn't even need to be clean at this point. It is still clean. They're still playing these fights incredibly well, but because they're so far ahead, 9,000 gold at the 18-minute mark. That's 500 gold a minute they have gained over their opposition. They can just do what they want. They've got Infinity Edge on Kobe. Senkux looks like he's building up towards a rapid fire cannon, and look at these gold differences as well as they pop up on our screens. AD carry, you've got 2,500 gold between the two of them. Support, which is one of the areas that doesn't usually get a big gold lead even when your team's ahead. 2,000 gold extra on the support. In fact, Mickey almost has as much gold as Faxi. That's a pretty big lead for a support.
Almost has as much as Kianan and Prydstoker.
Should have gone Frozen Mallet, man. Have you ever played Quick Thresh?
No.
It is a wonderful thing to play, an incredibly painful thing to play against.
Fair enough.
Wonder's going to get kicked back. That's an incredibly painful kick for him as well as Prydstoker and the rest of ROCCAT look to close in on him. Burn will come out. Wonder's going to get charmed up as well and knocked up. This should be a kill for ROCCAT as they will not take down. One down the side lane. Misses, you godly man. No way does he escape from that. Look at Grams, he's got his hand in his hands.
The Zhonya's.
The equalizer, the Zhonya's. Rihanna's underneath the tower as well. Wonder, no way. No way do you do that.
Kobe's laughing. Wonder I mean, how did he get away from that?
Oh, ROCCAT, you spoil sports. Yanin and Wadid eventually get the kill. Kobe's on a killing spree. Trassy's chasing them in as well. Explosive cast to knock him back. Yanin just tries to farm up a few minions, but eventually he will fall as well. 14 kills to 2 in favor of Splyce. A 10,000 gold lead for them as well.
Oh, Wonder went back into the fight. Thought the rest of the team was coming. He was.
Go on, Mickey. You're so far. We did.
What did he do that for?
Yeah, exactly. Give Mickey the kill, man. Come on. Best support in Europe.
Oh, we're going all the way from back here. Okay, so Wonder, I was. So the king actually kind of almost saved him a bit. So Wonder still had his flash. I thought he was just going to Zhonya's here, but Wonder clearly knew the game plan. Oh, the shield was just enough.
Oh.
That's painful. That is really painful.
If they weren't already this far behind, that's the sort of thing Tilt's made of. But because they're so far behind, they're just like, yeah, okay, we're going to try and kill this guy.
I think Wonder like tried to recall and stopped recalling. Yeah, it got greedy.
I actually think Splyce called for him to delay because the rest of the team's on their way.
Yeah, this is what happened. This was like, yeah.
I think that's all you could say about it.
Oh, we're back into a fight.
Oh, fight up in the top lane. Faxy's dead. Trashy's on a killing spree. There was a short period in this game where I thought Splyce might have had the quickest game in the European LCS this split, which is at 23 minutes. I don't think it anymore.
No.
Although with Baron buff, maybe if they just win one fight after this push, they can win. And it looks like ROCCAT actually won the fight as they're going to try and collapse in. Faxy is dead, of course, but Pride on his way. There's Wadid with the charm. Double charm equalizer's come out, though. Wadid's doing what he can to distract, but he's already dead. And Splyce there. Pride is across the wall and has landed a Sonic Wave on that Baron. Kobe's going to kill Yana, not quite. The shockwave pulls him closer, and Kobe will be thankful for that. Betsy trying to get the kill, can't do it. Baron did go over towards Splyce during all of this, and Pride Stalker's trying to jump his way away. Senkux flashes the wall, just needs a phosphorus bomb or an auto to land. Not quite enough, but the minions help him out. And Splyce get the Baron, get a few kills, and are looking for that win.
Yeah, you were talking about the fastest win. I don't necessarily think they're going to get it because they have to recall out right now, but Splyce have been putting on a clinic this entire game long. Once again, Wonder, Senkux, and Kobe have been enabled from a great early game, and they're items ahead of their counterparts. An item and a half up on the AD carry at least, and now Splyce. This was the fight again. We did great engage if they're even. Sadly, they're not, so kind of difficult for ROCCAT to fight back on this. And as you said, Price Stalker had landed the Q. Trashy and Wonder and Senkux were all there denying him any kind of entrance into the pit. And from there, Splyce should easily be able to close this game out.
It's just been pretty dominating from Splyce, in all honesty. And this is the sort of performance that you want to see out of the best teams in a region, which I think you have to start looking at Splyce as one of the best teams in Europe at the moment, because with this win, they take top spot in Group B. And if Unicorns lose later on, they will be secured in top spot in Group B. H2K yesterday, perhaps slightly disappointing. But Splyce, after losing game 1 of this series, have come back incredibly strong, have not looked like they're faltering at any point with a lead. And if they can start taking these leads in games against the bigger teams, then they are definitely a challenger for at least the playoffs, if not the playoff finals. That's a charm on towards the AD carry. Kobe pulled back, Pride Stalker looking for the flank. Hyonan has put that Fate's call in, but gets hooked once again from Mickey, and that's an unstoppable Kobe as Splyce look to finish out this game. The equalizer comes out, the shockwave does absolutely nothing. Wadid's going to take an ace in the hole to the face. Senkux, one more auto will do it, but you can't quite get there. The Gatling gun cannot shred through Wadid enough. Senkux almost kills himself. Pride Stalker, that's Kobe goes legendary, a delayed quadra. Come on, Splyce.
It's not the Penta, it doesn't count anymore, unfortunately. That was 4 kills, though, for Kobe lined up. That means Splyce have won the game. It's been theirs from the early game. Splyce, great performance against ROCCAT.
Oh, this snake has a massive bite. They're looking for the Nexus Towers. They're going to take the win. ROCCAT fall 2-1 as Splyce take the series.
You talked there about the strength of these two teams, and when you look at the teams they've beaten in the groups, you have to look that they are at least mid to top of the table contenders for this split. It was a close-fought series in the first 2 games. Hard to judge exactly where the skill level for both teams is, but you've got to say that they were competitors against each other for the majority, but Splyce finding their groove in Game 3, coming out very strong, and Cobby once again putting in a good performance alongside the rest of Splyce.
Yeah, I think it's just Splyce all around in those second 2 games were able to hold on to a lead and close it out pretty effectively, and you can see ROCCAT after that second game just seemed a little bit defeated. It felt like their legs had given in, to use a sporting phrase. They didn't have the energy, they didn't have the fight left in them after fighting so long against Fnatic last week and fighting so long against Splyce this week, but that's taking nothing away from them as a team. They continue to improve, they continue to impress, and if they can continue along this trajectory, they are looking for those playoff spots at the end of the split.
Yeah, so much came from the bottom lane of Splyce in this series, at least in the 2 games they won. Mickey showing up on the Thresh. We saw good performances from them after that tricky game 1, even taking on the Xayah and the Rakan from ROCCAT that other teams have fallen to. So it was a fun series to watch. We heard Wadid saying, Mickey, one of the best supports in Europe. I'll be the best if I can take him down. Unfortunately, not today. But certainly, ROCCAT's still looking pretty strong. Splyce, however, the stronger team on the day.
Splyce are looking strong and just took their 3rd win in a row. Let's hand it over to Shox and Henning to wrap up that series.
Thank you very much, Medic, and we will be joined by both Senkux and Mickey from Splyce after the break to cover G2 versus Unicorns of Love. They have earned that right. No, it was actually already arranged beforehand, but they did now earn that right because they won the series in the end in what has to have been the most convincing game of the 3, looking for both sides, because ROCCAT did have a very convincing game 1, and then Splyce a bit more trouble in game 2, but this was super, super clean on each front, so much so that they could even play around a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is such a convincing game number 3, and I'm a bit surprised because ROCCAT, they did draft these winning lanes across the board, but just, I don't know, jungle dance towards Pride Stalker just shuts him down, and Splyce so much stronger, both through that early game and then with the mid-game team fighting comps. Wunder showed that he can play this Rumble really well. Definitely something that you have to keep your eye out for in the following games. And Rakan, for Wadid, has been this big respect pick that we've really been thinking highly about. Might not be considered such a specialty anymore.
Yeah, not a high priority maybe anymore for them because we've seen the evolution of the bottom lane matchups throughout the games. In game 2, we had the Rakan and the Xayah beaten by the Braum and the Kalista in lane. This time around, ROCCAT said, well, we'll pick the Kalista and the Rakan, which of course you think you kind of have the best of both worlds. But again, Cobby and Mickey actually had a very, very good game once again. Let's take a look at one of the replays in the bottom lane because a lot of the action all around was centered around the bottom lane. So how did they get the upper hand here?
Yeah, the thing with this duo lane from Yarnon and Wadid is that we saw it earlier on. I think it was week 2. They played it against Misfits, where they really just won the lane and stomped and were super impressive. But the thing there is that they were able to snowball. They got the first blood, and then they were able to just build off that. And this is such a snowball lane. So when Mickey just is so godlike with these hooks, is such a good Thresh player, if you get shut down early on in the lane, this duo lane just falls off. And we know Kalista, she has to get up close and personal with the enemy team. And when you're up against like a Gragas, a Rumble, a Corki, that's not something you want to do if you're falling behind, and they just fall so far behind this game.
Yeah, great stuff out of the Splyce bottom lane there as well, and Splyce is just going to keep winning fights. Why do you think ROCCAT didn't have any opening anywhere? If we look at the mid lane, if we look at the top lane, Betzeril didn't have as much an influence as he did even in that losing game 2. The top lane not either, but what was kind of the main fault? Is it just Pride Stalker not being able to get things going across the map?
I think Pride Stalker didn't look as impressive as he did in game 1 at all. And also, we've got to talk about the top lane because Faxi got that Gnar versus Rumble matchup, which he piloted very well in the first game, as he was able to get the advantage, just put so much pressure on towards the side lane. But this game, when Trashy was putting his attention top, he was just show that even if you're Gnar against Rumble, it doesn't matter if Rumble is so far ahead in the gold.
Yeah, it was not pretty for the side of ROCCAT. They won a bunch of fights, and there was never really a chance for ROCCAT to get back into the game. We're going to take a look at one of the final encounters, which ended up with Splyce pushing through the base. In the end, they were already on the steps.
Yeah, this is really what ROCCAT wants to do. Get the team fight engaged with the Rakan and the Orianna together. At this point, though, Splyce is so far ahead in the gold count, so even though they don't have Wunder here early on, he's able to TP in and just turn this fight around. Just a clean team fighting comp, and we mentioned that Splyce were out team fighting Unicorns of Love last week.
Yeah.
This time they out team fought the beaters of Fnatic in ROCCAT, so maybe the best team fighting team in Europe.
Yeah, maybe the question will be answered. The best support in Europe, maybe you have to believe Wadid, who said it was kind of a toss-up between him and Mickey. And mikyx is the player of the series for this one as well, which is always tough because Kobbe obviously also put on a great performance in Game 2. But mikyx very enabling, and that's also, whenever Splyce has been doing well, mikyx has been one of the big enablers of this team.
So impressive on this threshold. I mean, every time he gets his hands on this champion, he makes the plays happen. Also had the Braum counter pick prepared to the Rakan Saya in game number 2. So definitely deserves the player of the series here.
All right, what are we taking away from this? I know we always like to say ROCCAT isn't going to be sad about this loss, but you know, on the other hand, if they've shown that they can challenge some of the best teams in Europe, they should be a bit sad that they weren't able, I think, recover as good as they would have wanted, because they had a fantastic game 1 and then completely crumbled, which is not what you want to see.
Yeah, exactly. With the impressive game 1 that they had, I thought that they were able to build off that even better than they were able to in the end. So I don't think ROCCAT are too happy at all with this loss, even though they were able to take a game. I mean, after showing that they could beat Fnatic, I think they were expecting to beat Splyce as well. I mean, I predicted it, so that's got to be the truth, of course. But not enough.
Yeah, how is the Henning prediction scorecard coming along? Actually, we should go back and watch, because
someone's going to, I guess, but I'm not going to.
I know Quickshot was giving you a hard time.
That well, I predicted Fnatic wins both times, though. So
yeah, but it's not about winning the prediction game; it's about passing on the analysis.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I have a lot of those. Well, coming up next, though, is the Unicorns of Love as they get their chance for revenge against the Kings of Europe. Stay with us.
Holy fuck. That one-shot combo. Root onto Shannon, he's trying to dodge his way around, but you cannot dodge away from the autos, and you cannot dodge away from the equalizer. Cavender's gonna get charmed up as well and knocked up. This should be a kill for ROCCAT as they will not take dash out. One down the side lane, misses, you godly man! Get the ball, get the ball. Heal them on! I mean, how did he get out? That's an unstoppable Kobbe as Splyce will finish out this game. The equalizer comes out, the shotgun does absolutely nothing. ROCCAT all 2-1 as Splyce take the series.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. They say I have a grim sense of humor.
For me, it's important to win against unicorns because I don't like losing.
But it means a lot for me as a player to finally win against G2.
I don't think Exile is the bad player, but I don't think that he's really good either.
Fight is split up. Perks gets cold where he stands. Vizachachi gets another. Exile's on a killing spree.
He has good mechanics, but I don't think he uses his brain that much.
Indeed, but so is Perks being jumped on. Exile diplomacy.
I feel a lot more confident than the past times we played against them.
Will not fall prey. Expect gets the passive shield. Survive.
It lives!
Survives.
But I think I definitely have a shot against them.
They defend. Oh, there's a big nerd. Oh, no, no. No, he just did it. Oh, are you kidding?
We are back for the marquee clash of the week with the rematch of last split's finals between Unicorns of Love and G2, and are joined rather by Splyce, Sencox, and Mickey X, just coming straight off that win versus ROCCAT. Congratulations, guys. Also, happy Midsummer. Do you guys celebrate that in Denmark?
Nope.
Is it only me?
Do you celebrate no. Oh, it's only a Swedish thing?
Honestly, I had no Finland as well, I think.
But that doesn't count. That's not really a country.
Oh my god.
We're starting with a flame already?
The
Come on.
Scandinavian battle. Well, Mickey, I wanted to congratulate you with your player of the series. I think you heard it already. Do you think you deserved it? We were doubting between Kobe and you, to be honest with.
I think it was that I deserved it because I didn't die the last game, and I think I broke my streak of dying every game once at least. I think that's what I heard yesterday.
That was the record, yes, indeed.
Okay, so that's good.
All right, good stuff. Congratulations on that. Let's dial in on the matchup at hand, the G2 and Unicorns of Love, two of the most powerful teams in Europe. And in their last matchup in the spring finals, G2 came out on top, 3-1 win, and then it was quite clear that G2 was very much the stronger team. But Sencox, if you look at this matchup now, how do you think the level between the two teams is?
I'm not too sure because G2 came back after a break after MSI and they haven't really been performing ever since. And UOL last week when we played them, I didn't feel like they played that well. Like in general, they just play the same style every game. So I think if G2 just they should know this by now and just play into that, and then I think they should be able to be the stronger team at the moment.
So you're saying they're both worse, but that means that G2 is still better?
I think they're both. I think actually UOL is kind of the same, but I think people just kind of figured out how they play every game because they play the same every game. It doesn't really change that much. And G2 is just kind of like they came back after a break and everybody can see that they haven't been performing like they did at MSI, for example. So it might not be the cleanest of game, but I still think G2 has the edge.
Yeah, that is, of course, the big thing here. G2, they need a win. They've had a rough start to the split after MSI. Mickey, you just played them recently, 2 weeks ago. What is your idea of what is going wrong for G2 right now? Or what are they not as good at that they were very good at last split?
You played 2 weeks ago?
G2? No, you played Unicorns of Love. I'm sorry. But what about G2?
Okay,
good
so,
one. You should call me out.
We only scrimmed G2, and I think they're pretty good. I think right now they should be stronger than UOL, so I expect them to win. But of course, they're worse than last split at least for now. So, yeah. But I still think G2 are gonna come on top.
Yeah, seems to be the sentiment.
Yeah, I think a big change between the MSI and now for G2 is how the game has changed as well. I don't think it's just the players that are playing worse. I think the metagame, how it's played out, fits worse for G2.
All right, now here we show the goal difference for G2 Esports not doing too well, and NIP actually is they're very close to that goal difference. So that is saying something for the side of G2.
Yeah, that's my favorite stat. NIP has a better goal difference at 20 than G2 does. I think that's saying a lot.
Yeah, that's like a humble actually diss on, on NIP. So Mickey, I'm sorry for messing it up that time around, but you did play the Unicorns of Love and beat them 2 weeks ago. So I wanted to ask you about the bottom lane specifically. How influential do you think this is going to be? You've now established yourself as the best support in Europe. What was saying so. So how do you think this one is going to play out?
I think the bottom lane of UOL plays pretty aggressive most of the time, and Healison likes to play playmakers like Blitzcrank, ROCCAT, and Thresh, stuff like that. So if he can get that, he doesn't hesitate on engages. He just flashes in on every time he sees someone out of position. And from lane, I think they're pretty strong, but I think G2's bot lane is still a bit better in lane-wise.
Yeah, and do you think lane-wise is the most important with the matchups that we've seen coming out in the current meta game and in the current patch?
Yeah, I think it's a lot dependent on the matchups. So.
Yeah, you guys showed that as well in your series versus ROCCAT, of course. And if we dial in on the mid lane matchup, we have Perkz versus Exile, and we saw there a spicy clip. Perkz was saying, hey, Exile has good mechanics, but sometimes he doesn't use his brain. And to be honest, Senkox, that's also what we've seen. And Exile has always been feathering the line between getting killed solo or getting kills solo, but it seems to be going worse for him the last couple of weeks.
Exile has always played like this. Even when it went good for him, he still played at the enemy tower, and if someone ganks him, he will die 30 times a game, because if he doesn't have flash, like even in our series, the first game they won, he didn't have flash on Rise, and he goes to attack my tower, and people can just keep ganking him. I think he just walks up at times where it doesn't make much sense, and it's so risky. Sometimes it pays off for him and he gets really fed, but lately he's just been punished really hard.
Yeah, especially against Perkz, who has been, well, maybe falling off a little bit in his last couple of games, but has been performing still very, very well. Do you think this could be a huge problem for the Unicorns of Love and a huge opening for G2, Henning?
I think, speaking of Exile, the difference between a genius and an idiot is very thin, and I think he's just treading on that line. I do think that Perkz could...
You know, allegorically speaking, of course.
Of course. No, but he's just treading there, like you don't know which side it's going to end up on. I think that's something that Perkz could have used. He's been picking a lot of strong laners. He's been liking the Lucian mid just to be able to punish in the laning phase. If that's something that he could go for, we're going to see an explosive mid lane for sure.
I think Perkz is just in general like way better in lane, and I think Exile has to rely on like really hard outplaying, where Perkz is way smarter than how he plays the lane, and he doesn't go 0-10 in games where he doesn't have a flash up. So I think Perkz is a better player in general.
Right, we're being harsh for Exile, so let's see, maybe he has an answer for us in game. Mickey, you already said that G2 is going to come out on top. What is the score? How is it going to go?
I guess 2-1 for G2 is going to be the end score.
Senkox?
2-0 G2.
2-0 G2.
You asked me earlier and I went for G2, so I got to stick with that.
You're always wrong. We're always wrong.
I'm not always wrong. I predicted Fnatic both.
I mean, he's Swedish. It's not his fault.
Yeah, Scandinavian banter. Love it.
I can really see that you're representing Denmark with how red you are in your face.
Oh my, okay, yeah, we're gonna move on.
It's red and white.
That's true, that's true.
Henning, wow. Well, the stage is set for this fight between G2 and the Unicorns of Love. Dracos, the floor is yours. Please, please take it away from us.
Thank you, Shox, and good evening, everyone. I'm Daniel Dracos here with Martin Officio Lunga and Andrew Vedius Day to bring you the series.
Two colorcasters.
Two colorcasters. I'm ready. I'm just not, I can't, one is not enough for me anymore, guys. I need more. I need more people talking, more constantly knowledge. Interrupting me during team fights.
That too.
That is what I live for. Well, we got two star-filled lineups on stage tonight. Fighting from the blue side in game one, it's going to be G2 Esports. In the top lane, it'll be Expect, Jungle, Tricks, mid lane, Perkz, AD Carry, Lord Sven, support Mithy, Coach Joey, Youngbuck, Selton Pool to round it all out.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the rift will be the Unicorns of Love. In the top lane is Vizichachi, their jungler Cersei, mid laner Exile, AD Carry Samex, their support Hillsang, and Coach Sheepy.
All cheering for Vedius. He read the lineups. They're like, woo, well done, mate. And of course, we've seen, it's been interesting, right? Because Unicorns of Love, mostly looking pretty good, 3-1. But G2 on the opposite side, they've had a lot of struggles, and it's not quite clear when they're going to come back into top form.
No, things have not been great for G2 for a few weeks now. Things have been a little rough, and it's a little unconventional because for such a long time...
The thing is, I looked into that very specifically, like why would G2 Esports suddenly be good internationally and really bad, you know, domestically? And I actually found this thing right here. This is a cursed monkey paw, this one right there. And I'm pretty confident that G2 actually wished with a cursed monkey paw international success. Which then means you have to suck in Europe, and that's actually what they're doing right now. Also, this monkey is called what, Larry?
Larry.
There we go.
All right, well,
Larry, the cursed monkey
I swear
paw.
We're professionals. We're here to cast League of Legends. Larry, the cursed monkey paw monkey. But we are very quickly going to get the champions. Like, so, Deficio...
How do you break the curse?
Monkey aside, let's take it back. How do G2 win here outside of maybe whatever it takes to break a monkey paw curse? Like, let's go back to the how can they play better in League of Legends to improve their chances?
Well, we did hear the analysts say that it was like 2-1, 2-0 in favor of G2 all the time, and there's like Unicorns will only play the same style. So if you are G2 Esports, why don't you try and copy Splyce from last week, where it's like run team fights, you know, get a scaling jungler, get strong late game champions, and take the mid game team fights against Unicorns of Love, because it worked for Splyce. Could be the same here for G2.
And I think the thing that we have to remember is that the reason why in the past G2 have done so well
against the Unicorns of Love is because the biggest strength for Unicorns is their ability to team fight. And when you go up against a team like G2, they're pretty good at team fighting as well, but they have that extra layer. They know how to play around the map. Their ability to manage sideways, their ability to set up around objectives is always very, very strong.
Except when they just return from MSI.
Except for when they...
And they're pretty damn shaky
and
sometimes.
The curse hits them, okay?
Yeah, the curse definitely
That's what you expect.
Which is why we can't 100% trust in the G2 macro and why they have been losing some games. Also some individual performances, but we want to see something more. Expect and Trick are two of the guys we're looking at. If you are playing Unicorns of Love, you always need to respect Xerxes and Visichachi. If you fall behind to them early, you might just lose the game.
And we have to see what G2 want to pull out here in draft today, because there have been some questions in terms of what they're working on, how they will adapt to the new patch, because it didn't look so good in the weeks past, whereas Unicorns of Love seem to have a solid grasp on the meta, if some small weaknesses elsewhere.
There's actually been a very heavy focus onto Chachi up in the top lane. What we've seen in the last few weeks for the Unicorns is Chachi has had a very large priority on getting himself things like the Shen, like the Galio. Now his champion pool is going to be tested a little bit more. We do know that in the past, he has been able to bring out these carries, but when he played Gangplank into Odo, he got dismantled.
Maybe Renekton comes in this time. Rumble, we have seen quite a lot already the last 2 days. First pick wise, if you are G2 with Thresh, going with Elise and Zac, those are very common first picks. Suddenly things like Caitlyn and Rumble look very, very good as early priority picks. And I actually like this because we know that Unicorns can play as Xayah, but Caitlyn is good against her, specifically in the laning phase. And that means G2 Esports are ready for that pick.
And interesting, too, now that we see the first round of picks locked in, the Caitlyn, the Rumble on the opposite side, very different from the drafts we had in our series earlier today. Such early priority on the Caitlyn. The Rumble as well. Now Rakan locked in to follow, so very different here in the early phase.
Now I'm thinking that if you're G2, you'd likely go towards either a Braum or a Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench, one of the biggest hard counters to Rakan, often because he acts as a really good disengage tool and he mitigates a lot of what Rakan is so good at. On top of that, Braum, we did see it earlier on the day, bringing out from Splyce, very effective at just being that disengage tool to keep Rakan away.
Cannon top lane with Rumble already being shown. We have to remember Unicorns of Love can always flex the Rumble into the jungle if they don't like the top lane matchup. Obviously, we are expecting this to be taking the Cannon on top side. It'd be weird to put a Kate on top, at least.
Yeah, a little weird. I mean, you could do a high and put the cannon mid as well, but that would be a little bit
we don't like that either.
Out there.
So I actually agree a lot with like getting the Tahm Kench pick specifically for G2 Esports. I would be a little bit surprised if they actually go for Karma, despite, of course, again, the flex nature of her as a champion. I think after the nerfs, she has lost a lot of value.
Agreed.
And you know you're going to play against Xayah Rakan. At least it's very likely when Rakan has already been locked in and you're not taking that Xayah because you already showed your AD carry.
And one of the big risks that you run, right, is that coming into this split, what we saw is the rise of Thresh and the ability of hard engage supports acting as a great answer to these long range supports that are just trying to poke you and harass you. And what's a better hard engaged bottom lane than a Xayah and Rakan? So I feel like G2, perhaps a bit of disrespect going towards the bottom lane of Unicorns of Love.
Or maybe something new in the back pocket. Maybe they're the team that's finally figured out how to deal with the Xayah Rakan lane. We've already seen Splyce deal with it earlier today. Some potential here in the picks as we enter the second ban phase.
I mean, that's one of the things about Karma and the movement speed she does offer. Makes it a bit harder for Rakan with the all-in. And also at the same time, I think G2 are just saying we just want a strong 2v2 lane. Like we want to actually use the Caitlyn power to win this 2v2 and make sure Xayah Rakan are just falling a bit behind and potentially even losing that tower. But this obviously means Unicorns of Love can make TP plays on the bottom side, and they have Rumble top or jungle right now to join these fights, which could be very impactful for them.
And a lot of respect paid over to Xerxes with this Warwick ban being taken off the board. Kha'Zix's taken away as well. Interesting enough from Trick, despite the more vulnerable members already present on G2, but now very quickly going to enter the second pick phase, and we'll see where Unicorns of Love wants to put priority.
And this situation has been tough for G2 in the past, where they lose some of the main jungle picks and Graves become like the answer for Trick, and then he doesn't really have any impact in the early game. Lee Sin is available this time around though, so there's still available junglers for him.
And a Wild Yeti may appear. Who knows?
Yeah.
Karma Cannon's locked in. It has worked in the past for G2 sometimes.
So I wonder also with Xerxes here, if he's not going to play the Rumble, what other junglers he wants to go for, because Kindred is a pick we know he's been playing in solo queue. We have not seen it used competitively from him. And that is actually a special one.
Okay, all right, now. Could technically still go jungle, I guess, but I think what's much more likely, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the first Hecarim of the EULCS. I think of the year, let alone the summer split. But
it fits very nicely into Xerxes' style as well, which is very much that farm to 6. Very team fight focused, really good at forcing engages, synergizes nicely as well with the Rakan because you can use him as an engage tool, the immediate Rakan follow-up as well. I feel like it very much continues to fit into the Unicorns of Love playstyle.
Yeah, and even if they could get something, you know, like Orianna to further work with both Rakan and Hecarim, you have a quite insane team fight start. And you are against a lot of AD carries on the side of G2 Esports. Great engage into something like a Shockwave, and you have killed 1 or 2 guys just when the fight starts. Obviously, Lucian mid lane is the answer for G2 here as a blind pick. Cassiopeia has been one of the go-to choices against Lucian, but I think Orianna can work extremely well as well.
Ryze is going to be the final lock-in, but Vedius, you brought up how proficient Unicorns of Love and G2 are both at team fighting. Well, Unicorns of Love seem to be a lot more focused on the team fighting than G2 here in this draft.
Very, very big team fight composition coming out from the Unicorns of Love. I don't know how I feel about the Ryze pick. In terms, if they wanted to go more for team fight, an answer to the Lucian has been, as Deficio was saying, the Cassio, but also Victor and Ori would have synergized slightly better with the Unicorns composition. But I feel like with the Ryze, they're taking into consideration how big of a threat Expect could be if he is able to get ahead in the early game. So they have the side lane answer with the Ryze pick. Perhaps I'd like to see him maybe even run a teleport in there so that he can still match that side lane pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea behind it makes sense, but I would have loved like just a pure team fighting mage because you are running enough engage to say, oh, if you're on a split push with Lucian and Kennen, well, your mid lane your mid lane group is going to die now because we can just hard engage straight away on them and force that into a Baron play. But obviously, Ryze is a champion that if he doesn't fall behind, can have a lot of value in basically all stages of the game. Pick potential, team fighting is okay as well, but it's not the late game monster we see in other mid laners.
And definitely a comfort pick for Exile as well. Well, folks, if you want to get involved, head on over to Twitter at LOL Esports, hashtag G2win or hashtag UOLwin. Whether you're part of the G2 Army or the Love Hurts crew, we'll find out when we get in the game. We can see how that vote works out. But this is it. This is the rematch of the spring finals. Game 1 gearing up, very different than what we saw last time. A struggling D2, a successful Unicorns of Love, despite the loss against Splyce.
And my eyes are going to be on Trick in the jungle. Can he get these laners rolling? Can he get G2 off to an early lead? Or will Unicorns get that big team fight that they have become so famous for?
You're looking at the jungle, I'm looking at the mid laners. Exile with the Ryze here. I think it is a very risky pick from him that doesn't necessarily it's not really needed here. You could have gone just pure team fight and you would have been fine. Cassiopeia was available. The Victor you highlighted, Vedi as well. But instead, he's going back to this Ryze that we have seen a few times from him so far in this split, and it's not been very successful. He's died a lot in the early game, not due to champion, just due to very poor decisions as a player.
Definitely a tough spot to be. Can't afford to make mistakes here in this series either, because while G2, maybe not as strong in the team fight, are definitely incredibly strong here in the laning phase. We already talked about the Caitlyn, Karma, the Lucian, the Kennen. So much strength here, but you can see cards not in Unicorns of Love favor when we look at historical matchups. 17-4, the all-time record between these teams, and of course, most recently, taking the crown away.
So, turns out Samurais were the cause of the extinction of the Unicorns. A little unfortunate for them, but fantastic record overall from G2. The fact that they have been so consistently dominant over their adversaries in the Unicorns of Love has been very impressive to see over such a long time.
But as we have seen the last few weeks, if there's ever a time to beat G2 Esports, it is right now, because they are struggling. They've lost now quite a few games in the EULCS, despite going almost undefeated for 3 splits in a row. Poor, I say. Good from ROCCAT that they actually managed to stop that streak last split. But now if you're Unicorns of Love, you know, you want to bounce back. You lost last week. You just saw Splyce take a game as well, win this series. So they're currently sitting above Unicorns in the standings. And Unicorns want that first place back.
Interested to see, too, as the jungler start their clear up. Have to keep our eyes on the Hecarim, wonder where he's going to go, what the priority is going to be in the early game. Vedius, you brought up the farming. Fans have brought up the team vote. But I think I'm curious to see what this Hecarim will provide.
Yeah, so Hecarim is a champion. It's been a while since we have seen him. There was a period in time where he was super meta, but he kind of fell off because the biggest issue that Hecarim has is that he really needs items. He scales very well.
He's greedy.
But he needs a lot of gold, and often it's difficult to get it when you're just sitting in the jungle all day. So his most successful time was the Smite Ignite, not the TP Ignite era, where he was able to get a lot of gold. Trinity Force is often the early go-to, however, that might shift slightly with certain itemization changes, depending on Xerxes' preference.
And gentlemen, I call this the first Hacker of the Year. It's actually the third. Now, Xerxes has played it once before. The other one was Wisdom. When we look back to how Wisdom played it, he took all the gold. He hogged all the kills.
Yes.
But he did so much work in those fights, and we'll see if that's the road that Xerxes wants to go down.
That's always the thing about a jungle like Hecarim and some of these picks where they can work. Like, you're not just going to pick them and then suddenly you're just completely useless in this game. Like, these champions do extremely well if they get off to a good start. And they, especially the teamfight impact with an ulti against multiple AD carries, it's very easy for Xerxes to get onto G2's backline. And that's where Hylissang's follow-up will be key as well to keep people in check. And suddenly Vizicsacsi might lay down the best ulti we've ever seen.
But he has to get there. And the problem is right now, at this point in the game, he is very weak. A Hecarim does not offer a huge amount of early game value compared to a Lee Sin. And you can already see Trick looking to try to exert an element of pressure in the top half of the map. And when you are playing this Lee Sin, when you have so many pressure lanes and Kennen with the constant pushing in bottom with a Lucian mid who's a little reliant on getting that early snowball, it is very imperative that Trick is very active in the early game.
This is such a small and dumb point, but I get so happy when I watch top laners at 3 minutes actually place a ward. Because so often in the EULCS I see guys with no wards at level 3, they get ganked by a jungler and they didn't see him coming, they just die and we're like, man, why on earth did you do that? Chachi this time around, smart man, he's learned from many times of dying to that level 3 gank, being like, maybe I should put a ward down, and he actually finds his early game jungler Lee Sin, meaning Xerxes can go back to base, he doesn't have to fear for his top laner's life, despite this little trade. And Vizicsacsi now can just safely farm.
Moving forward. A lot of aggressive trading going on in these laning phase. Ryze versus the Lucian, quite explosive already.
So, note as well that Perk's actually deciding to run heal in the middle lane on the Lucian as well. The thing is about Ryze is usually you don't run something like an exhaust against an AP mage, so instead you choose to run the heal to mitigate some of the burst that you get up against that Ryze. And you can see that on the Lucian, because of his basic attack pattern, it's very easy for you to just try and trade in favorably because of you can just dash around all the skill shots that Ryze are trying to hit.
So I want to talk about mid lane. I don't want to talk about mid lane because they didn't do anything. Instead, I want to look at Expect because he's running Thunderlords on Kennen, which is something you can do if you play AP Kennen. But I looked at his runes. He only sits with he sits currently with 6 AP, so that doesn't seem to be at least what he's speccing for in the runes. But magic penetration could also be the way. Also attack speed.
If we look back Season 3 era when Kennen was a top laner, you'd start Doran's Blade, you'd take 80 runes, and you just build magic penetration.
So this might actually be AP Kennen coming in from him, or.
And I feel like it would make more sense when you're running an AD carry mid laner too and you have Sven on a Caitlyn, having a bit of AP damage coming out from the top lane. Where else is your engage going to come from, right? Karma onto Kennen?
Oh, keep your eyes on the bottom lane, though. Moving forward for a little bit more. Hylissang going to back right out. And interesting how badly this bottom lane is going for Unicorns of Love right now. You can see a massive CS advantage for Sven.
So this is what we talked about with the first pick, Caitlyn. It's a really good answer to that potential Xayah that gets picked on the other side, because Caitlyn will win this lane due to her fantastic range and early game power. And then Akama just came in as literally a lane bully next to her. So G2 Esports said, we are confident we can win this 2v2 despite playing against Xayah Rakan. Have to remember, Xayah also received some nerfs here on 7-12. And we now see this tower going down at 6 minutes.
And this is actually insane how quickly this is falling. Pretty sizable gold lead this early on, funneled into the hands of Sven and Mithy. This is not something we really ever see, but this is the laning dominance of Caitlyn and Karma, and it's been so long since we've seen these two paired together.
Yeah, very commonly known for being that pushing power bottom lane. In the past, or in the last 2 weeks, what you would have expected is some kind of early action coming out from this Xayah Rakan. We so often see that level 1 all-in play, but it seems that with the pressure in which Sven and Mithy were able to exert, they didn't have that opportunity. They take the early tower, now we see a bit of trading in mid.
Exile has to be careful, looking at the footwork out, will make it out in the end, but Perk's definitely coming out on top in those trades, and in the meantime, Trick able to take the Ocean Dragon, while Xerxes just has to continue farming up on this Hecarim. Ooh. Hungry for blood, of course, can't see into the bush, however, means he's going to have to back up.
The first time we see Perks on Lucian not actually get ganked early game and give up an early kill, so he's been able to actually farm just fine. And all of G2 Esports able to do okay in the laning phase. Only Expect really struggling a little bit, but not too bad.
So something you commonly see from Hylissang is that when Samix and Hylissang go do their first back, he will always roam. He will, every single time he does his first back, and he looks to try and set up a gank somewhere. Now they realize they've lost the 2v2, so they preemptively swap to the top, and already they're looking for something.
Oh, trying to go in. That's the ultimate coming out from Kenny. Vizicachi looking to feel pretty comfortable here, but the bot lane just not there in time. First blood drops for G2.
So if you look at the minimap, you actually see Sven in the bottom lane. This is why Vizicachi did not expect Karma to be top lane. He's like, okay, they're clearly not lane swapping right now. And as you highlighted very, you know, supports like to roam towards the mid lane after their recall. So the fact that Mitty shows up top and now mid lane fighting.
Forward. ROC's taking his time though, just looking to get the beneficial trade here. Hecarim is spotted out and G2 gonna back off.
But again, the fact that Mithy then goes top lane, hides in that brush here, clearly surprising Vizicachi. And that's first blood over to G2 Esports. Great start from them.
And I just love the roam from Mithy as well. The fact that he did go up to the top side. Now Sven makes the rotation after pushing at bottom, so they can now match the 2 versus 2. Feels like that G2, they're just reading Unicorns of Love so well, because the standard play is we take bot tower, we rotate up top. So preemptively, UOL try to answer, and instead by keeping Sven bot, as you were discussing, like, it just has that surprise factor, and you're able to get the early kill. And now that they have 3 members top, they can start applying pressure onto this. And look, Lee Sin is in the top half of the map as well.
And this is just such a good start for G2, although Exile is starting to feel more comfortable in the laning phase. But G2 already with a pretty sizable lead here. Colin does come out onto Exile. It's just going to be the trade back and forth. But you can see G2 really struggling in the last few weeks. But today is starting to make a difference in that.
It's definitely not been a good G2 Esports we've seen lately, which is why, again, a lot of people move them down on like their power rankings, saying these guys are currently not that S-tier team in Europe, and that is obviously very true, judging from all the recent performances. Exile in the mid lane, still has Flash, he's feeling safe, but he is taking a lot of damage every time we see trading happening. It's really just Chachi right now getting the CS lead for Unicorns of Love.
In the same time, Exile losing it in the mid lane despite trading quite aggressively, looking pretty even in a lot of these trades, still falling behind in terms of raw CS and gold.
And you have to remember, whenever they're fighting, Exile can't really get his HP back as easily, and has very early Cutlass on perks here, so whenever they go even in the trades, it actually benefits the champion with lifesteal, which of course in this case is the Lucian.
And now, like, we've talked a lot about G2 and how they have been playing the early game very well, but you still have to remember the classic Unicorn style, which is 15, 20 minutes. For some reason, a button just turns on within them, and they just are able to force fights around the map. And Xerxes has been quietly farming away. You can see he's already picked himself up the phage, working very likely towards that Trinity Force. And once that's completed, I'm expecting Unicorns of Love to be a little bit more active once they've hit those level 11 marks and got a few more points in their ultis.
And there are again a bunch of squishy members on the side of G2 Esports, so even if you're down in gold on the side of Unicorns of Love, one good team fight with some well-placed ultis from a Xerxes, from a Vizicachi, and suddenly that fight is won. If you are the Unicorns of Love, they're getting a lot of damage on this top lane tower right now, only Sven here to defend it.
Looking good for now. Sven doing what he can to hold on, but of course not a whole lot of wave clear outside of the Piltover Peacemaker, and expect no longer attended to by Vizicachi. It means he gets the bot lane pressure going for the side of G2.
And bear in mind, the reason why G2 had to take so much damage down on that tower was because there was no vision on Chachi, no knowledge on where Xerxes was, and there was the fear as a gank happens.
Oh, Exile in trouble. He's going to get slowed down by the Bilgewater Cutlass, looking for a little bit more. Can't find the third stack there. Exile now running for his life. Expect may have overstayed. Now trying to get out. Is stunned up. That's going to be the first kill dropping, but Expect is set to fall to Xerxes. Now backing off, but Trick is hungry for a little bit of blood. Sonic Wave doesn't connect, and G2, it's the 1-for-1.
So Expect, he was able to get the push-up, bot immediately roam through the mid because there was no vision from the Unicorns of Love in their bottom half of the jungle. That made it very easy for him to walk into the lane and help Perks get that kill down onto Exile, but then Xerxes was there to be able to provide support.
Yeah, not a terrible thing here for Unicorns of Love because they're getting the kill onto that jungler who needs the gold. Exile, after actually flashing out, could have stepped out of the fight, but he decided to go back in, which is why he ends up dying because the stun came in from Expect, who is in fact building some AP here on this kind of proto-build rush. We've seen some of it in LCK. Marin was experimenting with the AP cannon top lane. Not very successful in a lot of the games, but Expect is clearly trying the same thing here.
This is an LCK, Martin. This is EULCS. Different things work here. Normally AD cannon in the bottom lane, but we'll try the AP cannon on the top side of the map, and G2 gonna have to back off the Rift Herald. That attempt did not work out.
I'm actually a really big fan of AP cannon. I actually really
get out of here.
For Western teams, I have not seen a huge amount of success with AD Cannon. I know, like, the LCK, they make it work exceptionally well, but I feel like that just running in and pressing your ulti and doing a lot of damage just fits a lot better with a lot of the styles that we have here in Europe. And I think that, especially against the team fight heavy comp of the Unicorns of Love, it can be a good answer if it can get to that point.
Oh, let's see. Top gonna get started. That's the Xayah ROCCAT. Really no hope to escape here for Sven. Still gonna make it out. No, flash forward on the auto attack. The Deadly Plumage playing cleanup. Saying now backing out. Hecarim's on the way as well. Mithy cannot afford to stick around.
And this is what always happens when you have ROCCAT. Like, the speed at which you can engage just means it's so hard for the enemy carry to try and flash out in time. Impossible to net away for Caitlyn. She needs to flash it straight away. And even then, that is difficult to do on low ping because it's so quick. Great engage from Hylissang. Didn't even use his flash. Unicorns of Love now got that top lane tower. They got a kill on Xerxes before. Something mid-lane now.
Now kicking it back. They're going to try to keep the fight going. Has the quickness been used? Looks like Exile may try to make his way out of this one. Perks is out of mana. Exile backing off unscathed.
Good ultimate there from Exile to help him and Hylissang get out of the fray.
Not going to get in the end now. Expect is in trouble. The fight just keeps going. Vetty has got to keep our eyes on it. Out comes the Featherstorm. Does pull it back, but Samek's not going to connect. G2 maybe looking to push forward. Perks low on mana. Exile looking for this chain CC over the wall. Battle Dance comes in, but no grand entrance. Both sides walking out, all 5 strong.
And you can see the blood starting to boil for the Unicorns of Love already. 13.5 minutes into the game, grouping up as a 5-man unit, looking for these opportunities to fight. They get the kill down onto Sven. They're able to get a bit more gold back into their pocket. They got themselves the Rift Herald as well. Things are certainly looking up for the Unicorns of Love as a play happens in the top lane.
I love how far back Hylissang is standing right there to surprise Sven. We even see also a TP from Expect to maybe try and join the fight, but realize, okay, I can't actually do anything because the enemy jungler and so on could also be there. Enemy top lane TP could happen, so Expect had to cancel his. So this is on cooldown for now, but all in all, just the fact that Unicorns of Love end up playing topside, and G2 invested so much towards ganking mid lane. They even had the AD carry support roaming towards mid lane. They didn't actually get anything from it.
Perks, quickness, leap over, charmed up, chain CC comes in. Perks now goes down. That's another one for Xerxes. Nice setup from the Unicorns.
And we talked about the Karma pick earlier on. Imagine if there was a Tahm Kench there to just gobble Perks up and take him to safety. Sure, you don't have that same kind of lane power, but right now Unicorns of Love are using this ROCCAT to the fullest.
Absolutely are, and this is the engage we've come to know and love from Hylissang. He is such an aggressive player, and whatever faults he may have, he is so consistent on finding these opportunities.
But that's always the hard thing now, to start looking at, you know, what if it was a Tahm Kench, what if it was a Karma, a Zyra, whatever it is. G2's plan early on worked. They got bot lane tower at 6 minutes. Xerxes seems to be just running away. Trick. Oh, actually, I expect to see it too.
Oh, it's going to be used. Trying to chain some CC. 2 stacks, not going to get it.
So basically, G2 Esports, the problem for them was when they swapped to the top lane, it became too much of, let's not play just pure 2v2 lane, let's try and actually go towards mid lane and make something happen. But they also had to respect that Xerxes was level 6 now. Obviously the Xayah ROCCAT combo, we've seen the engages from Hylissang, how easy it is. It just made it much harder for G2 to AFK push on this Karma Caitlyn. And that's why Unicorns of Love have now been able to get back in this game here. Towers, kills. It's looking really good for the Unicorns.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with also their vision, right? Bear in mind that when that Samek's Hylissang play happened in the top lane, when they were able to get that kill onto Sven, the top half of the map for G2 was completely lit up. There was no knowledge from G2 as to where Xerxes was, which is a big part of why Expect couldn't confidently join the fray. And so Unicorns, there has been criticism for them in the past as to how well they are warding and how well they properly set up for their plays and how effectively they are using their vision. And I feel like at times, especially so far in this game, they have been a lot more effective with it.
As we look forward to maybe something that Unicorns of Love are looking to improve on, it's already looked better this game for them, but G2 still ironing out the creases here to a certain degree, but you can see Unicorns of Love, not quite the roarers you would expect from a top team. We're going to have to hold that thought because Vizichachi's in trouble. Blade of the Rune King popped. Perks looking for the Relentless Pursuit, but will not get the cooldown back up in time.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions right here. Chachi is walking out after laying down that ulti. No one from G2 can follow, but yeah, as you see on your screen, this is why Unicorns of Love can struggle in terms of that vision, because very few of their players are buying a lot of control wards. It's a lot about instant engaging fights kind of disrespect where the enemy can be on the map, and this is why some of the games can backfire, some of the moves can get punished. In a game like this now, with the amount of engage they have on their side, they might not need too much vision just to say, let's go boys, we will 5-on-5 them anyway.
But even then, Martin, you can already see the vision starting to look better. They already had 4 control wards in the inventory. Exile placed his, but the team clearly much more proactive this time around. And now they're looking to keep the chain CC going. Where's the Featherstorm going to be? Not going to come out quite yet, but in comes the Pony. Down goes the Ninja. Unicorns of Love have turned this around so quickly.
And bear in mind, Unicorns of Love, they had to set up this play in advance. You can see the 2 control wards in the entrances to G2's jungle. There was no vision from G2. Xerxes hit the Trinity Force power spike that we casters love to talk about. And with the push from Samus and Hylissang and Xerxes on that Ghost Pony, he was more than happy to come in. Just look, you can see the vision. Look at the darkness from G2. They have no idea that the Ghost Pony's coming in.
It feels so bad when you're just going to get hit by all this chain CC, and suddenly a Hecarim when you think maybe I've made it out. Xerxes just playing spoiler.
Also quite some disrespect from Expect right there. He's sitting, seeing the Rakan jump towards him. He's barely any vision, 2 wards in his own jungle, no backup nearby. And he decides to take the CC anyway. He could have easily flashed it. That was not like a flash engage from Hylissang. That could have been flashed away by Expect. Maybe felt like it was just a 1v2 and he was supposed to survive. But in the end, Xerxes shows up with the insane mobility of Hecarim. He's 3-0 right now. He is so strong.
And bear in mind, things become a little difficult for G2 right now because their composition, at first we thought maybe they could try and play for a 1-3-1, right? You send Lucian off to one side lane, you have the Cannon off on another, you have plenty of wave clear with the Caitlyn and the Karma, you have many means to just kind of stall, right? But the Cannon is AP. He's more willing now to join the rest of the team and look for these fights. And given the position that the Unicorns of Love are in, they are so much further ahead, and they are more than ready to bring G2 into a fight right now.
Yeah, definitely that AP cannon point is super interesting because it seems like G2 were drafting a 1-3-1 combo. Whenever you're talking these games, by the way, a fight is about to happen, so you might have to stop your point. But it felt to me in the pick and ban phase that G2 was saying we want a 1-3-1, so we try and like split push against a team fighting team.
Yep.
And then in game, obviously from the draft, they said no, actually this is going to be AP cannon, so we want to instead try and just pure team fight you. But then they really lack frontline. And that's a tricky thing now, because Chachi and the rest of Unicorns have a lot of damage to bring.
Spec dealing decent damage, but doesn't have the Blade of the Rune King. No reliable way to chase down Visit Chachi. Decent damage so far. Looking for the 3rd mark of the Storm, but the slow making it easy to get out. Now Perkz the one in trouble, though. Here comes the Pony trying to get knocked back to the team. The CC between these 2 guys is too much for Perkz to handle. In goes Rakan. That's just the icing on the cake, and Perkz gets knocked out.
And the easiest thing to do against a 1-3-1 is just kill the 1. Send all your members off to a side lane. Just have Unicorns of Love group up. They have pressure on all 3 lanes. And after Expect used his ulti and his flash in the bottom lane, they were confident he wouldn't try and make a TP play top. So instead, Unicorns were just like, let's fight. Let's do what we do best and get a kill onto Perkz.
And Unicorns of Love are moving so well around the map, and this Hecarim pick is just working out amazingly.
Yeah, this is a really well-executed split push play from Unicorns of Love. They have 3 lanes pushing down. They know they can roam first, and they just target the 1 guy left alone. So it's just a clean play with no counterplay at all possible from G2 Esports. And a lot of praise there for Unicorns and how they're actually using this advantage. And it's always fun again to watch Xerxes bring out something a little bit different, a little bit new. He didn't have to do anything in the early game. He was just kind of farming. And then his team said, okay, guys, now we're ready. And now he's 3-0-1.
If you think about it, during the draft, we mentioned G2 maybe struggling to adapt to the current meta. Well, if you're struggling to adapt to the current meta and Xerxes already going 1 step ahead, it's definitely going to be a tough game here.
But
and now, Baron potentially on the table.
I did feel like there was a big window for G2 to abuse, right? Like, Xerxes was not really on the map before level 6. And even when he got level 6, like, he wasn't really doing a huge amount. And the amount of control that G2 had was fantastic, yet Trick and Perkz, like, they were never able to do anything with the early pressure that Sven built as a fight starts.
They're trying to get something done. Equalizer's going to come out. Trick going to have to try to flash to safety. So much damage on that Rumble, but walking away once again empty-handed, and Trick just failing to get it engaged there.
I feel like whenever Visichachi joins the fight with Unicorns of Love, everyone from G2 runs away because there's a level 14 Rumble who's been power farming in the lane. We have to remember, AP Cannon's laning phase is much weaker. Had this been the normal split push Cannon, it would have been a wit's end first item. And this laning phase would definitely look different. Right now, Visichachi is not really afraid of Expect. He's not been afraid at all because he's been able to push out his lane, get a ton of farm, and then say, yeah, I'm just going to join my team for team fights. And I just really have to question the fact that G2 are running what could be a 1-3-1 and putting it as a team fighting comp without frontline and with this AP cannon that is in many ways a suboptimal build compared to what we normally see.
And we look at the builds coming in from Unicorns of Love. 3 Ninja Tabbies already. While the AP cannon may be rough, I mean, pure AD itemization also could have hurt them. And now Unicorns of Love, this is pretty easy for them to start up. There is 0 vision for G2.
And vision, again, we've talked a lot about it. Unicorns, usually they are not on point when it comes to vision, but they have the full river warded as Trick tries to come in for the steal.
And maybe to get it, getting lower and lower, charmed up. The chain CC comes in. Baron will drop. Trick not able to make it in time. Now Perks and Trick gonna have to back off, but that is Baron for Unicorns of Love, a 4K gold lead in desperation setting in for G2, but they're gonna try to find a play. Grand entrance to take it out. Xerxes now running for his life. Have to respect the Unicorns of Love, though. The empowered recalls.
He's fine. He's gonna run away. This has definitely been one of the cleanest mid games we've seen from the Unicorns of Love. It's not based around just getting a great team fighting, using that to take a Baron. Like this was a vision setup into making sure the jungler couldn't get close to actually take the Baron, and then everyone disengages right after. They are in full control in this game, and they're playing it very, very well.
And I have to praise Hylissang because that taunt into the knockup was just beautiful, keeping Trick completely denied from even trying to steal away that Baron. It means that now that they have that objective, sieging onto these towers becomes even easier.
Have to be careful too, because Xerxes just running forward. He already has the Trinity Force, the Cinderhulk, nigh unkillable at this stage, and an absolute threat to both the AD carries on the G2 lineup. Things are not going to get easier here for G2.
There is no worse feeling than playing a Lee Sin against a Hecarim, and you haven't even completed your first item, and you look over the board and you see, that kind of sucks. He can't do anything in these fights. Like, his value is little to none, because we just didn't see anything from Trick in the early game.
Also, the only target for him, actually, never mind, because expect my guy.
Not going to be enough, but the ulti does come out along with the Zhonya's. Maybe enough time for the rest of G2 to get here. Sven and Perks on the hunt. Double 80 carries, but just an easy disengage from the Unicorns of Love.
See, Exile down the bottom lane here. Also to the Trick point, like again, if he wants a target, well, who's he going for? Xayah, who's obviously going to use her ulti when Trick jumps in to this fight here. Exile might be the one he needs to go for. Exile late game can go for Hourglass to try and keep him safe. But yeah, really, we needed to see more from the early game of Trick. He's definitely been one of the guys underperforming after they returned from MSI.
Interesting, too, because one of the picks we really wanted to see from Trick after all the experimentation in past weeks was the Lee Sin. We wanted to see early proactive plays, and it's just, it's not happening today.
And a part of me wanted to cast the Nunu, but I do know that...
That's because you're a bad person. That's because you're a bad person.
From MSI, casting the Nunu games was 40 minutes of talk about the other team, and then say, hey guys, now G2 is in the late game, let's see what they can do.
Well, I don't think G2 are going to get a chance.
Oh, knock up chain CC. That's the wombo combo digging forward. Unicorns of Love burns some cooldowns, but the repents may be too much for them. Mithy's going to get burned up. There's so much damage. Vizicachi Mithy may be set to fall, but is going to back out. Rise on the hunt for blood, and now they're going to have to back away. Rakan ready to go forward. Grand entrance. Leap right back out with that battle dance. Now it's Vizicachi. He goes golden. Sven goes down. Unicorns crush the fight, and now they're just playing with their food.
Exquisite team fight from the Unicorns of Love. Perfectly utilizing their composition to what looks like a swift game one in favor of Unicorns.
Perk's gonna get dropped. The Hecarim just keeps calling in. The Kennen wants to try to turn it. He's gonna get 2 back, but he may have taken down the bot lane, but it's simply too little too late on the side of Expect, and G2 getting taken down by Unicorns of Love here in game one in an insanely dominant fashion.
Yeah, 26 minutes only. We showed before this game even started that G2 Esports was 17-4 against the Unicorns of Love. This is the first time I've seen Unicorns completely dominate G2 Esports. The only reason Unicorns fell behind early was due to that laning phase in the bottom lane where they lost tower.
And it looks so good. Sven, Mithy dominating laning phase. This is what we want to see from G2. Trick, he may have had that 0-0 scoreline for most of the game, but he was still going mid to help out Perks. But when you look back on it, you realize nothing actually happened after that for G2, and it just feels like Unicorns of Love, the second they made it into that mid game, were in absolute control.
I just feel like there are, again, a few question marks in the draft. Like, we like the Caitlyn. There are a few questions around the karma, but they definitely made it work in the early game. You cannot criticize that. And then we really have to come back to this cannon pick, right? Because conventionally it is picked as that AD carry split push cannon. We thought maybe the Ryze is picked as an answer to try and deal with the split push, but he didn't have the same sort of pressure in that top lane. We didn't really see any kind of snowballing from Trick. And then in the mid lane, that Lucian didn't get going either. And at that point, if the cannon's not going, if there's nothing snowballing, then that comp is just going to straight about scale you.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's such a hard comp, I feel like, to play from G2 Esports when they opt into AP cannon. Because again, your win conditions used to be 1-3-1 split push. You know, we can win the side lane with cannon. We have Lucian who is super strong in the other side lane. But it turns into then, okay, we need to team fight. We need to win through team fighting here. And then they draft a comp with double AD carry, no real front line against a composition from Unicorns that can just hard engage with multiple guys so easy to the backline. I think it almost becomes impossible to actually win these mid-game team fights.
Definitely incredibly difficult on the side of G2, and Unicorns of Love played it beautifully, and they struck first in this top-tier matchup. Let's check in with the analysts to break down their win.
Thank you very much, guys. Very interesting. What a swift victory from the Unicorns of Love. And none of the analysts, I must say, and I must repeat immediately, had put their money on the Unicorns of Love, which is understandable, I guess, but the Unicorns of Love...
One game.
One game, Mickey. Well, you're right. Still, you guys are out, unfortunately. So you can leave the desk now and then, no.
Okay.
Just kidding. Just kidding. A very interesting pick, and Ben, we're going to get it up on the screen right now. And you guys were definitely amazed at a lot of things that were happening. And out of all the interesting things, I think it's cool that, I think Senkox, it was you was mentioning, Unicorns of Love only have one style, one idea. They fight, 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 and they drafted a composition that was very all-in, especially with that Hecarim. So what did you make of the obvious plan?
I mean, I think in general, the draft didn't go that well for them because they kind of had every lane was losing, I think. And then they have a Hecarim that should be pressured really hard, but in the end, they actually got the kills and managed to come back in the game. But I think in general, G2 should have the better draft in this one. Maybe going Lucian was a bit of an overkill because kind of forced Kennen to go AP, which I don't think I agree with in this game because he could probably 1v9 if he went split push Kennen. So if they have win another mid laner, he doesn't even have to be a winning mid laner. He could go even or whatever. They had winning bot and they would have winning top and higher pressure jungle and could probably snowball top side. So I think in general, that's the only change I would do in their draft.
What about, sorry, I just want to ask Mickey about the Karma specifically. We know that the shield or the E and the Mantra E is nerfed on this patch in 7.12, and it's actually the first time that we've seen the Karma come out. So what do you make of it?
Yeah, I don't think Karma on this patch is that good. I've never didn't see it much in scrims at least. And when I was just talking to Mithy, I think a few days ago, he said that if you pick Caitlyn Karma into Xayah ROCCAT and just perma push the lane, you can win it, which I agree with. But then at level 6, then I think Xayah ROCCAT are so much stronger. And they can just force on you all the time when ROCCAT has ult up. So I don't think it's a good matchup for them.
Yeah, and maybe the tower going down early was even... I mean, them pushing down the tower early might have even been worse for them because they were forced into the mid-game a bit quicker and Unicorns of Love was just running all over them.
I mean, looking at the G2 draft, I think they have a very clear plan with, I don't know, they have 3 winning pushing lanes. They have a strong invading jungler against a jungler that's prone to getting invaded. So they should just keep the aggression up in the early game. They were able to get first blood tower at 6 minutes with a good pushing dual lane, as we mentioned. So everything was looking so good. And then they just got picked off over and over. And Xerxes Hecarim out farming, getting 3 early kills.
Yeah, Xerxes he's like, you know what, I'm going to play Hecarim now, deal with it. And I did want to break down some specific lane matchups with you guys. Senkox, of course, in the middle lane. We had the Lucian up against the Ryze in the end. We were looking at the middle lane matchup as Exile being kind of an issue or possible liability. But how is this matchup supposed to play out and how did both guys play it?
I think in general, Lucian is supposed to win early. Like you see here, he can just heavily trade and Ryze can't really do much. But as sooner or as later as the game goes, Ryze will be able to trade back when he moves forward. Like here, he has a lot of minions, and you can see like Ryze can always just WEQ and he gets the shield, and then he can run out really easily, and he can kind of out-trade Lucian by that. So I think Ryze is okay into Lucian. Like you kind of need to scale up a bit, and then you can maybe split push against him and win there, and then you can pressure that lane. But I still think in an early game, it's still a pushing lane for Lucian. And in general, I mean, Exile is a good Ryze. He was one of the first people to ever play the new Ryze, so I think Exile in general, when he's on his comfort champs, he's really good, but I think the problem is that lately he hasn't really been playing those as much.
Yeah.
We talked about the respective champion pools for these mid laners, and I think we have to question it because we've only saw Syndra getting banned out and still Lucian versus Ryze, like neither of them really fitting into the respective team comps. What do you make of the champion pools for these mid laners?
I think the Lucian pick was okay, But I would rather have seen Kennen go AP and then maybe Perks pick a laner that could go even, like Orianna or something. And I mean, I know he's a good Orianna player, so I think he could probably win the lane even no matter what he plays against. But I just think that Kennen forced to go AP is really bad in this game. And I think the Ryze pick was a good counter pick in Lucian, and it worked very well for them.
All right, yeah, well, G2 has said that they were kind of still figuring out what to pick, and maybe that's still the case. Mickey, let's look at the bottom lane more specifically. We already touched on the Karma, and Caitlyn and Karma were up versus Xayah and Rakan. We talked a bit about what to level or what to focus on for Rakan. You said that you prefer the E. This case, it was W, or?
No, I used to max E, but then I talked to Mitty a bit, and I agree with him that 3 points in W and then E with Xayah is better. Because you can all in at level 6 and you have more damage on your W. And it's really easy to hit, so yeah. And then the E, level 5 E on Xayah is like 150 shield 2 times. So that's pretty big.
So that's enough, you would say, Fred. And you would rather counter, if they go on you, you counter by just jumping in, and then you can still point back and have a shield on your ally. Yeah.
But this lane, I think, like Caitlyn Karma can win early, of course, because I can perma push. But I think if either of them gets hit by a Rakan W, they have to either flash or they die. But yeah, with Rakan, Karma Caitlyn, you shouldn't get hit by the W, of course, because you outrange them. But then level 6, then you can't really do much. So
yeah,
I think it's still a pretty bad lane against them. And yeah.
We also saw Sven rushing the QSS, and was interestingly, it actually doesn't help you versus Rakan that much.
It doesn't do that much because you have 2 layers of CC. So if you QSS one of them, the other one's going to come in. If you wait for the first one to disappear, well, then you've not QSS the crowd control immediately. So QSS coming out very early on towards Sven. I criticized Steelback for doing the same build yesterday. So
I bet you're not going to do it for Sven.
Not going to go as hard on Sven, but I definitely don't agree with the build. And that shows that people, like, even though Rakan's been in the metagame for a while, I still think people don't really know how to deal with him. We've been seeing, like, we saw the Braum from the gentleman over here earlier on. We've seen the Karma Caitlyn here. So people are trying to find different things to deal with Rakan, but we haven't seen anything being like a super hard counter yet.
No, we haven't. But all in all, with all that, the Unicorns of Love, they beat G2 in 26 minutes, super fast. So, Sankox, do you see G2 bouncing back, and what do you mainly want to see changed?
I mainly want to see the Kennen change, going split push when he has a free lane like this, when they first pick Rumble. Yeah, I think that's the main change. I think the game just got out of hand when they snowball with Xayah Rakan. It's really easy to just continue snowballing with like Ryze, Hecarim, Rakan, Xayah. You just dive them 24/7, and that's what UOL is good at. That's just going mid and then just running down, and then yeah.
Yeah, Vicky, anything to add?
No, he pretty much summed it up.
He pretty much summed it up, and Unicorns of Love have chosen red side for the next one, so we'll see what they come up with, and they are on a mission to take down the reigning champions. Game 2 is coming up right after this, like an onslaught of shadows. Quickness, leap over charm, another chain, CC comes in, Perks now goes down, that's another one for Xerxes. Rakan ready to go forward, grand entrance, leap right back out with that battle dance, now it's Mizuchachi, he goes golden, Sven goes down, Unicorns crush the fight, and now they're just playing with their crew. Next game 1 in favor of you. Perks gonna get dropped, the Hecarim just keeps calling, and the Kennen wants to try to turn it, he's gonna get 2 back, but taking down the bot lane, but it's simply too little too late. Taken down by Unicorns of Love here in game 1 in an insanely dominant fashion.
Welcome back to the EULCS studios, where Unicorns of Love are just one win away from taking a series off of G2 Esports. And guys, we had the stats team look into it. The last time Unicorns of Love beat G2 in a series, 2014 Summer Challenger Playoffs.
Crouching for the monkey.
But it's not about that, guys. It's about the monkey.
Larry the Cursed Paw.
It's happening again.
Yeah.
G2 Esports, they've completely forgotten how to play the game, and they're getting punished by multiple teams.
What happens if they wish on the monkey again, Martin?
Well, something bad will have to happen. You know, you can't fix
You get something great, but then
wish.
something has to go wrong as well.
It's like if Deficio wished for more hair, he could very well.
Why would I need more hair? I have plenty of hair.
Short, no reason, man.
Look, man,
no
it's fine. It's fine. It's all there. We swear, man.
We promise.
I mean, fine.
I'm getting back to the draft.
I just feel like I have enough hair on my head.
Let's get back to the draft, because we're about to jump into game 2. We had a lot of question marks around G2's drafting. We were very much wondering about the cannon. We saw the idea, we saw the plan. 1-3-1, you have the cannon, you have the Lucian, and then they went AP Deficio.
And Marin even made sure that every top laner in the world could see that AP cannon does not work. He tried it, it didn't work. Anyway, it's out, it's gone. I just want to praise Unicorns of Love instead, because I think they actually managed to engage some of these fights extremely well.
Yeah.
When they were a bit behind, especially Hylissang is a man I'm looking at with the Rakan. I think this time around, G2 Esports needs to respect it. And that's why they're banning the Rakan.
Definitely do. Ban the Rakan away. And just such clean performance across the board. Xerxes also picking up the Hecarim. And not something G2 Esports can afford to ban here, but maybe something they have to be careful about coming into this next game, because if they give Xerxes the time to farm again, he's going to be happy to grab that champion.
So now, Unicorns are wondering whether or not they choose to ban away the Thresh or the Zac, because it means that G2 are instantly going to lock in the opposite, right? Like, oh, okay, so we're having a bit of a shift.
Yeah, you mean Rumble.
The Rumble, yeah. Rumble. As I was saying.
Bit of
a hiccup there, bit of a hiccup. Rumble, got it. Good prediction.
Interesting that they would choose to prioritize that. It seems like a lot of focus is on trying to take Chachi off of a comfort champion.
It actually also tells me that maybe Expect is not too comfortable playing the AD carry cannon in this specific matchup. And he's like, I don't want to be in this situation where I need to pick the same thing against his early Rumble pick. Because we got to remember, Mr. Chachi took it instantly. On red side, he just locked it in straight away. So in that case, it makes sense, but you are sacrificing a lot. Like the Thresh now over to Hylissang, meaning that Rakan ban, he's probably not too sad about it anymore.
And really interesting, too, that we see so much priority on the top lane pick here coming in for G2 Esports. We saw the same from Unicorns of Love, but now they get their hands on the Gragas and the Thresh as well. And these are two pretty big picks.
And you also need something for Trick in that jungle. He's, again, been struggling when he's not getting some comfort picks. Kha'Zix is one of the big ones for him that I would like to see.
Olaf too, another really big pick that he had a lot of success on at MSI. I understand the Tahm Kench pick. I think that it is another answer to the Thresh. And now I wonder if G2 are looking to continue with the prioritization on AD carries, or instead they look to try and get Trick that comfort jungle role.
Yeah, I think instead of saying we want to get the best for Sven, they're actually saying we trust that he can obviously perform on 10 other AD carries right now. So even if Unicorns ban away 2 of them, and one of them being the Caitlyn, we got Varus, we got Ashe. Like, there's enough in the tank. Twitch as well, we've seen them play. So I think doing this is actually smarter. They're putting priority on a guy like Trick, saying you need your best available jungler right now, and he's getting it.
The thing is, now if you're Unicorns of Love, you can really start to pinch that role. You can ban away the Varus, you can ban away the Ashe, and you can force Sven onto something like a Kalista or a Twitch, and that will really give him a rough laning phase compared to what he had before.
I mean, definitely true with the laning phase, but I think, again, if you are Sven, like, you are one of the AD carries who can handle that.
For sure.
Like, we've seen the Kalista Tahm Kench combination work beforehand. Obviously, also, his Cogmore is a thing to play for late game scaling.
It's a thing.
It's very hard to play against Unicorns, though, because they do not really let you sit and just safely farm.
And it's interesting, too, because the Ivern's still up and available, the Gragas potentially a flex, already a Caitlyn on the Unicorns of Love side. Do you really want to play the scaling AD carry comps against this team in G2, banning away the top laners, trying to limit Visit Chachi, whereas, as predicted, the focus remains on AD carries for the side of Unicorns of Love.
Now, what I find fascinating is the fact that G2 is still banning away top laners, because in my head, I saw that Gragas pick, and I'm thinking, it's very likely he's going to the top lane, because Gragas is often a good answer into Rumble. He can hold his own, he has decent sustain, he can match the wave clear fairly well, especially with the recent early nerfs to Rumble, so it's fine. But Xerxes is also well known for playing that jungle Gragas
Yeah.
Love it. Vedius, you got to understand, man. Right when you think you got it figured out, you don't, man. It's the Unicorns of Love, and they are trying something again. Yet another new jungler in the hands of Xerxes so far. Now with his hands on the Rex side. This one's interesting. I don't quite know how to feel about it as a new pick, but definitely
I like it.
Potentially very powerful.
Yeah, I like Rek'Sai's early game a lot. I think she's actually really strong there. She can match a lot of the early game junglers in the game, and her gank is very good as well.
But Xerxes has never been known as that early game heavy jungler, right? Like, we were talking backstage about the different itemizations that you can go with Rek'Sai, which you can delve into more in the game, but I'm thinking that Xerxes is more the type of jungler to go for more of the scaling type, more of the gold investment of something like the Titanic Hydra, and go for more of that team fighting scaling build.
Could definitely be the case. We might just see Rise coming in once again from Exile. He picked it last time against Illusion. Did struggle a little bit early on, but then actually bounced back pretty well in that lane. And it is another game of Perkz Lucian. It is pretty hard right now to get excited about that because it's not been a very successful champion for him specifically.
But the Twitch, a real late game scaling hyper carry, something that can win team fights single-handedly now in the hands of Sven. But looking at the composition for Unicorns of Love, once again, Unicorns of Love, so much CC on their lineup, and a similar story as we saw in Game 1 for G2 Esports. A lot of characters who maybe need to get the ball rolling early on.
I mean, and that's the problem for G2 right now, is they have to kind of cut corners in the draft to get some of their very few key picks they have for some of the struggling members, like taking that Kha'Zix instead of the Caitlyn, getting Mythi's Tahm Kench, meaning that Unicorns of Love could now pinch the best AD carries, and suddenly Sven is not in a position to win lane, win game, like we saw him try to do in the last one.
But you talk about pinching roles, targeting Sven. Perkz is considered to be one of the best mid laners in the world, and he had complete freedom in what he wanted to go for. We've seen Corki return to the meta. We've seen Syndra continuously be a power pick for him. I feel like that he had so many options that would have better facilitated his comp, and instead he chooses to go for the Lucian once more.
Still potentially a powerful pick. It had a pretty solid matchup to the Rise early on, but we have questions. We want to see more from G2 Esports, but if you're a Unicorns fan, you have to be feeling pretty good. A lot of playmaking potential on this lineup. Some new picks as well, some comfort picks to back it up.
And you just won in 26 minutes as well against G2, a team that in the past has been able to take you down multiple times, even denied you an LCS championship in the spring split.
Here we go, folks. G2 on the blue side, Unicorns of Love on the red. One more win, and Unicorns of Love will take their first series over G2 Esports since G2 have joined the LCS. Unicorns fans are definitely ready for it, but if you're voting on the side of G2, man, they're going to need that energy.
Roman said that today would be the day that they finally broke the curse. Not the curse of the monkey paw, a different curse.
Well, you don't know. Maybe everything goes wrong after.
We're very superstitious on this test.
But
maybe that's what they wish for.
That's why he put the battle helmet on. He was ready. He felt that his team was primed.
No unicorn hat today, folks. He's going to war. He's got spiky things on the side of his helmet. Still, I mean, still like the toy pony thing in his hand. I mean, come on.
You can't ruin Fluffy when it comes to the flag bearer, right? But you can see it in their playstyle. Like Unicorns, they felt so confident in Game 1. Even though they fell into that early deficit, they still stuck to the very classic Unicorns of Love style, and they still find avenues back into the game and punish the weaknesses within G2's composition. And again, looking at the comp of G2, the big concern that I have is this front line. We talked about it in Game 1. We're looking at it once more again. They do have the Tahm Kench. He is pretty tanky, but he's also fairly easy to ignore when you're looking at things like a Gragas and a Thresh. And when their composition is a little bit more tailored towards team fighting with the Twitch and the Rumble, I am a little bit concerned about that lack of solid front line that can mitigate some of the engage coming out from you.
While I do like the Gragas engage, it's not as powerful as we saw in the last game with Hecarim and Rakan. So that was like super easy for Unicorns of Love to always go in for these fights here. But yeah, it's always a concern when you run without that massive front line. Teams who are good at finding the openings, being at a TP flank from a Gragas, and suddenly your AD carry is gone before you even know it.
And we've seen a lot of compositions work like this in the past. We've seen them in the hands of SKT, even in a few teams in Europe where they do not take a tank. They rely on perfect execution, these high damage picks, but it feels super risky. It is not a safe composition.
I just really want to follow Xerxes now because, again, We talked a lot about Hecarim last game, how powerful he is once he gets to level 6, gets his first item, and he can then really start fights against these squishy AD carries. Rek'Sai is not the same. She's not as good of a teamfighter as she used to be. Like, her knockup is just on one target that actually flies up into the air, but she can gank in the early game so effectively still. And she's in the top lane right now. Expect level 2 only.
Or expect, once again, not having a good time in this landing phase. The chain CC comes in. He's going to flash out to safety. They don't think they might push this one. Barrel, not enough. Q, crazy. Oh, baby. First blood. Woo. Playing with our hearts, but Xerxes going to get it.
Nice snipe from Xerxes. The Q now scales with AD, taking that additional bit of damage.
And killed AP Rek'Sai and ARAM. Just gotta say, man.
Oh, man. Fantastic start for the Unicorns of Love, and this is exactly what you were talking about, Deficio.
That is definitely the case with Neo Rek'Sai right now, which is why I love to see Warrior enchant on her. Just say, you know what, I need damage early, I need to just gank my lanes, and then later you can keep trying to like 1v1 and 2v2, because again, your team fighting is not as powerful, but this is a great gank, and it's the classic old school Rek'Sai gank. You sneak in behind them, you tunnel over the wall, and yes, they might flash away, but they're basically flashing over you to get closer to the tower. So you can still hit them. And then you can also snipe them in the end. Xerxes, he's back top lane because expect, well, sitting without a flash, and there's really no way to escape.
Rek'Sai doesn't even have eyes, and he made that shot. Well, now they're going for more. Rinse and repeat. Knock up once again. No flash this time. Expect. This is dirty. This is. I cannot imagine what this feels like, but Perks getting a similar dose here. Exile winning out the trades. Ooh, flash traded back. Wasn't quite enough on the spell flux.
It is just so beautiful from Xerxes. The repeated gank. I have to. Ooh,
move forward. All right, well, G2
clean.
Firing back.
Very clean gank from Trick. He knew that the flash was down from Exile, was able to just walk in, get away the kill. I feel like Division is about to say, we've seen this before from Exile.
It's the most classic thing from Exile ever. He's top lane with his jungler getting fed. Bot lane. There's a time Kench, everyone. He's here to deny the fun. But man, top lane doing so well for Unicorns, and then Exile used flash, traded it with Perks. Just leave, man. Just leave. Your team is already winning. You don't need to push that wave.
And look at the mid lane matchup too. 40 CS to 22.
It's just unnecessary.
Exile just died.
Okay,
what is it, Draco?
I'm just.
Are you mad at Tom?
Yes, I'm mad. Every time this GME, I remember. You remember when he came out and we're like, all right, guys, do you remember when we used to have fun and use CC? Never again. Well, still a very effective pick. Has stopped 2 chain hooks, but Sven may want to be careful. Can't afford to keep tanking this.
And Lord Jesper Svenningsson.
Oh, sorry, Lord Jesper.
He is he's on a bit of a rough time in this laning phase. He is falling a little bit behind, but as you rightly said, given his current achievements, he's doing perfectly well for himself in the bottom lane.
I mean, he just needs to go even. That's basically his job right now, and hoping that the rest of G2 is not falling too far behind, but that is obviously pretty difficult if you are expect at the moment. You're against the Gragas who can set up a gank. You have no flash as a Rumble, and obviously the Rek'Sai is so powerful early on.
Yep, but no Devour. Okay, I was just ready. I was just like, we're not even going to talk about it. He's just going to eat him, but decent damage does go down on his Sven.
I want to go back to Rek'Sai now that Xerxes hit level 6 and bot lane is, anti-fun with just Devour from Mithy every single time.
What?
Saving it. Could actually use it right there.
Cooldown, guys. It's a long cooldown.
Could definitely use it right there to deny some damage, but level 6 Rek'Sai, it's no longer the global ulti we've seen before. It is instead some powerful
Exile. They're going to delete him immediately, and now Xerxes is in no man's land. He's going to have to be careful, but the ult is available. Just going to look to finish. Ulti. Disappear, reappear, down he goes. Now he wants to escape the knockup, but the tower going to shut him down, and that's 2 for Trick.
So you can see that Xerxes does a lot of damage when he does hit that level 6 mark. It means that Perks will lose his life along with Exiles, but Trick is going off in this early game, cleaning up a lot of these early fights, being able to put a bit of pressure down from the side of G2 as well, and we can see that Xerxes just hanging off to the side, ready to try and set up again.
I also have to question Xerxes actually playing around mid lane when that's where they have the weakest lane. Exile obviously no flash, no level 6, just died instantly. While Xerxes with that new ulti, as you see here, go on the ground and you pop forward and you instantly burst down the target. While he's getting a kill in mid, like top lane is the no, or was the no flash Rumble. It is available now from Expect. Like, I'd much rather see that lane just continue to be put in the dumpster, and you can take that top lane tower and use that to further snowball.
What you're saying is this 30 CS ahead Gragas needs to be snowballed even more.
You want to get that tower as fast as possible.
It's very rare we take strategies from solo queue, but camping the winning lane feels like a good bet here for the side of Unicorns.
I do understand what Xerxes is trying to do, right? He realizes that Perks 2 has no flash, and it's a good lane to gank, because when you have a Rise and no cleanse, you're looking at a potentially easy kill. But as you rightly said, like taking down structures, trying to redeem Exile for his early fumble, perhaps not the best investment of Xerxes' time, but he's just trying to be a good jungler for his mid.
And this is hard, because as much as we talk about the mid lane, we just have to look at Expect. This man has been getting destroyed in the top lane. You can see the CS at 15 last game, 117 to 148, and it looks like it's not going to be much better this time around. Just massive early leads from this side. And Vizicachi getting some support, but also just outplaying the competition.
He was good at setting up the ganks with Xerxes right there. Obviously, it takes two guys to actually execute it. Xerxes is finding Perks and Trick in the mid lane. Also, furthermore, looking at Vizicachi's build right now, as you see, no triple Thorns. Obviously, on 7-12, stacking them no longer gives you that cool little mana thing when you get some kills. Instead, Dark Seal. I actually like that. I think it's a good replacement. Obviously, you can't really stack too many things.
But Exile in trouble. Colin comes out. Oh no, you can't even see him coming. And Deficio, you told Exile to back off. You said just back away. It might be a little too late. The Kha'Zix is ready to dive him under that
his
tower.
Man.
What can you do?
It's definitely rough. This is what we wanted to see from Trick in game 1. Snowballing Perks on the Lucian, get him ahead, and further deny Exile, the point of weakness that we have seen from Unicorns time and time again over the last few weeks.
I gotta say, Vedius, talking about Trick's taking all these kills. I think Trick is snowballing Trick right now, Vedius, if we're being honest. Perks is setting that up for him, and it's looking good to be a Kha'Zix.
And it's a different jungler we're looking at compared to the Lee Sin in the last game. They couldn't actually really execute anything, so it's good to see Trick on comfort, and that's why G2 favored that in the draft and said, you know, we need to get this, even if it means sacrificing our AD carry a little bit, at least in the early game. Svendo is able to stay even in farm, which is technically, again, a win for the Twitch.
Twitch, of course, outscaling, so we're happy. Happy to stay even for now, but we check in on the jungle, rather all in on the bottom side. Sven just backing off. Patience coming in, Devour still available, but Rek'Sai on the bottom side. No vision in that brush. Mithy moving forward to get it, but Prey Seeker goes wide, and that could be huge. Kha'Zix, though, responding on the top side.
Looks like G2 trying to get a bit of deep vision, but UOL invested on getting this early tower on the bottom. They have so much pressure in the top with Gragas, and they know that this bottom lane just continues to push as another gank happens mid from G2.
Yeah, but this time Exile is playing very defensive, so that's very good from him. Flash is available, and if he keeps buying time in mid, it means Unicorns will take bot lane tower on their own, and then we also know they're winning top lane. Mithy right now has to be a bit careful, but obviously he's trying to maybe bait in Unicorns a lot because the rest of G2 are on the way.
Kha'Zix has been spotted, so Unicorns of Love know that it is time to back out. No pressure put on the Dragon, however, it is the Infernal. Neither team want to focus it quite yet, but Perks now going in onto Exile. No fear here in these mid lane trades. Pulling for a bit of extra damage, but just happy to keep taking it.
Good sidesteps there from Exile. Bear in mind, Infernal Drake is on the board for both these teams. Felt like that UOL also could have used that push in bottom to try and set up for that early Drake as well. Bear in mind, they do have the TP on Chachi, but instead they get forced back by G2, unable to try and set up for him.
You also have to remember when they are losing mid lane, going for an objective like Dragon is very risky because Exile is not going to join the fight first. It is going to be Perks roaming down. I think getting that bot lane tower should be priority number 1 right now, seeing as you already chunked it down, and then go for that top lane tower after with Chachi's winning lane. They are playing on bottom side with TP available. Exile as well moving down with the control ward, making sure that he's not spotted yet, and they're going for this tower.
And Trick, of course, spotted out by the Tremor Sense, so they know there's 3 members here. Do see him under the tower as well. Sven revealing himself, but here comes the Rise on the way in. Mithy in trouble, can't eat himself, unfortunately. Now Exile just going to get lanterned out to safety, an aggressive dive, but here comes the TP.
Oh, he cancelled.
Matched out, Unicorns of Love. All going to complete it in the end. Vizicachi ready to move forward. This tower is going to drop. Perks is here. Vizicachi moves forward. The rest of the team, they haven't killed the tower yet. Vizicachi's going to drop. Overstays, and now Trick is on the hunt. He moves forward, but has to back off in the end. Noah saying Hook not going to connect, and G2 doing everything they can to hold on for dear life.
Overzealous play there from the Unicorns of Love as the fight continues.
Kha'Zix backing off. Tower does drop. G2 just going to walk away. A trade of kills, but Expect's pushing on the top side.
Yeah, suddenly Expect getting damage top lane and a lot of farm. He was far down in CS before here, but that was actually huge now for Expect. Obviously, Unicorns did get the first tower gold in the bottom lane, so they got something out of it, but definitely did not want to trade Vizichachi's life and TP with the full cooldown right there. Could have cancelled, and they would just said, you know, it's a 4v3 on the bottom side, maybe even step away if you are the Unicorns.
Has been a huge point of huge winning factor though, Vizichachi. Maybe a little too eager to snowball that lead further to the team if you watch this one more time.
Now bear in mind, the dive itself was very well executed from the Unicorns of Love. They put the focus down onto the Tom Kench so that he couldn't protect anyone from the hook, along with the Lantern to pull Exile out after he was stuck underneath the tower. Now the TP, you'd think is pretty good if they focus the tower. Instead, they tried to go for the dive, and it feels like that the Unicorns were not respecting the possibility of Perks roaming down to the bottom lane and swinging this around to get a few kills in favor of G2.
And maybe missing that one guy saying, cancel, cancel, no, don't do. We don't need it, we don't need it. Exile is low. They're going for mid lane though.
Oh, Perks potentially in trouble. No cleanse to get him out of this, but he does have the exhaust. Hilla saying, oh, you do not have the life to go toe-to-toe with Illusion. Perks trying to get the fancy play. He does take down the Thresh in the end. Mithy says, hop in my belly, I'll take you out. The fancy footwork coming in.
Big plays in the mid lane from Perks right now. Got a lot of ganks early from Trick as well, and this Lucian is finally able to actually snowball a bit from the early game. We haven't seen this yet from him specifically. Let's see what happens in bottom lane.
Trick is on the way down. Cast to try to disengage, but there are 2 members strong here. Leap forward, red buff proc. Vizichachi's running for his life, but with no cast, this is all but certain death. Stealth up, reset at the unseen Predator, but Expect gonna take it in the end.
And Chachi again not respecting G2. First time he didn't respect the roam from Perks, and now he's not respecting the fact that they have no vision in the river, and that is one of the easiest ganks of Trick's life. 4-0-2 right now. They even give the kill over to Expect to give him a bit of gold as Unicorns try to answer in the top side.
Love how Trick was just standing right in front of the Gragas at all times. Just make sure you block that body slam. It's the only way to escape. Well, Vizichachi wasn't able to do it, and that's also now a Drake over to G2 Esports. Unicorns, they need to find an answer. Problem is they're still losing this mid lane. Trying to get a Rift Hill, but there's a lot of guys from G2 around. Trick on the way as well.
Have to be careful. Perks low on mana. Exile in a similar state. Ultimate going to come out. Expect with the TP available. Won't be necessary, however. Unicorns of Love just going to back off. Bot lane swap to the top side. Exile returns mid, and nothing explosive happening on the map.
G2 continuing with the pressure. They do actually have the kill advantage, even though they only have a 200 gold lead, largely because of the tower advantage going in favor of the Unicorns of Love. Now, Sven and Mithy, they're going to continue to struggle in this 2 versus 2. And right now, because of the amount of vision invested in the top side, especially with Xerxes hanging around, it's going to be difficult for Trick to find some kind of a gank. So I wonder if we can see some kind of ultimate play coming out from Mithy, as a bit of a trade happens in mid lane.
A bit of a one-sided trade. Perks exhausting Exile, looking for the solo kill. Is he going to get it? We can't see because we have to focus on the top side because Sandwich is going to get deleted. Trick does so much damage. No Tom Kench to save that Caitlyn, and now Thresh is all but dead too. One last auto for Sven to close it out, and that's 2 kills over to G2.
Things are really falling apart for Unicorns of Love. Chachi, no TP from him, couldn't really join a top lane fight. His mid laner needs to just flash away from the engaged mid, and then of course top lane. Fairly easy gang from Trick again. 5-0-3 on this Kha'Zix. It's been such a difference watching him on this champion, and very easy for him to jump in, find Samus on his own, and obviously nothing as a Caitlyn that you can do here.
He literally walked into the lane. Like, he just walked.
Is that a free kill?
Oh, tower.
You got to remember, Expect has been doing a lot of work on these towers here. He got a lot of damage on the top lane one from the fight in the bottom lane before. Yep. And then he actually got some damage on bot lane tower after. So these outer turrets here are not super healthy for the Unicorns of Love.
There's a lot of gold just sitting there waiting to be taken for G2, and they already have the gold lead thanks to the number of kills that they've been able to find. It feels like that Trick has just been so much more active on the map, really been able to set up Perks for success in the early game, and now we're seeing the fruits of those labor as they're starting to punish the overextents of the Unicorns.
I definitely want to praise Xerxes' early game as well. Camping top lane, getting those kills. Let's see what happens.
It's not about that. Abyssal Voyage trying to deliver the fight to him. Trick's going to lean forward. Xerxes, where are you at? It's too little, too late. Samus is running for his life to rise. I don't think he's got enough. Equalizer comes down to kill Samix. That's the icing on the cake for G2, though, because the fight is already going in their favor. Xerxes running for his life. Tunnel reset means he's going to make it out. But are they safe for now? Because Trick is leaping forward. No one isolated. No major slows, and Unicorns of Love, they're only going to lose the 2.
But look at the tower HP. One strong breath will be able to knock that one down. There are still 4 members of G2 poised and ready to fight.
Biffy has to be careful because Itachi not a lot of mana, but enough to get the CC. Flash out to safety. Now backing off. Meanwhile, Perks in the mid lane, however, he's just going to break a tower uncontested, and Unicorns of Love still are not safe under that top tier 1.
Oh, the only champion on the side of Unicorns that's actually strong right now is the Rek'Sai. Excelled at ganking, strong early game, that worked for Xerxes. Problem was, the rest of Unicorns here have just been falling behind. The Caitlyn, while we're doing a lot of work on turrets, are now again even with the Twitch. Not what you want if you're the Unicorns of Love. And Exile, of course, got camped in that mid lane by Trick. Great performance from G2's jungler, and it's why G2 Esports are currently sitting ahead.
One of the concerns that we discussed was, what are G2 going to do without a front line? Well, who cares if your front line can literally obliterate the entire enemy team? Look at how Trick, without any hesitation, dives onto Hylissang, and with Sven and Mithy, just dismantles this bottom lane of the Unicorns of Love. Immediate teleport from Expect as well. And this just reminds me very much of G2 looking extremely good when they're in control and they're the ones setting up these plays. Something that they've always been praised for is their ability to just communicate when they know what they want to do, but when they have to react, that is when their communication breaks down. And right now, it is not Unicorns of Love that got that early lead and snowballed it in their favor. It is G2 on the back of Trick, who is currently in control of the game.
And he was a big question mark coming into this week. We saw so many different champions in his pool. We wanted to see more consistency coming in, and it's not consistency yet, but it is a fantastic performance. And it is the reason that G2 have advantage right now. Unicorns of Love, however, they're regrouping up. They've got a chance. The map is reset. We have to look what they're going to do next.
If you're Unicorns of Love, you shouldn't really be able to find an easy opening. You don't have a split push and comp. You don't have now these winning lanes, or at least the winning bot lane, because the laning phase is over. So you're going to kind of be forced to try and take a team fight to get back in this game. But when you are down 4k gold, it gets really difficult to actually win those fights. And you can see Unicorns here, as soon as G2 shows up in mid, they just back away and they realize, yep, we can't actually go for this tower. Have to just respect Trick and the rest of G2 Esports.
And we talked a lot in Game 1 about vision. Just look at the Envision investment from the Unicorns of Love right now. There are a few wards dotted around the mid lane. There's one down in the bottom, but they have no control over their own jungle. There is very little vision going up against a Twitch, a Tahm Kench, and a Kha'Zix. Think of the number of avenues, the opportunities that G2 have to find these picks, because Unicorns, they just see nothing.
Expect. A Tiamat proc just off the back. Expect has to be careful. Rise is running in. This is bad news for the Rumble. Exile is hungry for blood. He is going to use the Ghost to try to chase it down, but Tahm Kench is going to come in to save the day. One of the small boons, of course, inside of Unicorns of Love is they may not have vision control, but the Rek'Sai Tremor Sense will reveal a bit. However, Hylissang has overstepped, or is it Perks? Out comes the Equalizer. In comes Sven. He does so much damage. Spray and pray. Nothing's going to stand in this guy's way, but here comes Cersei. Here comes the ultimate Sven. Can he dodge it? He does. Not enough coming in from the Rek'Sai, and the fight just going to keep going, and here comes Trick. That fed Kha'Zix is a monster, but it's the double kill for the Rumble.
And we can see our Unicorns of Love, they know they need to just find some sort of fight to try and get back in the game. They actually did find Expect early. He managed to survive. They look for another pick then with Hylissang. And in the end, when so many members on the side of G2 are strong, well, you might get one carry. Well, then 2 or 3 other carries just shows up out of nowhere. Trick at this point is obviously extremely fed, but you also got to respect something like a Twitch showing up from the side. And Unicorns of Love, they understand that the only way back in the game is a fight like this where you create an early pick. Hard to execute, though.
And it's, again, what Unicorns of Love have been so well known for, just trying to find these opportunities and force fight. That was a great hook from Hylissang to start off the fight. You think that, hey, if we take out Perks, then we're in a good spot, but then you realize, Mr. Svenningsson over there, Lord Svenningsson, my mistake, comes in from the flank, just dismantles the back line of the Unicorns of Love. And then when you have Chachi and Xerxes on the front line underneath the turret, there's very little that Unicorns of Love can really do to redeem that fight.
It was my mistake. Looks like the Rek'Sai ult does connect, but simply just not enough damage. Really only the Tiamat in the kit right now for Xerxes. No Warrior Enchant means not quite enough to take Sven down, even with that execute. Makes it quite difficult if you can't kill the Twitch.
Yeah, Vedish, you talked about this in Champ Select, how Xerxes will be the kind of guy who likes to send the Hulk into Titanic Hydra build on Rek'Sai, sorry. Meaning, obviously, you want to try and be very tanky going into the late game and even early on. The problem is just when you play RECCAT, your job is to snowball the early game and then rely on your carries to win these fights. So obviously his build is fine, but his carries, right now, they're not. Because they're really far behind. You can't really rely on his 0-3 Rise. He's already not the strongest team fighter.
Oh, Rexa's going to go underground and know the Twitch is there immediately. TremorSense being the savior yet again for the Unicorns of Love, but that's about the only thing saving them at this point, holding on as much as they can on this tier 2.
Yeah, and they have to just wait almost for Samux to get items, but let's see what they're doing now.
Now looking for a little bit more, but Perks comes in on the side. Where is Sven? He's coming down from the top side. Unicorns of Love are pulling back. There's the engage. Beautiful equalizer to start it off. Vizichachi says no, he doesn't want this fight. And the Unicorns of Love are just going to back away.
Sven, he wants it.
Miffy potentially in trouble. They know Sven is there. Rek'Sai ready to go over the wall, but doesn't have a lot of health. Spray and Pray comes out. Unicorns of Love losing the exchange, but not losing any members.
G2 at the beginning of that fight, they'd been able to get push priority on the middle lane, forcing Unicorns of Love back through their own jungle. Not only gives all this vision control over to G2, but also gives them free access onto this tier 2 tower. And while it was Unicorns of Love trying to find a fight in the middle lane, it looked so promising. It was still G2 coming out ahead and what they were able to gain.
And this just looks so good for G2 right now. Their carries in dominant form this time around. Getting a good early game for G2 just seems to be the greatest possible thing for this team. Once they find a lead, it seems impossible to take it away. Oh. Unicorns of Love are going to try because that's the hook on Dispen. That's the damage coming in. That's bye-bye to the Twitch. Mithy cannot devour his ally, and that is the pick Unicorns need.
Yeah, that's the kind of play you need if you want to get back into the game. Let's see if they can get something else. Otherwise, you got to go straight for Baron here. You're far down in gold, but you need to do something crazy.
It's very risky though. Expect he's still alive, but he does not have his ultimate available. Let's see if G2 can challenge.
Trick with the level advantage as well. Red buff keeping him healthy here, but so much CC to get him out of the pit. Hylissang has already thrown the hook. Now comes the damage from Perks. Expect is here as well. Trick gonna get locked up, but not gonna get taken down yet. He leaps out to safety. Now Xerxes runs forward. He used the ult, but Trick is still alive. And Unicorns, they've overstayed their welcome. They're gonna start getting cleaned up here, and oh man, G2 make the turnaround look easy. Double kill comes in for Expect. Samux is chased out of the pit, and G2 remain in control.
Oh, in the end, Rumble still had his ulti, gets the triple kill, and we can't really blame Unicorns. Whatever. Licks him as well, takes that kill, but really, we can't really blame the Unicorns of Love for going for that Baron. You're already so far down, you realize there are barely any way for you to actually win this game, so you gotta just gamble, and they did. G2 Esports responded, however, and managed to get now the Baron for themselves, all the kills, and even Mythic getting a little kill in the end.
And just big confidence coming in from G2. They take what is basically the 4v5 without one of their biggest carry threats, and it just looks so good.
And it's just the way in which G2 play it. They're always just staying on the edge of the pit, just outside of any kind of engage range of Unicorns of Love, because really, the best case scenario for UOL is that they force a fight 5v4. They know that there are a lot of ultimates on cooldown right now, and rather than just rush down the Baron, best case scenario is they get maybe a kill onto Trick, and then the smite is gone, then they can secure the Baron, but they can't find the engage onto G2.
And let's look at this outplay here.
And let's look at the outplay.
Wait for it.
Got him.
Tom Kench used Lick. It was super effective. Gets the kill down, rounds out the fight. Twitch does 0 damage. Nice job, Sven.
Leaving your team alone right there.
A lord always lets his subjects do the work, gentlemen. Of course, with Baron buff backing them up, G2 in complete control of this game, almost a 10k gold lead in their favor, and it's not quite as fast as the Unicorns of Love win, but it's going to be nigh impossible for the Unicorns of Love to come back here. They instead have to set their sights on that game 3.
Definitely true. Feels really bad seeing, oh, actually, never mind.
Let's see what happens. Get started. Chain CC comes in, Expect may get picked off, but here comes Mithy. He can't just eat him up, try to take him to safety, but he is knocked back. Not going to get the opportunity to devour, will he? Where is it going to go? The fight just keeps going. Perks goes over the wall. Exile going to get taken down. Spray and Pray again. Sven going off. That is the triple kill. G2 just have to walk it down.
Massive fight once again for G2 Esports as Unicorns try and try, but every time they fail as G2 win the fight.
Just looks so good for G2. A big turnaround. Game 1, they were absolutely dominated, and now it is their turn. Xerxes with the desperation play, just trying to hold on, just trying to kill these minions to stop the game from ending. But it's just not going to be enough. All too easy for the double 80 carries of G2, and this is it, folks. One final game will decide it who will take it in the end, because G2, they're going to take game 2.
Man, these are some fast games. 26 minutes for Unicorns, 27 minutes for G2. Whichever team managed to just get that lead around the 10-minute mark has been able to dominate the game from there. Feels bad as well watching a Rek'Sai get early kills.
Yeah.
Go into a team fight and then be like, oh wait, I'm Rek'Sai. And I can't actually do anything. I need my carries. Where are my carries?
It's so awkward too, right? Because we praised Trick for that first gank, but that kill was sort of hand-delivered. He basically walked through that lane and killed an overextending Exile, and that started everything. You can't make those kind of mistakes against the snowballing Kazakhs.
For me, the biggest play that really started the snowball for G2 was that bottom lane dive the Unicorns tried to attempt. The fact that Chachi completed his teleport, then ended up dying, just allowed Expect to get so much free damage on the tower, get a lot more experience back, and it just brought that deficit top laner back into the game for G2.
And we saw how effective that Rumble was as they moved into the teamfight stage. Even if he was behind a little bit in items, the Equalizer did so much. And of course, it made it so easy for Sven to come in afterwards, for Perkz to come in afterwards when that started everything off and just play cleanup.
Yeah, exactly. You have so many carries, so when you are getting this far ahead, like, yeah, it doesn't matter if one guy dies. There's going to be 2 or 3 other guys picking it up. So all in all, you know, looking at Trick specifically, we again see that difference. Like, we talked about this in Game 1, how if they actually leave the jungle pick for later, we've seen Trick really struggle because he doesn't get like one of his very few comfort picks. Kha'Zix is one of them, so they went all in on it and it worked for them.
But here's my question, is because what we saw, we can arguably say was a mistake from Exile, overextending in the mid lane. If Trick isn't given a kill or doesn't find those early opportunities, if he has to play an even game, are we going to see the same impact from him even if he does get that comfort pick like the Kha'Zix?
I mean, he probably would have gotten some of the kills in mid lane. Yes, the first one was gifted for sure, but he returned again and again and again, where Perkz was also winning the trade. So he probably would have gotten some kills, maybe not as many, but that's kind of the hard thing to look back at in hindsight. I think overall, just the Kha'Zix performance was just way better than the Lee Sin.
I think it's worth emphasizing, too, the way in which he utilized his ultimate to force a lot of fights, especially during the laning phase, and then the way in which he synergized with Mithy too to set up a lot of these plays. So I feel like there were a lot of factors that better enabled him to really impact this early game as well.
Definitely made it work for the team. Well, G2 have brought us to a final Game 3. Let's head back to the analysts to break down how they did it.
Thank you very much, Dracos. And in typical G2 fashion, they lose the first game, they win the next one, and maybe they will also end up winning the series. And one thing that we did notice, and I know we start with a bad thing, even though G2 won, but it was kind of the prophecy here when we spoke about the Exile versus Perkz matchup, that more often than not, Exile, when he starts to make some mistakes, he keeps making those mistakes, especially in decision-making, Sencux.
Yeah, I think like the game was really won for UOL in the top lane, and Rumble was really, really doomed, but Exile already won the trade here, and he flashes in and takes a tower shot, and there's no way he actually kills Lucian, and then now Kha'Zix just comes in for free kills like all the time, and he can't really do too much about it. They try a gank here where it obviously failed, and Lucian and Kha'Zix will just snowball, and Kha'Zix got insanely fed off mid, where I think if Exile just stayed a bit back, actually he already won that trade. He could push the wave, reset, do whatever, and then the game would have been really won from top lane. But by this, then kind of he gives Expect more room to get back into the game because they will have mid pressure and they can use it into top.
And 16 isolated deaths, so that means that Exile dies when nobody is around of his teammates. 16, that's the record for mid laners, and it's case in point.
Yeah, for sure. And going up against a pick like the Lucian mid that needs to snowball in the laning phase, it's just super bad to get these isolated deaths when like there's no reason to really stay that far up to burn your flash offensively when there's no way you're going to get the kill. So Exile, I mean, this offensive style has worked out for him before, but he needs to realize when sometimes you need to take the risks and try to go for the flash out plays, but sometimes you just need to stay safe and farm. And when you're up against Lucian mid, that's exactly what you need to do. You don't have to take these sort of risks.
No, and we're hammering it down because it had kind of a cascading effect. The fact that Kha'Zix was getting fed, so he'd go anywhere. They had the top lane one, but then it didn't matter because Kha'Zix was just hopping all over the place. Bottom lane, Mickey was saying, it was kind of boring. We had a Twitch and a Tahm Kench versus a Caitlyn and a Thresh, but still the Tahm Kench seems to be a much better pick now for Mithy.
Yeah, I think that matchup goes like the Caitlyn Thresh just push all the time for the first 10 minutes of the game. And then Twitch and Tahm just farm as much as possible. And then maybe at 6, if Tahm Kench can look for a swap or something, it will be really beneficial because they also have Rumble. So he can just ult the wave if the UOL go with the lane swap as well. So yeah, Tahm Kench is more useful after lane, I would say. But Thresh and Caitlyn can just push them in first and like get the tower. And if they didn't If they didn't mess up the dive in the bot lane, where Gragas flashed in, then they could get tower and snowball the lead from there.
Yeah, it could have gone the other way, but as we mentioned, the mid lane deficit also meant that Perks on Lucian this time around, he did get fed, so he could basically move around the map wherever he wanted, Henning.
Yeah, it opens up so many possibilities. Often you want to see the Lucian going towards the side lane, but you didn't really need to in this game because you just had so many possibilities to force the fights with the Tamken Schultes. Just you can start up the fights with wherever you want to. And I mean, if you get the Lucian towards the side lane, you can usually get down a lot of split push pressure, but when you don't have to, just going together is just much a safer prospect, and that's what happened.
Yeah, is Perks' Lucian redeemed?
I think he's good at Lucian, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good Lucian, I would say.
But not better than me.
Not better than Sencook. So let's take a look at a team fight and see exactly how good G2 played those in mid lane this time around. And you talk about the engage here. And it is, again, Hylissang, though, getting the first book off.
Yeah, for a team comp like G2, they don't really need to have an engage because they know UOL will be running at them.
Yeah.
And this just says so much about UOL style. Just sees a low HP member, just jump forward for it, goes for the old see hero, kill hero style, but not really working out here. So see Rumble is such a strong team fighting champion, like level 13 there. Big power spike after level 11, you're so strong. And it's really been a priority pick in this series for a good reason.
Yeah, in Spring Split, we were looking at the Unicorns of Love and where they could improve whenever it goes wrong, which is that they press the go button all the time and they sometimes give up deaths needlessly. And this was a great example. Xerxes, just with Rek'Sai, jumping in all the time, even if it was taking tower aggro and diving, which is kind of also their charm. But you were saying, Sencook, well, that's their downfall because that's the only thing they really do.
I think like I actually really like the adaptation to go for Rumble first pick in this draft from G2 because the only real thing UOL is doing in these two games is just fighting, and Rumble is really good for that. If he just gets equalizes off and can queue, even if he's behind early, it doesn't really matter. So in general, like I think they just opted into what G2 actually wants is to just like counter engage and then actually take the fight. So Twitch is in a good position, Rumble is in a good position, Lucian can move around, and if he goes too far, and Tamkench can eat him, and then Cassis can just jump around and clean up whatever. So I think if this game snowballs for G2 with this draft, it's really hard to get back in the game for UOL, and I think that's the biggest problem, that after Exile dies 3 times mid, then the game is just going to be really difficult.
Yeah, we saw that Unicorns of Love basically didn't roll over and die. They just wanted to fight and create some picks. Mickey, break down the next replay and the pick from Hylissang, because he is still very good, isn't he?
Okay. Yeah, so here I would say he wants to go for Kha'Zix's hook here, but Kha'Zix is so good that he dodges it and it hooks Twitch instead.
I'll play it.
He has no flash, and Tamkench can't eat him through that wall because it's too big. So, yeah.
And then
here Lucian just plays it perfectly, and then Tamkench eats it pretty good as well. But
yeah.
Pretty good eat.
And Trick is 1v9 as well. But I want to pay close attention to Hylissang right here because he wants to take the Rise ult, and he goes he goes into suicide. So yeah,
lucky.
Has to take one for the team.
Yeah, and then the Rumble is pretty good. And
that's why we have you on the desk side.
Maybe Tom in the end,
Yeah.
so leaking off Exile.
So if they got that pick off, if you think they would have backed, I mean, there's no chance. Like by the time they get back, maybe G2 has already taken the Baron.
I think the Baron call is fine. Like the game is honestly really doomed from this point on. They have Dominant Infernal and they have Twitch. So I agree with this call that when you're in this situation, I would prefer that you actually go for an aggressive play, kind of catch them off guard in a way, instead of just sitting back when you know you're going to get outscaled and there's no way you'll win the game by that.
All right, prediction god, Mickey, you said 2-1 for G2 Esports. So how are they going to win the next game?
They're going to lock in Twitch again, and he's going to get 3 items, and the game's going to be over. All
right, well, we will see if that happens. The Unicorns of Love, they need 1 win to get their revenge against the Kings of Europe. The decider is coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Timeless landing phase, the chain CC comes in. He's going to flash out to safety. He might push this one. Barrel, not enough. Q brings it Vizichachi ready to move forward. This tower is going to drop. Perks is here. Vizichachi moves forward. The rest of the team, they haven't killed the tower yet. Vizichachi's going to drop. Overstays.
Loud here. Okay. I don't know about when you trick. Trick the flash. I'm not bad. Did we kill baby? Yeah. I go. Nice.
That was damage. Spray and pray. Nothing's going to stand this guy's way. But here comes Cersei. Here comes the ultimate spin. Can he dodge it? He does. Not enough coming in from the Rex side.
Oh, in the end, Rumble still had his ulti. Gets the triple kill. We can't really blame Unicorns.
Hey, licks him as well. Gonna get the opportunity to devour. Will he? Where's it gonna go? The fight just keeps going. Perks over the wall. Exile gonna get taken down. Spray and pray again. Sven going off.
This is it, folks. One final game will decide it. Who will take it in the end? Because G2, they're gonna take game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game in this thrilling series. It all comes down to this as Unicorns of Love and G2 get ready to hit the Rift. G2 are once again on the blue side. Guys, game 3. How you feeling? The analyst desk had some strong opinions. You guys feeling similarly weighted?
I feel like we've seen two very one-sided games.
Very
Game
true.
1, G2's draft feels like a little bit of a repetitive thing for G2 over the last few weeks. And then game 2, it's almost like we're seeing exactly the same mistakes from Unicorns too, where it's like mid lane dies, they make a questionable play, especially down the bottom lane, and then like it all just snowballs out of control.
So you're telling me it was all warm up, and we're back to
the
big one. Classic best of one.
I want the close, super tense team fight versus strategy. That's what I want.
I want team fight versus team fight, man.
That too.
So let's see with this game here, guys. Galio is being left open for now by G2 Esports. Unicorns also leaving Zyra up. Now, I think what you should do as Unicorns is you should look towards Trick and say, okay, Zach, Elise, and then Kha'Zix. Those are your 3 picks right now that we should be afraid of. We're not afraid of your Lee Sin at all. So either you take the Kha'Zix yourself or you just remove it. And you just say, you know what, Trick, what else can you play? Because we know Xerxes can play a million different champions that no one even realized exist in the game. And I think you can actually just go like, remove everything like they're doing now and then say, fine, is it the Lee Sin? Sure.
Ooh, so then you could put more pressure onto G2 as well to then try and get themselves an early jungler.
Yeah, but they shouldn't first pick jungler. They should go for the same first pick with Rumble. That's fine, because then they don't have to go into the cannon pick. And then they just have to accept that they're going to play Olaf for Lee Sin, most likely, for Trick in the jungle.
So far, a very similar draft phase. The Kha'Zix ban, the major difference looks like Thresh will still be the first pick on the side of Unicorns of Love. We'll see if they followed up with the Gragas as well. Keep the Gragas Thresh first rotation, or if they change things up here in game 3. Already the bans have changed. The Willow picks as well.
And right now we're seeing very similar things. As you rightly said, the biggest change that we're seeing is Kha'Zix, and will the priority be for Mithy to get himself on that Zyra? Because it was very feared from the side of the Unicorns.
And because of Zyra being open, that's why Unicorns are not just insta-locking Thresh. Because they are debating if they want to play that matchup or not. I think
Caitlyn Zyra is pretty rough.
That is a rough lane to deal with. Now, they are saying, you know what, let's do it. We think we can play against it. It can also be Tahm Kench now because Thresh is there. Tahm Kench was a fine pick against it last time.
I think it was perfect. It mitigated a lot of the strength during the laning phase of Samix and Hildesang as well. And it did give the freedom for Sven to play that Twitch.
And you always get a massive feels bad, man. When you ban a champion twice, you leave it open, you actually set them up to pick it, and they're like, yeah, we didn't even want to play it anyway. Like, we wanted the Tahm Kench, so thanks for that ban last time.
That's cool. Glad you guys have been throwing a ban away in the last 2 games, but it's not going to be the Twitch. This time around, it'll be the Caitlyn paired with the Tahm Kench. So a bit of a mix-up here on the side of G2 Esports.
So it denies a bit of a power lane for the bot lane of Unicorns of Love, but instead they're just going to pick up a different power lane, right? We have seen Samix and Hildesang love these all-in 2v2s, but the big point here is that G2 can now have their jungle pool pinched even harder, because we've already talked about how Trick, it does feel like that his most successful junglers have been the Kha'Zix and perhaps the Elise and the Olaf, but where else is he going to go with the options that he has?
Interesting, too, that we see. I'm curious about the Caitlyn priority, because the Twitch worked so well for G2 Esports. Why the mix-up here? Is it just to take it away from the Unicorns of Love, or is this the preferred AD carry?
I think Caitlyn is the best AD carry right now, and it gives you a much safer laning phase. Like, yes, while, of course, Twitch did actually sit there and try and go even in farm, he was losing his tower. So he wasn't winning that lane. He was obviously going to give away a ton of gold to the enemy team. That's why I think Caitlyn is a better choice, or safer one. I like the Hecarim ban here. It was successful in game 1.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gragas can easily go to Xerxes in the jungle.
Interesting, too, because I like that they're taking away the engage options from the Unicorns of Love when they've already put so many in this composition. It's not the Caitlyn this time around, it is the Kalista, so that makes that dual lane even more threatening if Xerxes does decide to show up in the bottom side.
Yeah, I would actually love to see for top lane like a carry for Vizichachi, and then kind of the same playstyle where you try and gank for him early, and he takes over the lane and takes tower on his own. Gragas got ahead, but Gragas, because he didn't then get further ganks, didn't actually threaten the tower of G2 Esports up on the top lane. He just kind of said, yeah, I'm strong, guys, let's do something. Went bottom, kind of lost the game for his team, but I think Gragas jungle would allow Unicorns of Love to once again pack really great engage, and then a carry top laner for Chachi. But there's a high chance he just takes the Gragas.
I don't think that that Gragas is going to go into the jungle, and I think that you also give a little bit more freedom to Trick to then also play that scaling jungler, like the Olaf that we've been talking about so much, yet he is yet to bring out on his return to the European LCS, as we do see that final lock-in for the jungle pool, rather.
And despite the struggles in the mid to late game team fights that Xerxes experienced, they're still confident in the early game it brought to the table. Maybe just a difference in execution here this time around.
Gonna blind bake for perks. Talia, Orianna are the two you're normally looking at. I think Talia would work fine here with the Tahm Kench, so I actually quite like that if they lock it in.
Waiting, bated breath.
It's happening, don't worry.
1 point for Deficio. All right, Betty, it's your turn. Final pick, go.
Final pick, that'll be jungle. Right now, they're lacking a little bit of an engage. They need a little bit of a front line. In terms of junglers that are available, I feel like they're going to go for the lead, but
Ivern might also be
It's cheating if it's on the screen.
It was on the screen. Okay, Vedius. All right, so it looks like it will be the Nidalee. Oh, man. All right. Get a little bit of NA flavor up here in Eden.
Yes.
A little precursor to Rift Rivals. Nidalee now coming in. This is an interesting one. Not one we've seen in a long time, but it looks like Trick was happy with the aggressive last time around.
All right. These final two picks are wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about the Nidalee and what she offers. Really good wave clear, really good at getting in your face in the enemy jungle and stealing all your stuff.
Jungle clear, right?
Yeah, jungle clear, right? It really helps when you have pushing powerful lanes, because then when you have the priority, it makes invading all the more easier. And I'm excited to see how well Nidalee can do up against this Rek'Sai as well.
So you're saying that Nidalee is really happy that the enemy team picked Kassadin, because that means Kassadin's stuck under his tower, and Nidalee's just going to walk around him and say, well, I'm going to go in your jungle.
That would be the expectation.
We'll have to see.
The problem is, if you don't have that kind of early pressure, Kassadin can just freely farm into a matchup against Talia. That's one of his better matchups. And if he gets that Rod of Ages Zhonya's core, that is one terrifying mid laner that has an insane amount of mobility.
Bit of a clock now placed on the game with the Kassadin pick. Cannot let him scale up to that late game. We've seen it when it's in the hand of Splyce. It can be terrifying. But this is it, folks. Your last chance to vote. Hashtag G2 win. Hashtag UOL win. At LOL Esports on Twitter is the place.
I'm always biased. When I see a Kassadin, I'm kind of like, yeah. I want to see that Kassadin do well. Especially because...
Is there context there, or you're just like, I love Kassadin?
Well, it's more to the vote right there that I get a little bit biased when I see the Kassadin, despite him obviously having a lot of weaknesses. I just think on stage, actually quite often he ends up working because teams just don't cleanly snowball the games. But this series, we've seen some pretty good, you know, finishes from these teams. When you get the advantage, you have actually been able to close it out very quickly.
Absolutely have. You can hear the Unicorns of Love chants. They're going to be starting on the red side. G2 on the blue. Eyes on the Nidalee in the early game. A big surprise here in the hands of Trix. We were wondering if it would ever come back, and today is indeed the day.
So for anyone that may be following the NALCS, Mr. Mike Young, in addition to Phoenix One, he was the individual that brought out Nidalee. Had a lot of success recently against CLG, ended that game 9-2. And what he spent the vast majority of the game doing is literally sitting in the enemy jungle and stealing everything away from a Gragas. Now, Rek'Sai is a little bit more of an early game jungler. She definitely can trade a little bit more effectively, but it is just so difficult to trade against the small amount of sustain that Nidalee had, along with her just early game power that she has from her Cougar form.
And I'm curious, we wanted to see Trick maybe consolidate his champion pool, but it looks like widening it out hasn't been a bad choice for him. Is the Nidalee a potential risk here for G2?
Oh, well, there's always a lot of risk with the Nidalee.
Oh, for sure.
She's a snowball jungler. Like, if you do not get ahead in the early game and if you can't actually pressure, you know, into the enemy jungle, you are so weak later on in the game. Like, your team fighting is very much sitting in the back, healing your AD carry, throwing long-range spears, and then hope you maybe can find that one guy who's kind of caught on his own and you can try and snipe him. So a lot of it is built around just being a sustain machine and not a big carry jungler. Now they're trying to make sure Trick gets the perfect start.
Ooh.
They're setting up everything for him. They are pulling the red buff here, making sure Trick can get it as fast as possible. He can actually invade the enemy blue buff now as well.
This is exactly what we wanted to see too.
This is a
what
fast
better way to
jungle
start?
player.
He's going to go straight into the blue.
This ward is good from Unicorns, though. They're kind of reading it here, saying, okay, there's a chance this will happen. This means Xerxes also just took his Raptor camp, and he's actually going down. He's spotting Trick at the moment.
Have to get that away because we have to see the smites. Trick potentially in trouble, just going to leap over the wall. Xerxes throws it out. Spear goes wide. Exile now moving forward. Flash short from Hill saying he wants to start this off. Trick flash over the wall. It goes in. Red buff regeneration. Gonna keep Trick healthy, but oh, so close.
So the logic behind Trick's invade made a lot of sense. He knew that he had a very fast clear, he had the perfect pull from Sven and Mithy down the bottom lane, got a very fast level 2 with the red buff, and felt, you know, with my clear speed, I can very easily steal away that blue buff. But the ward from the Unicorns of Love, spotting it out, denying that invade, and being able to react accordingly.
And with the jungle matchup mitigated for now, as Trick is going to have to back off and farm up, I want to put our eyes on the mid lane. Taliyah versus Kassadin. Right now, it looks like Perkz is dominating, but how is this one going to play out?
So, for any of you that have seen Apto, very talented Korean mid laner, this guy has talked a lot about how to play Kassadin during the laning phase, and the trick is to just use your Q aggressively, consistently onto your opponent. Never use it to farm, always use it to trade. Because if you're using it to farm, there's a big window with which the enemy knows you have nothing to trade back with. So it gives you a lot more pressure and it makes your laning phase a lot easier. And the thing about Taliyah is her priority in laning phase is to just wave clear. So often, Exile, he's not following the advice of Apto. But because Taliyah's main focus is to prioritize wave clear and farming, it also gives Kassadin a lot more freedom to get up to that farm and just sit behind the minions and avoid some of the trading tools.
And we really have to keep following the mid lane because Exile, when he hits level 6, it's very easy for him to keep jumping on Taliyah, especially also with the Rek'Sai jungle, extremely powerful gank as we saw in the last game. It's gonna be possible for Unicorns to actually get early kills mid. We haven't seen that the last 2 games. Exile's been dying a lot. He's been ganked multiple times. Nidalee is not the ganking powerhouse. So it is harder for Trick to actually snowball a lane like we saw in the last game. And instead, he's opting into the enemy jungle invades.
She might not be a ganking powerhouse, but she certainly has a lot of damage. So if the laners are there to set the Nidalee up, she can very quickly come in and just give the extra bit of damage needed to get an early kill.
She's trying to do top lane.
Has to be careful here. Spear does connect, now leaping forward. Vizicsacsi immediate flash out. I feel like a little disrespect there from Vizicsacsi. Knew the Nidalee was on the top side. Backs off though, just a flash traded. That's nice pressure down for Expect. He has struggled in both of the previous games in the early laning phase, but now getting a little bit more support from the team.
You can see that so far, G2, they have the advantage in mid. Pretty even down in the bottom lane. Credit to Samux and Hylissang as the trade happens once again.
Perkz getting aggressive, a lot of minion aggro onto Exile. This could be dangerous, but he still has the flash available. Perkz, Dreaded volley comes out, minion aggro swaps to the tower and saves Exile's life. The pot as well, keeping him healthy, but this is a good laning phase for Perkz.
That health pot doing a lot of work.
I mean, it's what you have to do against a pre-level 6 one.
Flash forward. Flame Spitter, trying not to get the tower aggro. Expect 2 tower shots returned. Vizicsacsi no flash. Belly bot forward. Keep your eyes on the
Expect. He tries to get the solo kill. Ends up paying for it.
And that's just unacceptable. When you get a gank early, forces the enemy flash, you then greed for the kill. And you end up dying in return to this Gragas here.
Oh, hook goes forward. Tom Catch may just look to disengage here, but Samux is now on the hunt, pushing forward. Maybe going to take a lot of damage. Not going to be important, though. Focus back on the top side.
And obviously full credit to Vizicsacsi for how he's playing that 1v1, but right now Expect is letting his team down. Let's see what happens on the bottom side. Trick was looking for Xerxes in the jungle.
Leaping forward, high mobility here. Mithy maybe going to look to keep the fight going. Spear goes in, does connect on the Hylissang, but just a bit of poke. Maybe hoping to help pressure out the lane. Xerxes, though, on the bottom side means not a whole lot else can happen if G2 want to stay safe.
So no 6-minute tower for G2 this time around. They still have a lot of the pushing threat, but UOL, they're holding their own as Xerxes hangs around. So let's see exactly how this 1v1 played out in favor of Chachi. So a lot of damage comes down, and the fact that the dash was used meant that Expect thought that, hey, I have enough burst damage here. And what he wants to do is, if he can just get these last 2 ticks, maybe it ends up being a kill, but he ends up taking 2 tower shots in return. He has no resistances this early on into the game.
And he also stops for minions on the way out.
He also stops for minions on the way out. Oops.
Now, of course, level 6 picked up for Perkz and Exile. This is a big break point in the game. Exile so much safer now. than he was prior.
I can just see how disappointed he is.
It's just also, it's like the worst feeling as a jungler. You're like, hey, there you go, man. I just gave you a massive advantage top lane. Use it, my friend. Get me something in return. And then you see your Rumble dying. Now Xerxes top against a no-flash Rumble.
And the first time that Expect was given an advantage on the top side, he immediately throws it away, and that has to feel bad for the team. Now keep our eyes on Hylissang, attempting the greedy roam, but read out by Mithy. Means he's going to have to burn flash.
So right now, G2, they know, okay, Xerxes, he wasn't around mid lane doing this little fight. We haven't seen him bot lane just yet. They're trying to actually get a ward down to find him. This means Expect is kind of sitting top being like, I have no flash. I got ganked last time when that happened. Could happen again, and he actually reads the situation here well, meaning that Xerxes didn't manage to find anything, and now to see him on the ward.
Clay has to keep going. Expect now throws down the ultimate. Is going to clear out the wave. It's going to make it difficult to dive this tower. Now they have to be careful. Prey Seeker has been used. Ultimate, can he flash out the way? Nope, not an option. No flash available means down goes Expect.
Important to know with the new Rek'Sai, you gotta hit the champion first before you can use your ulti on them. That's what happened mid lane, though.
Exile backing off. Will be able to rift walk out of there shortly. Perks desperate to get in that last little bit of damage. One proc on the threaded volley, not enough.
There's so many small things to talk about with this new patch. You know, again, we see obviously Rek'Sai being used more after some of the buffs. Land a Q first to make sure you can use your ulti from long range. I expect obviously realizing that at this point he's already on the tower. He can't do much more.
I expect he does his best to just clear out the minion wave, but it's unfortunate. That is the additional damage that you do get from the change to Rek'Sai. Makes setting up that dive super easy for Xerxes, and we're seeing a repeat of what we saw in Game 2, an investment from Xerxes into the top side of the map, hits that level 6 mark, and thanks to the solo kill that Chachi was able to get, we're now seeing Unicorns of Love with the early gold lead.
Things just look so good right now for the Unicorns of Love top side, but last time Expect was put in a deficit, Unicorns of Love threw it away on an aggressive play, so they need to keep their eye on the ball this time around. Can't afford to give anything up to the side of G2.
I mean, good thing for Unicorns is the fact that right now Exile is only slightly behind in the middle in terms of CS. He's hit, you know, at the point where he has ulti. He's currently 0-0-0, which compared to the last few games is a big change as well. Definitely looking better for Unicorns in the mid lane.
It goes in, Spear goes wide. That means Trick's gonna have a hard time diving it out. Nobody marked up. Samixo still playing incredibly aggressive. Spear does not connect.
But this is going to guarantee in a tower because Perks, he got the push in mid, he's roaming down to bot. With Trick there and the additional attack speed that he can give over to Sven will guarantee that first tower blood as they meet in the mid lane.
Unraveled Earth there. Perks has to be careful now, backing off. Seismic shove back. Good play by Perks.
Yeah, important that he saves it for a defensive tool here, or as a defensive tool, knocking Kassadin away. This time around, though, we see Xerxes stay around top lane. He wants this tower.
Equalizer. Chachi stayed too long. No, the tower aggro again. Visit Chachi.
And just like in Game 2, the same play happens as we see a gank in mid.
Exile gonna have to pull back to safety. Spear is not connected. That means the gank has to stop, but Exile still with hunger in his eyes. He wants that kill onto Perks. Has the flash available. Perks does as well. Barrier used immediately, and on the way is Hylissang. Trick slowed up, does just leap out to safety, but such a back and forth games and get a tiny gold advantage to G2.
2 times in a row, we've seen Chachi stick around underneath the tower. Rather than just focus on the objective, he tries to get the kill. He ends up giving away his life. It's identical to what we're seeing in Game 2.
He got baited by his jungler as well right there, because Xerxes, he was tanking tower, so he instantly stepped away when the last minion died. And Chachi clearly felt like the call was finish the tower, because new minions were also arriving, and maybe if Xerxes had actually stayed to hit it, they could have killed it. Or maybe Chachi should have just, you know, instantly walked away and not even risked potentially dying. This now means G2 Esports with the tempo advantage on the swap top lane, getting damage on that tower, already killed the bottom one as well.
And note as well, Perks moving to the bottom lane to just delay the push coming out from Samix and Hylissang, and because he has his ulti, he can quickly translate back up into the mid lane as well.
Expects ulti is up very soon if he wants to use it. Trick is going a bit low here, will obviously be able to heal himself, but he's fell low in mana as well. It's a
fatty hit from the Rift Herald.
Yeah, playing it risky. Playing it risky.
But knows a lot of members are committed on the bottom side for Unicorn, so this will be the uncontested Rift Herald in the end. Very little put into this, just a bit of time from the jungler.
And a lot of what we see right here is due to the fact that obviously Kassadin is getting pushed in mid lane. Now this time it was also Expect joining. That gives G2 full access to the river. At the same time with the play that happened top lane, they could actually push with Caitlyn Tahm Kench to the tier 1 tower, opening up this safe I call it safe despite him almost dying, but technically a Riftel play he could go for. Let's see what happens here.
Not so safe for Expect. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to get knocked down. No options to escape, but Trick is still looking for a little bit of a kill. Weaver's wall buys him a bit of time. Xerxes goes in, goes out. Not looking to commit on that one, and Hylissang and Vizicachi just waiting off to the side as Vizicachi holds on to top side. Now Exile returns to mid.
And quick reflexes there from Xerxes as well as Exile, he jumps in, but he has the support from his support, which means that UOL will be able to get themselves a tower, a kill, and a little bit more control back over the game. So Unicorns of Love definitely demonstrating that they're not going to back down without a fight. They still sit on the gold lead, the kill lead. Things still looking positive for the Unicorns of Love.
Both teams seemingly eager to fight, but also happy to trade turrets here. Gold still just about dead even 13 minutes of the game. Small boon in the favor of Unicorns of Love, and surprisingly even going into the mid game.
Well, we need to see this Rift Herald here from Trick being used around the mid lane to get the last outer turret. Always want to push a Kassadin as far back on the map as possible because he can't really defend his turrets properly, and you can then further kind of take over the game. But the fact that Unicorns now have a farmed up Kassadin who's level 9 with Rod of Ages completed, and he hasn't died yet, is a very good sign for them in terms of the late game, because we know Kassadin is a monster later on, and very few members on G2 Esports are actually tanky enough to kind of survive his late game.
In many ways, G2 Esports rather playing against the clock right now. Cannot let Exile get to that late game status. Luckily they have a Caitlyn as they go further into the late game, but no tanks here to protect their back line.
Which is quite interesting, right? Because when you look at the comps, you think, oh, they have a Kalista. Typically known as more of an early game snowballer, trying to get that early lead, use that early itemization advantage to try and force these plays, but they're also waiting for the Kassadin to reach a point where he has more value in the late game. It's a little bit of a skirmish kicks off in the mid.
Fade's call comes back, says no to that engage, but G2 are ready to pressure out. Rift Herald still not summoned. Trick gonna back off to make sure he's safe before he brings it out. Release now from the eye. It's just gonna charge right down that mid lane. Should be able to delete that tower. Maybe they'll look to take a second one as well, because Kassadin's just committed to the bottom side.
I mean, this setup here from G2 is just, it's super standard with the Rift Herald. They push out top lane, they roam into mid lane with multiple members, so Vizicachi is stuck wave playing up in one lane. Kassadin can't really assist you in the mid lane unless you want to fight. So he'd already gone to the bottom lane to make sure he can pick up farm, and that just allows G2 to get a very easy mid lane turret here, and that means now all 3 other turrets are gone. It is going to be harder and harder to play the 1-3-1 with Taliyah when you are against Kassadin, but for now they can do it.
I think that the fact that the map is now opened up for Unicorns actually benefits that Kassadin greatly, because he's just constantly soaking in this farm. And it's that 2 items that really snowballs the Kassadin into a really powerful point. Now, often you see slight variations. Some choose to go for a Lich Bane second, whereas others choose to go for Zhonya's. And if you're looking to teamfight a little bit more, Zhonya's is the better bet, because it means you can dive in, go golden, buy a little bit more time for your cooldowns, and then repeat the process and maybe get back out if you need to.
And no matter what you build, as you get more and more levels in that Rift Walk, it gets more frustrating. But I want to take a chance to look at the jungle, because we talked about what would happen if this Nidalee fell behind. The answer was nothing. That's not going to be important because Exile looking for a bit of a fight here. We'll bait out the ultimate. However, back on topic, Nidalee down a significant amount of CS in the jungle. 2-0 now the score for Xerxes. What can Trick do to get back in this game?
I mean, at this point, he's really just joining his team as a bit of a heal bot,
right?
Yeah, Sieger and a heal bot in fights where you wanted to try and land the long-range spears, but again, it's not very effective when you are not able to constantly pressure the enemy jungler. Rek'Sai as a pick is really strong early game, as we've highlighted multiple times already, and once Unicorns made sure, you know, level 1, we know where he's going, he's not going to steal my blue buff, well then suddenly Xerxes has actually been able to just play a super easy game where he's not been pressured by Nidalee at all.
And bear in mind the item investment that Trick is likely to make. So usually when you're behind, you take a long time to build a very expensive build, which is conventionally a Rod of Ages and a Zhonya's, because Nidalee, she has a very huge early game impact. She sets up the laners and then she relies on them value later as Hylissang goes for a flash.
Oh, nice. Net flash out. Sven giving a lot of respect to predict on the hook. Does make it to safety.
I really want to see Athene's from Trick. I think it really buffs up what he's actually doing late game in terms of his overall, you know, healing coming in. Also adding a little bit extra AP to his build for at least some damage. But it is a tough situation to be in if you are Trick at the moment. And Xerxes, 1 level up, strong on this Rek'Sai. Is obviously not the strongest team fighter himself. We saw that last game as well. Like, it is hard as a Rek'Sai to really have massive impact in fights. Your knock-up, again, is only 1 target at the moment, not like we used to see where you can get multiple guys. Luckily, he has some pretty farm carries this time around.
And what I love about Xerxes playing this ROCCAT too is the way in which he utilizes that ultimate, because so many times I sat there and thought, oh, Xerxes is dead. But no, he's actually just gone untargetable while channeling his ultimate. And it's fascinating the way in which he soaks up all this damage and then at the last second uses that ulti, gets a burst of damage off, forces maybe a summer spell, forces them to retreat, and maybe he loses his life, but that can be very impactful in swinging a fight in your favor.
So right now, if we look at the map and the setup, it is pretty tricky for G2 to kind of further snowball, because there is no auto turret to go for, there's no Rift Herald, there's no Baron yet. You're kind of lacking an objective to play around at this stage of the game. You're just trying to play 1-3-1 split push, but you can't really kill the Kassadin easily in that side. And we saw Trick just trying to go down for some pressure, but you're going to lose some of these trades.
Perk's now going to have to back off. Exile hungry for a bit of blood here. Threaded Volley comes out. Perkz knows if he runs, he will die, so has to stick around to dish out a bit of damage.
Love the respect there from Exile. Was very aware that Trick was hanging around the bottom lane.
The reason Trick is here is because he wants Perkz to push out the lane and then be able to roam to mid lane. That's a way for G2 to create a numbers advantage, and that's what they're looking for right now.
Oh, Samix and Hill are saying they took the bait. They saw the opportunity for a fight. Now Samix is going to run. Tongue Lash still connects. But the safety of this duo lane is legendary. Going to be a lot harder than that to shut these guys down.
I feel like the setup there was very promising, but the response from the rest of G2 not quite as fast as they would have wanted. No flash on Hylissang meant that could have been a key target for them to very quickly shut down, but they don't utilize the Tahm Kench ultimate. They don't find themselves a pick.
We're seeing a lot of the same patience and execution that we saw from the Unicorns of Love in Game 1. The Unicorns that we wanted to see improvement, not going for the greedy plays on the side lane in the case of Exile. Both Samix and Hylissang maybe a bit greedy, but getting out in the end. And it's a good look for the Unicorns right now.
And we just saw one of the few setups for G2 at the moment without other objectives on the map here. You know, it is allow this Talia to push, get her to roam mid, make a play with TP, try and force a team fight. It is extremely difficult to do at this point in the game, and you're kind of giving it another 4 to 5 minutes. And then you can say, okay, now finding the objectives we can play around. Infernal Drake, Baron, try and force a team fight before Kassadin gets full late game. It is extremely risky, and they're actually also respecting Exile's roam here.
And it's going to be tough because Exile's getting aggressive onto Perkz. Throws out the Threaded Volley, does get knocked back. Nice prediction from Perkz, but immediately saved, and half of Perkz' health is simply deleted. And what's brutal about this point in the game is we talk about, you know, Caitlyn, a little bit of that power trough. Well, Kalista, she's hitting one of her strongest points when she finishes that Runaan's, and Kassadin similarly, just getting stronger and stronger. Things feeling a little grim for G2.
And we're approaching that classic 20-minute mark from the Unicorns of Love where they suddenly turn on, they're ready to fight. They know that as a 5-man unit right now, they're feeling pretty good, so they should be able to easily take down this Tier 1.
No one can approach, there's no safe wave clear. All the ground has been worked, but the fight looks like it may get started off anyway. Teleport coming into the backside. Where's the equalizer? It is what G2 needs, but it may be too little too late. Expect goes wide, gets knocked up. The chain CC comes in. He does not have the items to stay safe, but Mithy has the power. Keep going. That's explosive. The engage comes in. Xerxes hungry for blood. Out comes the ult. Die, 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 he says. Makes it look clean.
Massive 4 for 0 going in the favor of Unicorns of Love. 20 minutes comes around. There's a Baron on the cards, and Unicorns have just blown this game wide open.
Oh, baby, Unicorns of Love. They got everything they could ever hope for right there. Not only did they take down the mid lane tower, they were still just scaling as well. And when G2 tried to actually fight back, well, their composition is just not very strong right now. We see, of course, the Nidalee not adding a lot of value. Expects ulti was awful, and suddenly you get a massive fight for Unicorns of Love.
And Ramah said the Unicorns came ready for war, and they are stepping up here in Game 3. Just look at this fight. Such fantastic execution.
Now, G2, rather than concede the tower, they feel like they're in a position where they can actually force something, and Mithy is their sort of engage tool, where he just walks up and is immediately forced to flash out. So Expect is effectively left out to try and watch Chachi. The immediate disengage ultimate to keep the rest of G2 away from Expect. Ooh. And then they just group up as a multi-man unit for Chachi to then get the body slam off. Beautiful fight from him, redeeming his early mid plays.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, gentlemen, we can be critical of those tower plays, but when it comes to team fight, Viza Chachi is second to none.
And we just gotta look at G2 right here. And I said the ulti was bad from Expect, but honestly, how are you ever gonna keep people in place?
Yeah.
Like, who is actually setting up the fight in advance so that Expect can land that great ulti? No one, because you have Nidalee, Tahm Kench, Talia, Caitlyn. All 4 of them are standing in the back of the fight, and no one is actually helping the Rumble land that great ulti.
And so many times it feels like G2 are always drafting these difficult to play compositions, and in the early game you always start to see promise, but then Unicorns have the kind of comp that says, we're going to press our go in buttons, and they sure as hell do go in, and they always seem to find the fights going in
And
their
now it just
favor.
gets worse and worse, because we already talked about the scaling that will be in favor of Exile on a side lane. Lichbane, Rod of Ages, he doesn't even want the zone you're talking about. He's not even worried about it, Vedius. He does so much damage here, and now you can see how great of a lead UOL has.
7 stacks on his Dark Seal as well, and he has 2 of them as Unicorns of Love continue their push down in the bottom lane with Baron buff minions primed and ready to siege.
Sadly, having 2 of them for him doesn't double.
It doesn't double, unfortunately.
You still only get
not
one.
double.
It
But
would be
looks
6 though.
good. It looks good.
Stack them Dark Seals, 10 on all of them.
Technically, he has 14 Dark Seal stacks right now.
Technically.
Of course, now Unicorns of Love, they're going to reap the spoils of war here, picking up the Infernal Drake, making it even easier to push forward into this game.
And really, again, we were just talking about how G2 were lacking objectives on the map to kind of play around. They were trying to push out that lane against the Kassadin and then maybe see if we can go and, you know, make a play in the mid lane. Sadly, it's just difficult because the Kassadin could just jump Talia every time. As soon as Trick wasn't there, well, Exile would get to push his lane out. He roamed mid first. They got that tower into a perfect fight. So at this point, the game is just almost impossible to win for G2 Esports unless, well, classic X and Sven basket.
Yes, Sven,
50-minute kind of thing.
You just gotta stall it out.
If the Nidalee builds an Athenes, which there's a Fairy Charm there, so we might see it, they could sort of protect Sven.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of, like, once you're behind going for a Rod of Ages, it's only got 1 stack on it.
23 minutes.
That's rough. Really, really rough for
Right.
Trick. Not able to get that early snowball.
And your main protection, the Tahm-Kench Devour, actually stops Sven from dealing damage, so you're not really killing anyone in return. At this point, the G2 Esports just have to accept that they have gotten a bit outscaled, and now they're trying something.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Hylissang can be saved. Perkz potentially in trouble. Does get knocked back. Does get flayed back. The damage just keeps on coming, but Mithy says no for now. Not today, Unicorns of Love.
Chachi is playing fantastically this game, getting so many clutch ultimates. He definitely made a mistake early on with the tower dive, but able to get the kill onto Expect, finding so many great plays, really stepping up as a flash comes out from Hilly.
Not going to connect in the end. They're going to have to be careful here, though. Sven's still alive and well on the back line. Exile leaping forward. They're taking a lot of damage, but the tower is what's in the Unicorns of Love sights. Not going to get it, however. Vizichachi still taking a lot of poke. Mithy aggressive on the front line, but the fight not going to happen.
So there is that one avenue for G2 to come back in, which is the over-eager Unicorns. When they see the tower, they certainly feel like we have a gold lead, we can go for the fight, and then they seem to stay underneath the tower a little bit too long. Fortunately, this time around, they didn't lose their lives, but there's still that possibility.
You gotta go for that flash hook.
Yeah.
You can just feel it. Like you're seeing it in front of you. You are making that play.
Sees the moment, you know?
He sees the moment.
Just like Mithy and Sven see the moment, but I don't know if they're going to be able to catch a Kassadin.
Oh, he could jump away. Oh, he's jumped away.
Nothing ventured, nothing
wow,
gained.
he escaped. He's a Kassadin.
Hashtag mechanics, folks. I've actually seen this recall. Glad we took a second to watch after.
Well, we're kind of waiting for everyone else to get back on the map, so come on, guys.
And here's the thing, right, is that maybe G2 think, hey, we beat the Blessing, we beat the Curse. Now, clearly not. You're not going to get a chance.
Hey, on the bright side, G2 are the Game 2 gods, winning a lot of their second games, but then it always seems like that they struggle in that final one. And I feel like just thinking back to how the early game played out when looking at this Talia, it's so dangerous playing up against the Kassadin because you have one of 2 options, which is you shut down that Kassadin, you camp him hard, and you make him redundant, or you use Perkz to snowball your side lanes. Expect died in the top lane, Sven was prioritizing farming, and other than that, we are yet to see much come out from Perkz on this Talia in the mid.
I mean, we did have a pushing bottom lane in favor of G2 early. We had the pushing mid lane from Perkz as well, and Trick didn't really manage to utilize any of that to actually get an advantage. Not purely blaming Trick here, I'm just saying like, as a team, they did not manage to get any advantage around the Kassadin, other than that mid lane tower they took down with the Rift Herald. But at that point, they'd already allowed Exile to hit level 9 or 10. And it was just simply too slow.
And as we talk about the strategy or the lack thereof from G2, maybe some mistakes in the early game, Unicorns of Love just continue to extend their lead here. We saw so many resources committed to Exile on the bottom side. Didn't even need to talk about it, though, because it was overforced. Once again, the Kassadin just manages to leap out. Exile with the tools to escape this time around will not be punished, cannot overextend on this pick, and Well, Ramar's going to war, and it looks like he's having a good time doing it there. As you see Sheepy's face in the background.
Unicorns of Love playing a beautiful 1-3-1. Good vision investment on the top side. A little lacking on the bottom, but they're still able to get the objectives that they wanted without any real consequences. And UOL, they just continue the pressure. Now, Baron, 40 seconds. It's definitely in the favor of Unicorns. Right now, their investment and vision is not great, but they need to go back, restock the wards, get a few more control wards, and Samux, commonly known as the shield bearer, for not really selling the Doran shield. Instead of keeping that spot open, he's decided that he's got a dagger instead. I would argue that a control ward might be a little more valuable, but you've got 3 on Hylissang, and you still have a little bit of vision coming out from Xerxes as well. So,
Exile doing a lot of damage there. Ace in the hole comes out just to dissuade any further aggression, but when Mithy is not around, Sven incredibly vulnerable here, and you can see 3 items now, but only a single attack speed item, having to get some armor penetration very early on with that Lord Dominix, and Unicorns of Love, seemingly out of nowhere, just immediately start the Baron.
Well, they do have the Callista as well, which means that taking this Baron is all the more easier, but G2, they're too far away. It looks like they're not going to challenge.
I realize it's just going to cost them even more kills if they do that. And they just simply give it over to Unicorns of Love. So perfect opportunity to set up your 1-3-1 again with the Kassadin winning his lane. He's 2 levels above the Talir at this point. He's hit the moment where he gets a little bit scary because your mid laner suddenly gets a massive ego. He's like, guys, I'm Kassadin level 16. I'm not behind. I will 1v9 this game.
Yeah, it goes from Kassadin to Castle Win. Things certainly get difficult.
There we go.
As we see it.
Oh, Perks.
Oh, he's dead.
No, there's nothing you can do. The red buff is ticking too. Leap forward. He's going to try to make it out. The heal comes in. Oh, Exile. Wait, he's just going to pick up another one.
Yep.
Burn down.
Oh.
Goodbye. Oh,
hello,
Kassadin. Exile's going off. Unicorns of Love are going in. They get the Baron, and they may just win the game. They take out 2 members. They may just push forward for more.
And it looks like that the Unicorns of Love will finally break their own curse. It was 17-4 in favor of G2 at the start of this series, but now UOL may finally win their first.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The final push onto the Nexus. G2, what hope do they have to hold on? Sven now in trouble. Mithy not there to save him. Xerxes pulled in, but this is it, folks. 1 tower standing in their way. The Nexus in their sights for the first time in the history of EULCS. Unicorns of Love take down G2 in a best of series.
Nice ad. Nice ad. There. Man, we talked so much about Exile before the game, you know, coming into this series. We mentioned how he's struggling, he gets ganked, he plays over aggressive. He did it in game 1, did it in game 2, but game 3, with this Kassadin here, much safer early game. Did not go for any over aggressive plays. Actually managed to get to a point where he was strong enough to then take the duels, and then he ends it, you know, with getting that double kill in the top lane.
And in that game 3, sure, definitely a lot of praise warranted for Exile. His improvement was fantastic, but for me, Xerxes was the man that performed outstandingly in every single game. Whether it be his early game impact, his engages with the Hecarim, this man was just living up to the expectations that he has risen to himself.
And the thing is, even in that game that they did not win, he made massive impacts every single early game. The Hecarim game, we can argue, he carried the Rek'Sai, he got the ball rolling, and once again, he did it in game 3. A nearly immaculate performance coming in from this guy in the jungle, and he just seems to rise up the totem pole of EU junglers every time we see him play.
Well, very good win for Unicorns of Love, doing what other teams have now managed to do against G2 Esports. This truly is the time to take down G2 Esports, that cursed monkey paw, biting them again a certain place. And it's hard to kind of pinpoint, you know, like 1 or 2 reasons for why G2 Esports just can't perform, but it's just a lot of small things adding up.
Yeah.
And we brought up Trick and the difference in champion pool. He likes to bring so many different things to the table, and the Kha'Zix was amazing, but the Nidalee feels like it just fell flat, and we have to wonder if G2 just maybe need to iron out their pick ban strategy, figure out what's going to work reliably rather than what's going to work, you know, in the moment.
I do feel that the draft is a core component of some of the issues that we are seeing right now from G2. We've always said about G2 they're slow to adapt to the patch, but I don't even know if you can say that about this like right now. Like sure, we're on 7.12, but the meta shouldn't have shifted so much from 7.11 to 12 that you should be struggling to know what junglers your jungler is strong on. And like I still think back to like the Olaf we're yet to see come out from him. We're yet to see some great performances on the Lee Sin, and sure he had a great Kha'Zix game, but
and you're going deeper into the pool, Vedius. You're bringing up Olaf, but like Lee Sin has been available, and when we look back historically, like Graves was a great pick for Trick, sure, but Gragas, Lee Sin, these are two huge picks that he single-handedly won games on in seasons past for G2.
Yeah, and obviously some of those problems gave quite a big advantage to Unicorns of Love in this draft because Xerxes had so many picks, even bring out the new Rek'Sai, introducing that obviously among some other junglers. We've seen it in LCK already on 7-11. So it's really a lot easier sometimes for a Sheepy to be like, okay, what am I drafting in the jungle? Let's see, I have this pick, oh, this pick kind of works here. I guess I can go for this pick. Like, they're saving his picks for later now to get priority picks early.
And when it's so reliable, why wouldn't you? And of course, we do have an interview with Xerxes coming up. We are going to give him a little bit more time to get ready for that. But in the meantime, it just seems like Unicorn... We're criticizing G2 for drafting these crazy things in the jungle because it hasn't worked for them. But on the opposite side, Unicorns are the example where it can work when you know exactly what your jungle is going to do and when you've practiced so many of these odd picks.
And on top of these crazy picks, we're also seeing a little bit more diversity in their strategy. That final 1-3-1 played out by the Unicorns of Love. Sure, it came off the back of a big fight, but the way in which they closed out that game was clean and beautiful.
Definitely was. Well, Unicorns of Love took the series with a clutch victory in Game 3. Let's go to Medic, who is ready with our player of the series.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined by Xerxes, player of the series. Congratulations to you. Really good job that series, mate.
Thank you.
It was a tough one, though. It was a long struggle for you in some of those games. How did it feel winning in the end?
It felt pretty good because this is actually the first time we're winning against G2. 'Cause last split, I don't think we won a single game, like not even series, a game, and we lost like everything against them. So right now I'm happy we got our revenge.
You did a really good performance as well. I want to talk a little bit about Unicorn's playstyle. You guys are very aggressive. You like to make plays early on. We see Fnatic with a similar playstyle in this current meta. Do you think it's the best strategy on 7-12?
I think it depends on the team. Like, depends on how the team has synergy with each other and what the playstyle fits the team better.
That makes a lot of sense. You guys seem to be suited to that aggressive playstyle, especially when you make the plays early on from the jungle role. You're picking some picks we don't see from other junglers at the moment. The Hecarim, the Rek'Sai there doing a great job, your Warwick as well. What is it that attracts you to these champions?
I just like to have a large champion pool and I cannot get outbanned. Like, no matter how hard you try to ban me, no way.
It's impossible to ban you and impossible to kill you in a lot of these games as well.
I died in the second game.
Oh, it's a shame. You ruined your reputation, Xerxes. Just a final question for you as well. Rift Rivals is coming up. You're yet to play up against any of these North American teams. Who do you want to play against? Who are you looking forward to playing against?
I think obviously I'm looking forward to playing against TSM, and I think it's pretty exciting, like to play against other teams from other region and see what's their playstyle like.
Do you think you're going to learn much from NA?
No.
I agree with that for the time being. Let's hand it back over to Shox and the analyst desk to close out the night.
Thank you very much, Medic. I actually didn't hear what he said because I was listening to production. Did you guys hear what he said? There was some mad banter and we missed it. Was nobody listening?
No one heard him?
I think
it crashed in the ear.
I think he said something with anyone they win a game or something like that.
I got it. Apparently it was, will you learn from NA? And Xerxes said, no, hard cut. And we went over...
I mean, it's hard to learn from someone who's that much worse.
Yeah, I think that was... Yeah, thank you, Captain Obvious. Oh my god. All right, it's not going to go all the way into an NA versus EU Flame yet. We're just going to talk about this game first. Because as you guys just saw, the Unicorns of Love, they secured the win over G2. Dominant performance in Game 3. And again, and this is what happens every time when Unicorns of Love beat like a favored opponent or a strong opponent. It's kind of unexpected. So let's break down how it went in Game 2. How important was the Kassadin, Sencux?
I mean, I think it's a good pick into Sadia in general, but he kind of got really like wrecked early on, I would say. Like Perkz was actually playing it really well in general, but they just got to a point where they didn't snowball the lead hard enough from the bot lane with the Caitlyn that Kassadin just gets too strong, and then Visichachi hits 5-man E flash, and then the game is just over from there. And there's nothing G2 can do with the draft. They have Nidalee, Rumble, Talia. No one can kill Kassadin.
Yeah, so was it their own problem? I mean, they made their own problem, or?
What do you mean?
Well, by picking Nidalee, for instance.
I mean, they probably didn't expect it too much. I still think Nidalee is fine. You can outpace the enemy jungler with push from mid. They just didn't snowball really from early, and then yeah, it's kind of over from there.
Yeah, I think you can draw a comparison to Game 2, where Twitch eventually took over the game because it wasn't punished early. The same thing kind of happened here. The Kassadin wasn't punished early, so he just took over the game from there. I think G2 had the tools to punish him. They had the Caitlyn, they had Nidalee, they had a good siege against a team that was lacking in the wave clear, but in the end, Kassadin got level 16, and then it's just getting really
And this guy, I asked you, how is G2 going to win? You said they're going to get Twitch, he's going to wait, he's going to get 3 items, he's going to kill everyone. They didn't get the Twitch. Yeah. Oh, it was open.
Yeah, it was open.
So would have that been in this composition or in this how the game went? Would have Twitch been able to do anything versus the Kassadin lane?
I think it would be a lot more useful than Caitlyn against Kassadin and Rek'Sai at least. And like they could play to a win condition that like Twitch gets like 3 or 4 items, then he can just carry the fight alone. And I think Twitch as a pick is really good against UOL because it's really good in team fights. And also, I actually didn't expect G2's bot lane to get the tower in 10 minutes because I don't think it should happen in that matchup. But yeah, when they got that, I thought G2 would win the game. But I think instead of swapping top, they should go mid and get the Kassadin's tower. And then they could snowball from there.
Yeah, the Caitlyn pick might have been Samex's favorite pick, of course, 5 picks before the series as well. So maybe they just wanted to take it away from him. Do you think that's then a good priority if it ends up costing you a lot? If you know when you're Sven how much you can do on Twitch, does it really matter what Samex can do on Caitlyn?
I don't think it's as much targeting towards Samex because every AD carry was open. Like even if you take the Caitlyn, there's Saya, there's Kalista, there's like just so much they can go for. So I don't think that was a factor. I think they wanted the quick push. I also think Caitlyn is a good combination together with Nidalee because you get the heals, you get long range attacks with the extra attack speed, you have traps on both of them, so you have a lot of the zoning tools, so you can go for the quick pushing. But Nidalee didn't end up too much.
No, sadly not. And then we have a Kassadin. You always have the clock running. All right, 15, 20 minutes. When is this big team fight going to come where Kassadin can just walk in and kill everyone? And, well, it happened exactly like that, Sencooks.
Yeah, basically, like, the fight here starts, and I don't know, Expect is kind of trolling here. His ult is really horrible, and he's in the middle of nowhere, and the whole G2 kind of tries to save him in a way, even though the fight is really bad for them, and then Vishichachi is just a god, and they all group up for the EULCS.
It was only a 4-man.
So
I mean, it counts as 5 when he ate him, okay?
It counts as 5. Or when someone's on it counts as 5.
Exactly, and then Xi gets fed on the Kassadin from here, and it's like really easy to snowball the game because he was like level 13 or something here. And when Kassadin hits level 16, like Henning said, then the game is pretty much just doomed. There's nothing you can do to win the game.
No, I think our next replay is also just Kassadin getting kills because at that point he'll always get away or he'll kill you and chase you into your death.
So what happens here is that Ripro is going to 2-second cooldown Senkax.
2 seconds?
2-second base, and then he has 20 CDR
but
as well.
with Morello, it's 1.8.
Yeah, so 1.8 right here. That's pretty sick.
It's pretty sick. It's pretty mechanical outplay right here.
But you know, you laugh, but we criticize Exile so much. We talked about his isolated deaths. We talked about this and that. And then being able to pick the pick that you think will do the best for you and will kind of mask your inefficiencies, that's also a token of a good player, Senkox.
I think, like in general, like I said earlier as well, that when he's on his comfort picks, it's good for him. I just think the meta doesn't fit him that well in general on all these Orianna and Syndra and stuff like this. So, like, when he's on this Ryze, even though he had an in-game before, I still think he's good on Ryze. That was not really the champion. That was more about being a bit too over-aggressive. And the Kassadin here, he still does a really good job later in the game, even though, like, it's obviously hard to do something early with Kassadin. It can't really go for the mechanical outplay, but in general, when he plays his champ, I still think he's a good player.
Yeah.
That's a shortcut.
Yeah, that is a shortcut. But it is always quite interesting when we speak about the Unicorns of Love, because there's a lot of mid laners that say, oh yeah, Exile, you know, he doesn't really always keep a cool head. And then Samex is, of course, good, but not the superstar player. So who, for you, Mickey, is kind of, who carries Unicorns of Love, or who enables Unicorns?
Xerxes.
Xerxes. So what's so good about him?
He's just really consistent and plays really smart. I think, like, every time I watch him, like, from scrims, when he did something with a champ, I'm not gonna say. I was like really mind blown how this guy is so smart, and yeah, he's pretty consistent as well. He like I think he has the best KDA. Maybe
the best KDA
maybe we ruined it in our
league?
game 2 because he was 1-7, but I've never seen him cheat so hard as in our game.
Reckless actually has the best KDA by a long shot.
Okay, never mind.
Because, yeah, obviously.
We ruined it.
And Xerxes for the longest time actually didn't die at all in games, but then he ruined it in the series versus you guys. And now he died 4 times over 3 games. So he's going to have to do a bit better as we see the Unicorns of Love in the fan meet, which actually is the best for them because it's only every Unicorns of Love fans that are shouting and screaming for them, and they're enjoying it as well. Do you guys enjoy doing fan meets?
Yeah, it's the best time of the day when you play the game and you just go to the fan meet. It's so enjoyable. Everybody should come here and go to the fan meet.
Yeah, great job. You did that perfectly. All right, we also have a tweet from Jankos. Actually, Jankos always has some very insightful tweets or banter, and that's both good. I think if there's any EU team capable of beating Fnatic, it must be the Unicorns of Love or ROCCAT. Their consistent, aggressive playstyle on top of mechanics can triumph. Now, obviously, H2K lost to Fnatic and to the Unicorns of Love and lost to that kind of style. So first off, do you think that Fnatic is the only team that can beat the Unicorns of Love? No, because you beat them. So what is the difference in you playstyle compared to Fnatic, and why did it both work? Could it both work versus Unicorns of Love? Whew, that was, yeah.
I mean, in general, I think we're really adaptive in the way we can approach the game, and versus UOL, we kind of took the slow approach because they're not that good at snowballing games, and we kind of took the fight into their kind of style and beat them at that. I think Fnatic plays more of their own style, where Reckless plays the pushing 80 carry in a way and kind of just pushes that lane. And if he wins that lane, then I guess to win. But if UOL wins mid, then they kind of win. It's kind of 2 different styles, I would say, in a way. So I don't know. I think it's hard to say.
Yeah, that's interesting because in my mind, it's also, they're both very aggressive. They like to go in, Mickey. But where are kind of the differences between Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love style in your head?
I think is what Sengung said, that Reckless has to go side on ADs, and he backs ADs like that, like Kennen, Tristana, Twitch. I think you just go roam to side, and like 1v1 enemy top laner or whatever. And then usually they also have a Shen in their team, so that makes it a lot easier. And their team fighting is also pretty good.
Yeah. Who's the best team fighting team in Europe?
Us.
Us? Yeah, it's
Splyce?
us.
It's really obvious.
It's us.
I saw some flame on Reddit that it absolutely wasn't the case, so I don't know if...
I mean, Reddit always frames every team, and there will be no team if Reddit was to choose. So.
That's true. There would only be SKT. Well, you guys did play earlier today. You pulled off a strong comeback to take the series. How did I say that? Comeback to take the series against ROCCAT. And we actually had high hopes also for this series just because you guys were both on a 2-series winning streak, so ROCCAT has shown something. Mickey X, what went wrong in game 1?
Okay, so in game 1, when I died to the first gank, I heard Warwick recalled, and then I see a lantern, and then I thought, okay, he was bluffing because Warwick recalled, and then I see someone click lantern, I'm like, sucks, guys. Then I die. And then, yeah, it kind of snowballed from there because we didn't have any pressure bot.
But then Sankux decides to play the game.
Yeah, and then second game,
actually
we outtried the bot really hard, I think, yeah. And then Lucian was really good as well.
Yeah, the Lucian was really insane.
And then game 3, the trash was just too insane. It was Mad Life incarnated.
My bot lane is too good. There's nothing to do for them.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys
are the only game I didn't die in a while. So.
Oh, it's no joke.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are joking about it, but Mickey, you were the player of the series, and it all came down to the bottom lane, though, as it went on in the kind of the mind games of the Rakan and the Zaya and the counters and the Kalista and this and that, and you guys just bodied them 2 games in a row, and had a lot of attention coming to the bottom lane as well. So do you feel like you know, it was all down to Mickey X this game?
We showed some dominance in the bot lane. But it was mostly, I think, them misplaying because they got hooked twice and they died twice. But I don't think they should get hooked in that matchup, at least. So yeah, I think it was more misplayed by them than good plays by us.
All right.
I mean, my takes on the series that the first game, it was really winnable from our side. We had winning lane with Taliyah and winning top lane. I think a big problem from us this game is not going to be an excuse, but health issues was quite bad for Trashy, I know. So
yeah, no.
We played a bit slower than we usually would, and we took it a bit more calm in a way. And I'm just in general happy that we managed to win the series because it was not that good of a series in general.
Yeah, I know you're afraid it sounds like an excuse, but Trashy wasn't feeling well at all, so it's actually all the more impressive that you guys completely bounced back and then took the series from ROCCAT, even though ROCCAT is kind of low place. They had won 2 series in a row, and I asked you guys before, and you said, well, ROCCAT, yeah, maybe they won 2 series in a row, but maybe not that incredibly strong in the end. Do you feel like they can get playoffs?
I think Misfits is stronger
in
general, and I think Fnatic and I think G2 by the end is going to come back and manage to get up there. I would be surprised if that's going to be the case, that they're going to go on the 4th spot in the group. But I think ROCCAT actually plays a lot better on stage in general because when we scrim them, it hasn't been that good. But
it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, actually, I think they played okay today. I think they can definitely take off games like you saw last week. They beat Fnatic, so I mean, there's definitely a chance of them getting to playoffs. But I'll probably, if I had to make a bet now, I'd say Misfits, G2, and Fnatic.
Henning.
I agree with the guys here. I mean, they're in the toughest group in my opinion, so getting that third place spot is going to be really hard up against those sort of teams that they're up against. Definitely think the chance is there though, so equal with G2 at the moment, I believe.
Toughest group, huh? Well, let's take a look at the standings. The Unicorns of Love and Splyce, they were looking strong at the top of Group B because Henning has been saying that he thinks that Group A is much stronger. Or, well, it's stronger. Sorry. Yeah, that I was trying for stronger, especially looking at the top tier. But after seeing Splyce and Unicorns of Love play, do you want to change your mind?
I'm still going to go with Group A. I think Fnatic are just, after demolishing H2K, they're just so impressive, and Misfits, G2, ROCCAT, all strong teams.
But they lost to ROCCAT.
They lost to ROCCAT, but there's...
Baxi was 1-13 and they lost.
It was some unlucky late game decisions there. I still think Fnatic are the best team here.
I think if you look at the first team in the group, I would agree. Fnatic is probably the best team in Europe right now. I think it gets a bit closer though to second and third, especially after UOL beat the G2 today. And I'm not sure about Misfits. It's kind of up and down with them as well. So yeah, I can agree. Maybe if you take on the first place, Group A is stronger.
What happening there with the logo? Can we show that? No?
The snake is just like taking over.
You guys tried to... Okay, so I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. I already did. I'm just going to say it. There was a mistake on the scoreboard on the side, and we tried to sneakily change it around. And actually, I thought it was cool because we were just live updating as the day went by.
If you didn't use the word mistake, no one would have noticed it. I mean, I thought that was intended to happen.
And the viewers have no idea what we're talking about because, of course, they're never going to show it. It's like
some behind the scenes, like sneak peek here. Yeah, bonus coverage.
All right, bonus coverage. Just one more thing. G2. Obviously, we're always talking about the fact that they had a dip after MSI. It's understandable. Perks, health issues, Trick, and expecting Korea and whatnot. Totally understandable. But the clock is ticking. Mickey, are you also still of the opinion, they are going to bounce back like Sencooks? Or, you know, this has been a couple of losses in a row now and some very uncharacteristic ones for them at that.
Yeah, I think they should just put their subs back in and win some games. No, but yeah, I think actually by the end of the split, they're still going to be one of the best, but yeah, they just need some time, I think.
Well, the fact that they're still saying that they're figuring out the champion picks and the meta and whatnot, I feel like 4 weeks should be enough to do that, or has 7.12 messed that up?
I mean, it's only been 3 weeks for them because they used subs the first week.
Great point.
So 1 more week and they got it.
Okay.
4 weeks is enough, so from next week on, they're going to clap.
Say fight about. Okay, we'll see. And you guys are playing them after Rift Rivals. So after they win Rift Rivals, they're going to come back and they're going to play you guys. So you scared yet?
I mean, then we're going to beat them, and then we're going to show we should have won with Rivals.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sounds like a solid plan.
I agree.
A team that's also going to Rift Rivals is Fnatic, and they are playing the Mysterious Monkeys tomorrow. And it's kind of a grudge matchup because the Mysterious Monkeys now have Kikis and Amazing in their lineup. Well, it's not really a grudge matchup. I don't imagine there to be a lot of bad blood, but it'll be a happily reunited Amazing and Kikis playing versus Fnatic. And I'd love to know what you guys think of the changes, Henning, Kikis and Amazing being slotted into a lineup that kind of was walking around like a chicken or a monkey without a head on the map sometimes.
Yeah, they were really trying to find their style, like what kind of playstyle suits them in the current meta. Didn't really find it, so swapping in 2 new players, I don't think they're going to have that clear of a plan with what style they want to go for. And up against the team versus Fnatic, they are not going to let them play your game, so not feeling too good about the Monkeys' chances.
You're not? Still not? Sencooks, Mickey?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the top lane in jungle are quite an upgrade, but I still think that mid and bot side laning is pretty bad. At least when we played them, it felt a lot easier than the other teams. So, yeah.
I kind of agree with Maggie. Like, I think Coscu is actually an okay player, but I feel like their bot lane in a lot of matchup are losing out. And I mean, their top lane kind of always fit in a way, but I'm not too sure. Like, I don't think it's gonna make the biggest change. Like, maybe they have some better mechanical players overall, but in the end, I think macro plays the worst or the biggest problem. I mean, Amazing can kind of bring that in and kick it because they have some experience, but I just think that the bot side of the map is probably still going to lag a bit.
All right, so no win for the Mysterious Monkeys tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. Maybe they. I think they have bigger chances against the other bottom teams, though.
Yeah.
So in general, I think it's a good upgrade. Maybe should have done a bit earlier before the split started, but.
A bit earlier before the split. Jesus, not mincing words, that's Sencux. Yeah, we'll see what happens indeed. Maybe this is a tough matchup for them to start with. And then H2K is going up against the Ninjas in Pajamas, and H2K is just coming off a loss as well. So, yeah, at the hands of Fnatic, Henning. So we're expecting them to bounce back. So is that anything else than a 2-0?
I had kind of high hopes for NIP before the split started. I think they had brought in a lineup with a lot of potential, and their potential has just not been showing at all so far. So not too high hopes for NIP either, sadly.
We're ending on quite a negative note. So maybe, wait, let me ask you something about, how is it going with Javu, the new...
Say it again.
Jeebus. I always do this. With Jeebus and the adaptation in the team, how's things been going?
You start?
I think he's been helping us a lot with theory crafting, and he has new ideas how to play the game, and he brings I think our discussions after games are more structured. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
A bit more micro detailed in general, I would say. We were a bit more macro heavy before when we went into scrims, where I prefer to call him Fayan, which is GB's first name, but Fayan is a bit more, he focuses a bit more on the micro kind of stuff, and a bit more, as Mickey says, bringing in some new kind of ideas and in a way like that. So it was good for us to get a change in a way.
And also, I like that he's really into calculating all the best possibilities. So he helped me to do runes, and the best master is available.
So you don't have to do anything? Because
so yeah, I'm just too lazy to do any of that. So he just tells me this is the best, and I use it. So.
All right, cool. So Wonder wouldn't go in with a cannon with Thunderlord's Decree and 6 AP. No, that wouldn't be the case. All right, well, the best of luck for you guys in the rest of the split. Good luck in your cross-group play and the rest of your matches. And that will do it from us here in Berlin. Thank you guys very much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of Week 4. See you then.
Lele.
Jump in onto Kobe, flash away the hands, and Mickey's already bad his flashes. He's gonna be first blood to ROCCAT. Even down as well as Treasure gets on the back line, but Garner's doing work. Kobe chasing over against Betsy. Betsy wins that one.
It's to be so difficult because Rek'Sai is a 50-50 champion, and you're dead.
And they will get the Nexus as well. 1-0 to ROCCAT. And now Mickey joins the fray. Trashy jumps in. Sencux doing absolute work on the back line of this fight. Betsy takes one, but he's gonna fall as well. Splyce with a 4-for-1.
Are going to take us to a game 3, 1-1 between ROCCAT and Splyce.
What's going to cause action onto Redid? Look at the damage, the headshot comes out, Mickey jumps forward, Redid, first blood!
Holy fuck, that one-shot combo.
It should be a kill for ROCCAT, they will not! They dash out, one down the sideline! This is you godly man! Hit the ball! Heal the ball! That's an unstoppable copy of Splyce. Will take finish out this game. The equalizer comes out, the shot break does absolutely nothing.
ROCCAT fall to reward as Splyce take the series.
Well, Khan ready to go forward. Grand entrance. Leap right back out with that battle dance down to Vizichachi. He goes golden. Sven goes down.
Nice, guys, nice. We have 7 seconds come up. You got it. Okay, good job.
Not enough. Q brings it on.
Loud round here. Okay. I don't know how you trick. Trick the flash. Don't happen. Did we kill maybe? Yeah. There you go. Nice. Round here.
Gets the triple kill. We can't really blame Unicorns.
Seventh round. One final game will decide it. Who will take it in the end? Because G2, they're going to take it. They're about 4. He does not have the items to stay safe, but Miffy has keep going. That's explosive. The engage comes in. Cersei's hungry for blood. Out comes the ult. Die. He says it's for the first time in the history of EULCS. Unicorns of Love take down G2.